Oh. Oh. Thank you, Warren. No, that's okay. That was technically the right thing to do. Yeah, no, that's fine. I just missed it by a moment, that's fine. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind grabbing that, I'd appreciate it. Big time.
We are 1 minute away from the first game kicking off in the men's open competition.
Sorry? Bring them all over. Well, good morning everyone and welcome back to the Lit Super 7 series. We are finally at the fourth and final leg of the divisional series with just the Lit Sevens to come in Wasps Rugby Club in a couple of weeks' time. We'll kick off with a bit of action from the men's social competition, and as this is the 60th Pub Sevens, it's only right that we start with a pub team. Silver Cup from just down the road where a couple of Lit staff stayed yesterday evening. They're in the green and white, they're kicking left to right. And they're taking on the Kaiviti Rugby Academy, who of course have a men's elite side as well as this social team, although I'm expecting them to be a really quality side. Pitch 2 just behind us, of course. A Silver Cup latch onto it, it's loose. And has it been dotted down? Well, what a chance that was for Silver Cup. Good start from Silver Cup, but a little bit loose from KRA on the way through. They are going to be expansive today, but stable enough from the base, and it's easy enough to finish from there. Good start from the Silver Cup. Very well populated social competition this year at the Pub Sevens. Silver Cup in this group alongside Steelers Sevens and Amersham and Chiltern and Ongar, who are the series leaders. And, well, if they make a semi-final today, I think they'll be high enough away at the top of the leaderboard to seal their title. Cuffley RFC, the Random Ruckers, Harrow Rugby Club, the OS Stags and the Plough and Harrow Club also on the far side. And, well, in the meantime, Silver Cup make it 2. A bit of a calamitous start for KRA. Well, this is an easy start for Silver Cup. 2 tries to the good already. Off target from the kick, so 12-0 as things stand. Another kickoff to come. Really good height on the kick from Dan Williams, and one back again. Kaiviti Rugby Academy with a really ropey start here. And again, it's Silver Cup, possession inside the 22. They've scored from both their visits so far. Humphrey, Jones, Cam Jones. Humphrey on the wraparound. Is that a 2-on-1? Forced onto the edge. But a good tackle on the far side. Leaves possession loose, swept up by KRA. And can they keep ball alive in the true fashion of this Kaiviti Rugby Academy? Beautiful offload. Through the centre they go. One more should do it. What a pick-up. Still driving on. Sosi Tuivanovo. It's a young KRA side in this social competition, but it's one of the elder statesmen on the edge. Nanasa Nawavuka, who loses out, and in comes the stiff arm from Jones. Offload, intercepted by KRA. What a start to this game. 12-0 down, but still fighting hard here. Edge is the call from the touchline. We're right in and amongst the boxes today at Harpenden. Joel Kasami stretches his legs for the first time. Oh, was that a tackle off the ball? Indeed it is. Penalty given. And Warren Muggleton alongside me, of course, as you'll hear from him all day today. Warren, welcome to Harpenden. Your first Pub Sevens?
It is indeed. Delighted to be here. Gorgeous day, sun creamed up, back to 50, ready for a hot day and hopefully a lot of heated action out on the pitch as well. Had to do that one.
Not quite as warm as it was in midweek. We're going to reach about 30 degrees, but a humidity of 45%, which in the game of sevens is going to be tough, as Elliot Ball was a good carry and finds another good offload. Nawavuka with a good start. It's Nawavuka again. Ball. Hint of a 2-on-1 out there. Back against the grain comes Tui Vonavono. And another penalty for KRA. Silver Cup's ill discipline costing them another 10 yards. Tui Vonavono up in support, but it's a big clear out. Here's Elliot Ball. Another fend, he'll go himself, ball short, oh the pass had to go, and instead Silver Cup have turned it over. Well Warren, we're here to preview this tournament as a whole, but we've hardly had a minute to breathe at the start of this game and then kick through, and opening try scorers after it. Will it sit up for the Silver Cup? Shaw, he stumbled short, but he's ducked under the tackle of the last man. You've got to feel for James Nawavuka, worked so hard to get back, but then unfortunately just lost it under the tackle there. Well, that is a tough start for KRA. They're down by 17, and it will stay 17-0 because a poor kick. But a second try of the game for Silver Cup's number 5.
Yeah, if you'd have just come into this game, you've seen KRA on the ball, you'd have thought, yeah, they're doing some nice stuff, but They're obviously taking a few too many risks out there with possession in hand. They've conceded that penalty really close up and didn't set themselves defensively. And the Silver Cup able to just stride through the middle. And as they say, if you can't go over and you can't go through, then at least go under the tackle. And that's what they did.
He's a diminutive figure, the number 5. Really lovely team manager from the Silver Cup, whose gym also sponsors the team. But his handwriting is terrible. So no idea what his player's name is, but he said he didn't know his last name anyway. So young Federico gets his second score. Nice pickup. It's a bobbling ball, but it's an offload out of the contact. And that's exactly how KRA like to play. Free hands again from Nat. James Nawavuko finds the pass, and then the dummy, and through goes Kasami again. Back comes Lewis Hill, but Kasami into the corner, and that's one back for KRA. 17-5. Yeah, that's good rugby. That's exactly what we're after today, Warren.
That's it, a little bit tighter in the passing, spotting the gaps when they came, and it's a lovely little burst from Joeli Kasami to get into that corner, and that's what we want to see. That's what we're really in for today, I think, at these Harpenden Sevens. Conditions absolutely lovely. Bit of sunshine, as you say, not as warm. Wind is not as heavy as it was at Hartford as well, so you'd expect to see some fast, free-flowing rugby on a special 60th version of the National Pub Sevens.
Yeah, 14th year of the Lit Series, 60th year of the Harpenden Sevens as we head into half-time in our opening game. 17-5 at the break. KRA with certainly enough talent in the squad to get back into it. Silver Cup and their makeshift side of new players, as they have every year here at the Harpenden Pub Sevens, in front.
Tell me when it's time to.
15-7. So not only did KRA nail that conversion from the touchline, Silver Cup missed 2 from under the post. And Warren, I know it's a social competition, but those 2 points will start to rack up pretty quick.
They will, and it's psychological as well at that point. A really fast start, as we say, for Silver Cup, the local side. But Kaiviti, they're savvy in these sorts of positions. They're really well coached as well. We're well supported, I should say, to our right as well. So they'll be trying to identify those points in the Silver Cup side. And it can be those little margins. We've seen it a lot in 2026 at the Lit Super 7 Series. Could be the same in this first game on pitch 1.
Well, they have got a senior elite side as well in the competition. So plenty of support for KRA today. In this 5-pool social side, we'll certainly be expecting to get out of the group. Big shot to force a turnover early doors. Nice start for James Nawavuko. And a chance to talk a little bit on the tournament as a whole, Warren. 6 competitions today, men's and women's elite, of course, which are coming to their conclusion. The men's open, the women's open, the men's social, and the infamous veterans 10s, which is what Harpenden is really famous for. So it's going to be really good to get stuck into all those competitions today. We've got all 6 finals as well, which is really important at this 4th of 4th tournament where the champions will be crowned across the divisions.
It is. You know what's going to be really interesting to watch here as well is how particularly ASC Dukla Prague and Preseli Barbars get on in the men's elite, because there's only 2 points between them in the series overall. And with the women, it has been a titanic battle between two sides. Hammerheads and Shogun. It will be about who can get the edge. Not a lot between them either, so there's a lot to play for here today.
Free kick at scrum time, loose pass, but it comes for KRA. You bump through the first contact. Lovely footwork and great leg drive, and they're slipping off the tackle, Silver Cup. KRA over the 22. To the short side. It's a 3-on-2 with the ball in the centre, but in goes Nawavuka. Nifre with the snipe. Silver Cup straight over the ball again, but they've let it slip. Nawavuka, another pick and go. Not as expansive as we'd expected from this KRA side. Big clear out from ball. Now wide is the call, but it goes to ground. James Nawavuka over it. Round the corner they come. Isolated on the edge, but the big man puts out the stiff arm. Fantastic position over the ball. And a great turnover. Silver Cup have it back again. That's twice that KRA have been turned over right in the red zone of Silver Cup, and that's 2 big missed opportunities.
It is. I think what the Silver Cup are doing really well, they're suffocating Kaiviti Rugby Academy while they're in possession. They're getting 2 players on the man on the run, and it means that Kaiviti can't use their power and strength on the wings, and it creates chances like this.
Lewis Ewell with a lung-busting run has somehow managed to overtake Nawavuka and scores another. 20 points up for Silver Cup. Well, that's a 14-point swing, really. Turnover 5 metres out, and then a laboured kick through. But on this 4G turf, if you can stay consistent, striking the turf as you run through, really patient acceleration from Silver Cup.
It is. 22-7 now with the conversion kick. Just returning to that point, they're soaking up the pressure from Kaiviti, and then when the error is conceded, they're pouncing on it straight away. That, again, like the last try in the first half, came from a penalty on the Silver Cup's 5-metre line, and it just went straight through the heart of Kaiviti Rugby Academy. Clinical, ruthless, direct, ideal kind of rugby sevens on a day like today.
Kick-off from Silver Cup. Hung up by Dan Williams and allowed to bounce in the backfield by Aliseli Dart. Lovely pick-up in the end. Dart, another nice offload. Maybe half a chance here for the Kaiviti Rugby Academy. Knocked on. Good spot by the referee. And that's a shame, really, for Avita Sokia. But another chance for Silver Cup, and perhaps a chance for them to seal this game early inside the second half.
Yeah, they've looked the more ruthless side in possession. I mean, if you probably broke down the stats, you'd see Kaiviti have had the ball in hand more often than Silver Cup. But Silver Cup have probably had more visits to inside the 22 over these coming up to 14 minutes of this game. And it's because they've been really direct and they're attacking straight away.
Oh, almost a brilliant score. Really soft hands from Williams to the open side, but it was spilt. Diving effort. And indeed, in terms of the long-term Lit 7 standings, Ongar are the only side to have competed in all 4 social competitions, and they've made at least 2 finals already this season. So if they can get out of the group, I think they've as good as won the competition. So congratulations to them already. It's going to have to be a bit of a miracle for them not to win the social competition. LU Sevens up in the men's open are pushing hard. It's the Sappers at the moment in 3rd. Sons of Spartacus also at the top end, so we'll keep our eye on that competition. And then in the women's open, well, it's the Wild Dogs who really are leading the way. They've got 2 more teams in this competition. But the Fine Rugby Now Beavers will be hoping to have a strong end to their campaign. And of course, we'll keep you up to date with the scoring as we go throughout the day, as well as, of course, the overall standings here at the 60th anniversary of the National Pub Sevens. Number 5 for Silver Cup on a hat-trick in this opening contest. And he might go for another little snipe. Oh, let loose, but only finds the ground, but the fly hack is miscued, and Huell pops up with it, and Huell's on the edge, and Huell will score the winner. 27-7, no way back now for KRA.
The coolest of runs down the wing. How he's doing so while he's wearing leggings on a day like today. I don't know how he's doing that, to be honest, but Lewis Fuel, he just turned on the afterburners and got the ball. It's a lovely bit of vision as well from his teammate on the inside, kicking the ball backwards away from KRA possession, and that is a wonderful 5th conversion added as well.
Yeah, lots of locals in the social competition today, and that is a man who's had his kneecaps taken off by the 4G here one too many times. Can't blame it. Beautiful club, Harpenden, of course, in such a lovely part of the outskirts of North London. And it will start to fill up that stand on the far side as we head through to the afternoon. Deep kick-off from Silver Cup. And it might go all the way dead, so it's going to be a free kick back on halfway. Very short dead ball area today. And in fact, quite an enclosed pitch all in all. I think it's going to be an interesting factor.
It certainly will be. We like to see teams kick through. They like to use a bit of pace. Certainly we see it across the elite competition. They want to try and make the pitch as expansive as possible, and those ringers have got to be really sharp. Make sure they're reading the ball and make sure they get to it before it goes out of the dead zone.
Now Avuko puts it down, so our opening game in the social category comes to an end. It's a win for the Silver Cup side by 27-7. KRA beaten comfortably in the end, but in a 5-team pool, plenty of opportunities to get this tournament back on track. In the meantime, though, we will exit the social competition and enter the men's open, where one of the sides competing at the very top end of the tournament, the Sappers, the Royal Engineers, are in action against the hosts, live here at Harpenden.
champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
I saw the booth over there, I didn't see anyone in it, but I think that's just the... How was Pentecost, mate? Oh, it was good. Oh, sick. Yeah. You know what, I was surprised to have to shoot my contract for it. Who did it? I had no idea. I didn't even recognise the guy's voice. I was like, I knew it was... Oh, fuck. It's alright, mate. They're only 2 on the table.
Welcome back then to the 60th anniversary of the Pub Sevens here at Harpenden and our final leg of the Lit Super 7 series. It's an exciting time for the Sappers. They've had a really good season and they are, as things stand, third in the men's open table. So if they can win this tournament, they're very likely to take the crown. Long way to go for them. They're taking on the Harpenden Roosters, the home side in white and pink, going right to left in this first half. The Royal Engineers in their traditional maroon and blue. Nudge to come Preseli Wailutu, but well claimed by the Harpenden Roosters. And it's Ollie Johnson in midfield. And you might know if you follow your rugby social medias closely enough, having been in France at the Creator Crunch a couple of weeks ago. Soft hands from Nathan Tang all the way to the edge. Francie. Oh, the ball is loose. The ball's gone backwards, but it's rolled into touch. Alex Mancy misses out. And that's a tough start for the Harpenden Roosters. Decent press from the Sappers. So the Sappers will have a line out and a chance to take the score in their favour early doors. It falls loose though, just flicked off one-handed, lovely skill set. Wailutu back to the short side. Bumping run from Toyalengi. Oh, he's broken through the tackles here. This is a little bit loose. And the Sappers do crash over. Natonia Gianike will take the nudge for the Sappers side. Big strong carry from the number 20. Unlabelled, but unmissable really. Serious height to him on that far side. So Sappers in third behind LU Sevens, the social champions, and Mike Friday's the Sons of Spartacus at the moment. But they're only 8 points behind, sorry. So if Sons of Spartacus make the final, I think they get enough points to hold on. But again, we'll come back to these permutations later in the day. Kainama with a good take from the kickoff in the end. Big bumping run straight at the try scorer, dumped into touch. And Harpenden missed out again. Itonia Giniake will take the throw. Stolen this time by Harpenden. Here's Johnson in midfield. Johnson, good patience, and then spilt again. Couple of unforced errors. Oh, it's Alex Mancy twice. He's been thrown difficult passes, but it's not a good start to the day for Alex Mancy. On comes Menesa Kakao and Mesese Rotukana, along with Mesese Kikau, not to be confused. So a new front row for the Sappers. Preseli Wailutu still at first receiver. Wailutu. Decent line speed, and a chop tackle comes in from Ollie Johnson, but the offload is flicked away. Francie smothers his man. Decent defence from Harpenden. Rotukana gets onto the outside, looks to free the hands, lays it back instead. Really good pressure again from Harpenden Roosters. Spread is the call in defence and in attack as well. Wailutu bumps off his man. Wailutu through the open hole. Johnson makes a scrag tackle, ball freed. Sappers on the 22. Penalty! Brilliant turnover. Two men getting stuck in there. Francie and Nathan Tang. They take it quickly. Francie, Johnson, hitch kick. Offload to Francie. Wrapped up by Tuivanua. And it's into touch again. Another set piece
So we'd ask please those teams to register at the list 7, 10 and elite registration is now going to be starting in
It's going to be another line out for the Sappers, although nicked away last time by Harpenden. Sappers still lead by 1 try. Short into the path of Roticana, but free kick too short. So a real chance for Harpenden to finally break into the Sappers half. Johnson, good delay on the pass, lovely hands. Mansi finally clings on. Well met by Wailutu. Over the ball goes Manetti Kakao, but the penalty's against him. Alex Birch. Johnson. Kainama. Loose ball. Francie. Good carry on the edge. Just brushing off the tackle, Nathan Tang. Tang steps onto the outside. Hit towards touch again. Good recovery from Bloisi. I think it's still going to end up with a Sappers set piece, though. In fact, it may well be a Harpenden line out this time. Just 1 try in it at the moment. So still plenty of time for Johnson and company to get back in this. Good option to float it over the top. Mansi puts boot to ball, but it's well covered by the Sappers. We'll reclaim it on the 22. Numbers up here for Harpenden in defence until the Fen comes in and the ball goes to the short side, but it's a forward pass. Referee could have waved play on there. Mansi might have been in. So scrum for Harpenden, really big chance for them to square this game up before the break. Birch, Bluisi and Finn Griffin in the front row. Johnson at first receiver. Francie with the feed. Harpenden backpedaling. Francie comes away with it. Francie to the line. They go after the ball at every breakdown, the Sappers, and a good counter-ruck comes in, and there's nothing to play for on the deck, so it's picked up, and off go the Sappers again, over the top from Karesi Wailutu, and great acceleration back to the short side. What a weaving run, there's so much open field for the Sappers to operate in here. Step off the right boot. Number 20 looking for his second try, and instead, the switch in play, Antonio Gianica will eventually scoot home in the corner. 2 tries for the Sappers in the first half. Harpenden will be kicking themselves. They were knocking on the door, but again, really good work at the breakdown from this Royal Engineers side, and the Sappers, who are hunting a championship title in the Men's Open, take an early lead in their opening game. 2 unanswered tries. 10-0 to the Sappers against the host Harpenden in this Men's Open tie. Second half soon to get underway. It's 12-0 to the Sappers. Incognito from the first conversion, but nailed by the Royal Engineers, and the third place side in the men's open tie in the overall standings are in front in a tournament they need to win to overtake the Sons of Spartacus and LU7s. Ollie Johnson hangs it up for Harpenden, the host, now right to left in that white kit of theirs, but it's a great start, and Tui Vanua shoots down the left-hand side. Well, it's a call from the locals for a turnover, but it is going to come back for the way of the Royal Engineers. Wailutu. Nice footwork on the edge from Inoke and Navarai gets through. Good yards for the Sappers here. Hand should do it here for the Royal Engineers. They've got a man over. It's decent covering across by Harpenden. Chop made. Over the ball goes Birch. Flung away and then slide tackled back. Big step off the left boot. But a high press from Harpenden. Johnson, fly hack, can't keep a hold. Ball put down, knock on, spotted from Karesi Wailutu. So we will indeed have a scrum for Harpenden. They have yet to really make good use of their chances inside the Sappers half, but only 12 points down. Plenty of time for them to get back into this one. It's a very hotly contested men's open competition as well today, to be honest. The standard pretty high. Of course, LU7s and Sons of Spartacus, the first and second place side in the overall standings here in our fourth leg of the Lit Super 7 series, are in the same pool with the FRN Beavers, Heart and Bulls MB and Gloss Vegas Sevens, who have been really strong. The sort of Hartbury-based seven side. Trinity and the Seven Dwarfs, as well as Faithful Sevens, also occupy this pool. Johnson's kick through collected by Tui Vanua, and he skips away to the outside. Another dummy. Beautiful run here from Tui Vanua. Ball on the inside, just the sweep and a beat. Mancy grabs his man. Lovely line. Straight through the centre for the Sappers. Felipe Canavalbiji with a good carry. I think it might be Canavalbiji. Just trying to work my way through the Sappers' handwriting. And Felipe Canavalbiji with a big score, because that takes them 3 tries clear. Right under the post as well to make it 19-0. And it's a similar story for Harpenden. They just can't take their chances. And Trinity, the Seven Dwarfs and Faithful Sevens are all tough opposition, but I'd argue that this Harpenden side on home soil is probably the toughest task the Sappers have in the pool stage. And even if they top the group, they are going to be in a semi-final, likely, with one of LU7s or the Sons of Spartacus, which will be a tournament decider for them. Chip through, but the penalty is there for the block from the Sappers, well spotted by the referee, Alex Mancy. And a yellow card too. So big chance for Harpenden. The question really is, do they have time to get back into this one? Middleton. Phillips. Kainama. Lovely switch for Middleton. Good soft hands. Picked off the knees from Phillips, who skips away from 2. Phillips with a good leg drive. Another penalty. Quick tap from Reed, off the mark. They've got to get a shift on here. Kian Middleton. Upright from the Sappers. So that's a third penalty and a second yellow card. 2 high tackles in quick succession. So now they're down to 5, the Sappers. Surely they're finally going to get on the board here. Birch, good delay. And into the corner goes Alex Mancy, who has the whereabouts to touch it down under the sticks, but they've got to get a shift on here. 19-7 is their time. Sappers with 5. Defenders, and that's it. What a turnaround. This could be for Harpenden. Spilt off the kickoff. There's only 5 players on the field here for the Sappers, so there surely should be chances. Well, a bit of a mismatch on the edge. Well defended by Middleton, but the offload is away, and the 5 men of the Sappers are still going to somehow score. 24-7 with 5 men on the field. The Sappers have still managed to carve out a chance. And they will be back to 6 after this kick goes over. If you can score 2 men down, you deserve to win your opening game of the tournament. That's fair enough. Off target from the kick, but that will be game. There just won't be enough time left for Harpenden to get back into this one. It's a really interesting draw, the Men's Open, and it's in the Sappers' favour because they are the only team competing at the top of the table in this pool. LU Sevens and Thunder Spartacus have to play each other and could well miss out on a semi-final, which would write them off, essentially. 4 long legs of Men's Opens rugby to lead us to this point. Of course, the other sides in the competition won't care too much about the overall standings. They just want to enjoy some rugby on home soil, as Harpenden do. Not going their way at the moment. Good take. Harpenden still attacking 7 because the yellow card periods are over and the ball is loose. It will come back for an earlier penalty. Middleton. Great delay on the pass. Where's a huge shot from Rotakana for his troubles, but the tap tackle on Birch, a nice offload. Sappers get back well. It's great defence to end the tie. Sappers 24 points to 7, the victors in their opening pool stage encounter. And they've got quite a kind draw here at the 60th anniversary of the National Pub Sevens as they go hunting for the league title across the 4 legs. 24-7, the Royal Engineers have beaten the home side, the Harpenden Roosters. Real treat for you up next as we have a little bit of action from the Veterans competition. This is what the National Pub Sevens is all about. The Clubhouse Bar, the home team, taking on the 3 tons in the over 40s competition up next. Some vintage 10s for you live here on the 60th anniversary of the Harpenden Pub Sevens. And it's the home team in this over 40s competition. The Clubhouse Bar underway against the 3 tons, of course. Some rip-roaring pace early doors for an over 40s. It is a 10-a-side competition, this veteran tournament. So we'll see a little bit more physicality just like that. It is the host in grey taking on the 3 tons in green and white. And a slight knock-on on the deck will hand possession back to the Clubhouse bar. So Rugby 10s, if you're not familiar, founded out in Malaysia in order to grow the game in the Pacific regions and Southeast Asia. Really popular over in Dubai with the expats, of course. You have 5 men in the scrum and 4 men out in the back line, plus the scrum half. And a snipe from the scrum half, and it's a 2-on-1 here, and it should be an opening score in the corner for the Clubhouse bar. Out comes the fend. And 5 points on the board for the host. It's great to see a competition like this being facilitated by the Lit Super 7 Series, a competition of such great history. Farmers Boys and the McCulloch Arms also in this pool. Grand Junction Arms, the Georgian Dragon, the Old Coxid and the Woolham's Arms also in this competition. And many of those sides have also got teams in the Men's Open and Men's Social. A real good community feel to the Harpenden Sevens. Straight to the final, which will be about midway between the Harpenden Sevens, live for you here on Pitch 1. The winner of this pool is through to that grand final. So every game very important. No second chances. The Clubhouse bar will be confident. Decent nudge, 1 bounce and over the touchline. In fact, straight out is the eventual call. Quick tap from the 3 tons. Good leg drive. You can see from their socks the traditional colour of the pub, which is blue and white. But it's the green and white shirts that they play in so far today. Good counter-ruck from the host, Harpenden, but they do fall off their feet there. Well, the referee's going to let play on, and round the corner they come. Big bump on the 10-metre. Harpenden on the front foot here. Desperate for it on the short side. There's no sweeper in behind. Back into traffic. The offload intercepted by the 3 tons, and there's no offside line. And again, no offside line, so Harpenden have it straight back again. Chip in behind, and it's these 2 speedsters on the short side who are after it. Very sprightly for over 40s, must be said. Instead, it rolls into touch this time. So the 3 tons will have it back. Lovely strip with 3 old-fashioned wooden barrels on the back as well, with the Guinness harp in the centre. Nice gold trim to the 3 tons outfit. I'll be honest with you, the Harpenden kit looks like it came straight from Sports Direct, but they're in front by 5 points, and that's what matters. Nice move straight off the line out, lovely interplay. And some fast feet to free up space on the edge. Another offload, patted down by the 3 tons, and always backwards. It's back in possession at the side, 1 try down. Taking the scenic route on the outside, but eating up the space. So cutting back inside come the 3 tons. Lovely footwork. And then a kick in behind. And it's a brilliant kick. And it will roll towards the touchline, but it's going to stay in play. Recollected, but a great chase from the 3 tons, who are straight over the ball at the breakdown. It's a serious battle to try and stay on their feet, and eventually the penalty goes Harpenden's way, and the Clubhouse bar lucky to get away with that one. So it will be a penalty, and they're going to go for the touchline. Good option. It's pretty humid today, even though the temperatures are cooler, and there is a decent southwesterly wind cutting diagonally across the pitch from left to right. But still a warm day. And there's a fairly obvious pick about who the 3 tons should chuck up in this line out here, as they try and win this back. Decent movement in the line out, tap back for the Clubhouse bar, and then up the jumper from the hosts. Back to the short side, go Harpenden. Really nice hands. Takes 2 defenders to bring down the Harpenden man on the edge. Penalty. Didn't look like a lot wrong there from a Harpenden perspective, but the 3 tons will have to use this. Off they go. A little bit flat in the back line, but no bother, because they break the line, and it's just one man back for the Clubhouse bar, who does make a brilliant chop tackle. Nice offload, and this should be the equaliser. 3 tons get over. Great line break through the centre. They weren't set for the counter-attack. They didn't need to be either. Good score. And a big kick as well. Oh, off target. So at the break, all square. Well, if you were expecting a slow pace of play from these veteran players, you were misinformed. Great start to the day in this Vets competition. Over 40s have certainly still got it. All level though at the break. Equaliser right before half-time by the 3 tons. So the host Harpenden, whose men's open side have already been beaten this morning, currently pegged back level, even if they have had the better start to the game. Second half soon to be underway here in this veterans competition here at the Harpenden Pub Sevens in its 60th year.
Shut.
Slightly extended half-time interval. Who can blame them? It's pretty humid here in Harpenden as the hosts were pegged back level right before half-time by the 3 tons in this veterans competition. Only the group winners can head through to the grand finale, so a draw doesn't really do anyone any favours, as that kick eventually is rolls dead. So we'll come back for a free kick on halfway. 3 tons working hard to get back in position after that pretty lung-busting kick chase. Quick tap from Harpenden, the Clubhouse bar. And they do head to the side where they are slightly less in numbers. And what a shot that is. Missed pass out wide, spilled backwards, 3 tons all over it. And penalty. Brilliant turnover.
10 boys, 10.
Good start to the second half from the side who trailed for the majority of the first. 3 tons with a quick tap. Looking in behind where, again, there's no one covering. Got to run it straight with a haircut like that, in all fairness. Back to the short side come the 3 tons again. They have got numbers here. It's soft hands, but they don't have the depth on the edge. Oh, another thunderous hit. Really good work over the ball. 3 tons a little bit flat at the moment. That's a difficult pass to take, and indeed it has just bounced forward. So it will be a scrum for Harpenden. We do have our first taste of the men's elite division to come after this. Warren Muggleton will be back with you for our first game, which is the Armed Forces taking on Apache Sevens. Just 3 days after their contest at the British Elite Sevens. Lovely step on the inside from the Clubhouse bar. Good cover from the 3 tons. Harpenden want a high tackle call, and it comes their way. Penalty Harpenden. Quick tap by the men in grey, and they haven't got back 10 just yet, so skipping through with good numbers go the hosts, who take the lead again. Lovely finish. Great effort from the conversion, but off target. So Clubhouse bar in front again. Good chance for Harpenden to grab their first win of the competition throughout the various divisions. Kick-off from the men in grey. Nice nudge, and well taken. The 3 tons defence just split in 2. Perfect kick. Big chance now for the Harpenden side to go 2 tries clear. Crossfield is the option. Who will it bounce for? 3 tons let it run, and then eventually are forced to dot it down over the try line. So 22 drop is the call. So 22 drop out, 3 tons down by a single try. What a brilliant game to start our vets coverage. We will have the final later on. What a touch. How nonchalant from Harpenden, and then kicked in behind, just a bit of territory, but it's straight out. Not the option that Harpenden were looking for. This is a big chance for the 3 tons to get back level again. Well, just regathering the playing implement. Just inside, and I mean just inside, the 3 tons enemy half, and they do manage to reclaim possession, and they go direct from the line out. Harpenden over the ball, it's stolen by the host. And they fling it back to the short side. Again, it's a touch off the toes that isn't perfect, but Harpenden have it, and free the hands again. Another good offload off the deck. This is a nice start to the tournament for Harpenden if they can hang on here to claim a win in their first game of the group stage. Popped over the top and then back in Against the grain come the Clubhouse bar. It's a weaving run. He's beaten 4 men. He's beaten 5. This is an unbelievable finish. What a score. As soon as he got possession in this wide channel, the call came from down below us. Back yourself. They knew he had some speed on him, and the acceleration just unwound the 3 tons. And this is a great start for Harpenden in this Vets 10s competition. Just 2 more games to go, and they could be in our first final of the day, which of course will be live for you here on Pitch 1 later on this afternoon at 20-3. Our first of 6 finals here in the 60th year, the Harpenden Pub Sevens. And a 2-try lead looks a little unassailable given how fractional this fixture's been. Kick-off to come from the host. Deeper kick this time onto the 22. Well taken by the 3 tons, but well tracked by the men in grey. They're off their feet at the breakdown, but they've done well to slow down possession. Nice step at sort of that inside centre roll. It's a real battle at the breakdown again. Harpenden dropped to the floor, so penalty 3 tons. Quick tap. Harpenden make their shots, but again are just a little bit slow at the breakdown to get out of the way. It's really good drift defence from Harpenden, looking to close this one out. 3 tons trail by 2 scores. But it's that man again, looking to race through the centre. Harpenden over the ball, so close to a steal. Penalty is given. He did have 2 hands on it before he was driven off. And it's late in the day here as the sun breaks through and glares down on us. For the 3 tons to have strong words with the referee. Not sure it'll make much difference now. And the Clubhouse bar bring the game to an end. The 3 tons turned over in their first tie of the morning. They've got work to do now. If they want to top this group, they need results to go their way. Just a single team from each of the 2 14 pools can make the final this afternoon. But a shake of the hands and a wry smile from both players in this veterans tournament. Time to turn up the dial a touch as we head to the men's elite competition. And it's Apache Sevens, who have been on the series since day dot, taking on the Armed Forces here for their second Lit Super Sevens run of the year. Warren Muggleton to lead you through the next block of fixtures here at the 60th anniversary of the Harpenden Pub Sevens, the very final leg of the Lit Super 7 series.
Morning everybody. Welcome back to the National Pub Sevens here at the Lit Super 7 Series 2026. A beautiful bright day in the borders of North London as we move into the men's elite competition. This is Group A action you're seeing. Apache in the white tops against UK Armed Force in the dark blue, and what a start this could be for Apache. Beautiful kick and chase from Finn Parker. And his pass gets away, and it's underneath the post for the number 11 of Apache.
Finn. Early pass, he did really well to duck out, then shift.
All of that the work of Finn Parker with the kick and chase towards the wing. Kept his composure on the ground. Was able to get it into his teammate, who, following the rather rough path that Finn had to take, had something of a stroll over the try line. We have our first score of the men's elites at National Pub Sevens 2026. It goes the way of Apache, leading UK Armed Forces 7-0. That's a good pickup in the Armed Forces. Freddie Elliott getting the move started. Look at Miki Tulele, former Fiji Sevens, and this is a sweeping move for the Armed Forces, who respond in kind. Joshua Seva to finish it off. And a quick fire extra means we're all square. How quickly the tide can turn in the game of Rugby Sevens. 2 early scores in this first Group A match on this main pitch in the men's elite category. 16 teams, 4 groups of 4. Top 2 advance to the Cup quarter-finals, bottom 2 to the Plate quarter-finals. Group A featuring ASC, Dukla Prague, winners at the Hartford Sevens. Have got progressively better as the competitions have got on. Quarter-finalists at Manor Sevens, semi-finalists at Oxford Sevens, winners at Hartford Sevens a couple of weeks ago. But back to the action. Max McCarthy with the pickup for Apache. Looking to be dynamic. Kwabi Kumson with a carry. Takes 3 men to bring him down. And Ollie Brown trying to move it forward, but conceding the knock-on. Has really come on to the burst onto the 7 scenes last couple of weeks. Sakovi Vunayawa. Lovely carry. Penny Ravatula. Inside it goes. Armed Forces stretching their wings and attacking at pace. Sakovi Vunayawa. It stretches out, but it's judged to have gone forward. And it will be a scrum for Apache. The first real intake of breath in what has been a frantic and fast-paced opening to this Group A match. Players blazing on the pitch in the scorching sun. Got a bit of cover in our commentary position. We're right next to the benches as well. Pitch 2 behind us, there's a stream of that on YouTube. Dukla Prague taking on Rewa Rebels. Sitting second in the men's elite standings, coming to this last leg of the series in the men's elite. Sitting on 46 points. Preseli Barbars 2 points ahead of them on 48. Loads of great teams in action for you here today. An Apache player having to go off with injury. He gets some applause from the players on the pitch, and we'll wish him all the best and hope it's not too serious. You're watching the National Pub Sevens, part of the Lit Super 7 series, live on YouTube. follow us on social media as well, at @SEVENS. You can see all the best tries in the action from the day. On the scrum, restart, Apache, having had a long delay, want to get moving at pace, bursting through the gaps, but Armed Forces able to get possession back. Kieran Prescott trying to put pressure on, but Apache able to keep hold at the breakdown. Pass for the substitute, lovely pass around the back door. Chris Ballard with the carry. Of the exchange this with Louis Natui. Over the halfway, can Apache build again? We've seen 2 tries from deep. Can we see one with patience? Brown, the left wing, at his mercy. Heard one of the bench say he's striding like a gazelle. That's absolutely right. Lovely breeze from Josh Barris from left to right. And the space is opened up for Chris Ballard. Pass away to Matui. Past 1, but gets into some Armed Forces traffic on the 5. Apache eating up the grass here at Harpenden. Burst of acceleration under the post. Josh Barris through for Apache's second. All about patience and pace in the right place. But a beautiful team try. Finished off by Josh Barris. And Max McCarthy to add the conversion, which he will. At 14-7, a couple of seconds left before the midway point. We'll keep you across all the scores as well. We've got 5 pitches in action in Harpenden today. 6 different competitions, men's elite and women's elite. Men's and women's open, men's social, and the veteran 10 saw that in the game before this. It's our first final of the day. Coming around 2 o'clock. Armed Forces have to scramble to keep hold of that ball from the restart, but keep their composure. Lemeki Tulele trying to pull the strings in the middle. Semisewa coming away with the ball. But Apache's defence is in the faces of Armed Forces. Trying some clever passes. Seva. And now the space emerges. Seva has weaved his way through the Apache line. And once again, UK Armed Forces say to Apache, anything you can do, we can do too. Kick goes through. And that brings an end to the first half, where we are very much getting our money's worth here in Group A. 2 converted tries each, Apache and UK Armed Forces, with some top quality rugby sevens on display in our first National Cup match of the day on pitch 1. 14-all at the break.
Said I need noise just to get fired up. You give me
those 9:40 kickoffs. All of those scores on the Tornify website as well, as we get restarted with Apache in the white shirts and the blue shorts. Kicking off straight out of play, so UK Armed Forces in the dark blue with the pattern shirts will be able to restart. Salu getting the ball moving. Carry by Tulele. Into the middle. Left to right, right to left. Tulele taking on Apache on his own. Orbital pass to Dakuliga. Is he going into the corner? Not quite able to, but has the support. And it's a hat trick for Joshua Seva. Right place, right time once again for the UK Armed Forces, number 15. Looking to get himself 21 points in the game with the conversion. And what a way for the second half to start. Certainly no let up in the furious and try-scoring nature of this game. And an outstanding conversion kick from Lemeki Tulele to make it 21-14 to the UK Armed Forces over Apache. This men's elite Group A game. As mentioned, 4 groups of 4. Top 2 to the quarterfinals, bottom 2 to the plate quarterfinals. Oh, from the restart, it's fallen for Apache Armed Forces again. Pass inside. What a brilliant start to this second half for the Armed Forces. Jack Edwards over the line. Decides he wants to follow the act of Seva. Get himself amongst the action. Conversion through from Lemeki Tulele. Whatever the coach, B. Bunimasi, said to his UK Armed Forces players, certainly lit a fire under them. As they have double points on Apache at 28-14. Well, Apache maybe with the chance now to build. They've been very impressive in that first half. Let's cut inside. A chip over the top. Finn Parker, will he do it on his own? Oh, he can't quite bring it down, and Armed Forces will be able to respond in kind. Kieran Prescott getting them started. Penny Raivalitia getting the ball moving. Pass out the back door from Tautisi Kwanili. So he's patient from Armed Forces, but Apache scrambling defence. Kwanivu out to Tulele, the former ex-VG7s international, showing his class. Here in Prescott. It's the pass to Kwanivu. Just about plucked out the air by Laulaba. And there might be room on the outside. The step comes in from Jack Edwards, trying to keep play moving for Armed Forces. Are just too stretched by the time they reach the 22. It's a knock-on, means a scrum for Apache. And it is wholesale changes for the Armed Forces. That's almost a new team. There are 14 players allowed at the Lit Super 7 series, and the Armed Forces maximising that. Over the scrum, Apache once again finding themselves pinned on their own 22. Max McCarthy plucks the pill out of the set piece. Into Josh Banners. Of determination to get through the middle. Can he keep going? Cameron Knight leading the charge. Quusum hits the ball out. Quusum again juggling, but now into Armed Forces territory. Can the Apache assault end with a try? Louis Natui decides to cut inside, into the contact, slips away from one, but dragged down by Armed Forces, Lakami Ravivu, but the penalty conceded. McCarthy, Brown, Quusum changes direction, gets away to Brown, but intercepted by Armed Forces, is it? No. Still in for Apache. Kick over the top. Natui looking to chase this. It's a tight line. Can he get it down? Does he? The referee will have a look. Well, no, it's not to be. Didn't get enough contact as he put it down on the try zone. Not enough as it reached the grass, and Armed Forces able to turn over possession, and they're going to counter-attack at pace. Out to the wing. Bit of pace comes in from Freddie Elliott, but Ollie Brown was on his heels. Approaching the last couple of minutes of this Group A match. A feast for the eyes for the spectators, this one. Up inside from Tulele. Past 1 and 2. He'd love to get on the scoreboard himself. Going back for a penalty for the offside. And Armed Forces, you suspect, with Lakima Ravuvu taking it on. Thought he might go direct, but decides to pass to Viliame Salu with bright green boots. There's the deep run. Banuve Seriesa was a flourishing 5th on the board for UK Armed Forces. To the rally of the trumpet, Armed Forces have strutted their stuff in the second half. With a conversion added for 35-14. And well, what can you say? Under a storm of UK Armed Forces attack, which has been such high quality. Again, remember that started with Apache trying to get the ball into the try zone, taking the risk but didn't pay off, and Armed Forces attacking again. Armed Forces giving away the penalty in the dying seconds of this Group A game. Winston, can he get Apache finishing with a try? McCarthy. It's just locked up so quickly, those Apache players being isolated by the Armed Forces. They'll hold them up as well. Oh, and Quoomsome, a booming contact, and this might be a maul for Apache. Referee brings it to an end, unplayable, and an end to the game. Armed Forces for second half surge, get 5 converted tries on the board to Apache's 2 in the first half, and start off their men's elite campaign here at the National Pub Sevens with a 35-14 win over Apache. Up next, Group B, Conker Knights against the Stunts. Well, if you're familiar with Rugby Sevens, you know the action moves quickly. We are ready to get our next match underway. It's in the Men's Elite Group B. The Stunts ready to kick us off in the light blue shirts with the highlighter yellow trim. Against Conker Knights in the neon yellow shirts. From the restart, Stunts will have the opportunity to attack from the kickoff. Like Valakusiva. And the pass away to Dorian Amenye. This is smart stuff from Stunts. McGillen will get a penalty. Oh, it's collapsing onto the breakdown. There's a favourite for Stunts, Prince Mkube. Very talented player, Mkube. Adam Collingwood, the captain for Stunts, over the 10. This will be a bright start for them. Then McGillen with that mullet bristling in the sunshine here at Harpenden. Mkube into Kelly, straight down the middle. Kelly, what a run, what a score for the Stunts. Conker Knights haven't even touched the ball in that first minute, with Stunts shifting it from left to right, creating the space for Michael Kelly down the middle to score the first try, and Kube with the extras for a 7-0 lead. Well, Stunts hoping to build on last season's game at the National Pub Sevens, reaching the plate quarter-finals, losing out 7-33 to the WS Marauders. Featured at the Bournemouth Sevens, reaching the same position in the plate. Let's see what they can do here. Back at Harpenden. While Conker Knights, the Welsh side, again struggling from those kicks at the restart, but they do have pace. Searing down the wing, Dylan Coatsey will do it all on his own. That's a scorcher of a try from Conker Knights. Another immediate response. Dylan Coatsey, like a gazelle down that right wing. 7-0 for Conker Knights, showing their pedigree. Had a strong season themselves, 4th in the Elite Series on 32 points. Plate winners at Hartford Sevens a couple of weeks ago, beating RAWA UK 40-21. Having done that also at Oxford Sevens, where they beat Hammerheads 28-12. Reached the quarter-finals in Manor Sevens, lost out 5-28 to Shogun. They come in with good form, having won the Welsh Sevens second leg last weekend. Beat Preseli Barbars 22-12. Guess who's also in Group B? Preseli Barbars. They're taking on Seven Rush, the French side. Conker Knights with this possession. Tomasi Tuitanovo. A couple of goose steps. Jamie Lashy. Lashy weaving right and left. And a probe the Stunts defence. Stephen Evans into Harry Chubb. Chubb with the change of direction. Oh, and Stunts players flinging all over the place. Space might open up here now. Conker Knights, they're in again. And Tomasi Tuitanovo with the direct approach. And that gets Conker Knights into the lead for the first time in this game. No one else from Conker Knights helping to take the extras. But Tuitanovo will do it. And Conker Knights taking a minute or so to warm up into this game. But it's fair to say they've done that now. Leading 14-7.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Bye. He's over there, he's over there.
Well, you would expect in this group, on previous form of Sevens rush. They're playing their second game in the country, having previously been at the Bournemouth Sevens, winning the plate. You'd expect it would be Preseli and Conker Knights to advance to the quarterfinals, but you never know in the Super 7 series. Sevens can change in a matter of moments. It's about this for Prince and Kube from the penalty. Spinning on the spot. Liam Smith defending. Mike Valaikusiva for Stunts, wearing that number 6 shirt. Amenye owing to ground. Conker Knights being drawn into the middle. This might create space for Valaikusiva. Accelerating away. Into the middle with Michael Kelly, scorer of the try for Stunts, and Kube whipped into the middle. It's gone backwards though, and Amenye will be allowed to keep hold of this. You have to admire the defence from Conker Knights. Valaikusiva. Kelly releases the ball before he's pushed out of play. Collingwood holding onto the ball like a clam holding onto its pearl. Amenye weaving away. Kelly receives a kind bounce of the pill. Can the Stunts get on the scoreboard for the second time, a chance to level it up? Liam McGillan into Nkube. Caught on his heels by Sakiza Rutova. Penalty for the high tackle by the number 1 for Conker Knights. Approaching the last few seconds of this first half. Cairo Richards into Nkube, another high tackle. Nkube will go for it himself. Into the corner. Can he go all the way? Yes, he can. Patience is a virtue for the Stunts. And they get themselves a chance to draw a level. Prince Nkube, sharpest man on the pitch from the penalty. Weaving left and right and getting over. Get himself on the scoreboard for the first time. Can he show his kicking quality? It's a really difficult angle, this one. You rarely see it scored in Sevens. This one goes wide of the mark. And it means that there are 2 points in it in this Group B game between Conker Knights and Stunts. 2 tries apiece, 2 converted for the Knights, 1 of them for Stunts. 14-12 to the Welsh side at the midway points. Open on pitch 4. Wild Dogs Impey Pack beat Stone Valley Women's Sevens 22-5. We'll see the Stone Valley women taking on the host Harpenden later on this afternoon in the Women's Open. And on pitch 3 in the Women's Open, FRN Beavers beating the host Harpenden 24-10. All of those scores on the Tournify app. Of course, we're keeping right across it here on the live stream for the Lit Super 7 Series at the National Pub 7 60th anniversary of it, 15th time as part of the Lit Super 7 Series. Hope you're enjoying it. We'd love to hear from you. Wherever you're watching from, do let us know. Stunts in the light blue and black tops. It is restarted after Conker Knights in the highlighter yellow put their kick straight out of play. Valakisiva carrying the ball, and Conker Knights coming in at the side of the ruck. And then Kube, he struck from a quick penalty before. Can he set up another one? Cairo Richards dragged down, and now that will be a high tackle. And we'll see our first sin bin of the day. And it's going against the Conker Knights, who are down to 6. And this is a big opportunity for the Stunts. Kube just waiting for Cairo Richards to do up his shoelaces. A forlorn look on the face of the Conker Knights player who was Simbin. Sakisi Rotovo going to the bin for 2 minutes, and not Stunts looking to maximise that space. Stephen Mitchell weaving in and out, trying to create space, but it's knocked forward. But it will be a deliberate offside, and all of a sudden, Conker Knights is going from bad to worse. They're down to 5. Another sin bin. And Stunts will feel they have to score now. With a 2-man advantage, Conker Knights looking in, certainly in control in what has been a tight game. Perhaps on the brink of going behind. Ateniza Kaganiwe, the man going to the sin bin for Conker Knights. Stunts. Locked up by Conker Knights. Just inside the channel. They'll have overlap. Kelly has to weave a way around into Nkube. The space opening up for Cairo Richards now. And there's the try for Stunts. Oh, they've had made to work harder for it than they thought they might be. Stunts. Conker Knights desperately defending with 5 of them on the pitch. But Stunts able to take the opportunity. Cairo Richards first of the day. And Prince Nkube taking his time as he steps up to add the extras. Nkube wide of the mark, so it means it's a 3-point game in Group B. Conker Knights have got 1 of their players back from the sin bin. But finding themselves behind the Welsh Sevens second leg winners last week. And Kube to kick into Welsh hands. But it's out of play. The wind has picked up on the borders of North London. Well, I should say that we're beyond St Albans here. So well beyond London. Here's the restart for Conker Knights. And it's a stunning solo try. That is incredible. On the number 7 for Conker Knights. They're a man down. They still manage to get themselves over the line. And that is simply stunning from Conker Knights. Kick will fall wide of the mark. From Willem Johnson. But we are back to a 2-point game, and this in favour of Conker Knights. Just under 3 minutes to go. 19-7 in this encapsulating tug of war to start Group B. Kelly into a menu. And Stunts being put under real pressure, but they can slip away from the tackle because it creates the space. And Kube had no option but to put it into the middle. Stephen Mitchell. Changing direction. Yestin Bennett. Brought down before the 10. The penalty to Conker Knights. Failure to release. Taken quickly. And Joe Wadali presses it out. Number 7 has had to take a moment's pause before taking them on again. He's so quick and just strolls through the middle of the Stunts players. An air of unpredictability about him. Won the staring contest. And he's in for a double to extend Conker Knights' lead. Into the last minute of this game, and that may just be daylight for the Knights on this bright sunny day in Harpenden. No extras added, so it's a 1 converted try game. Will Conker Knights have one more flourish, or will Stunts be able to level things up? It's a good take from Amenye. Can't get the pass into the middle. McGillen and Mitchell sweep the ball to the left. Akube keeping the direction changing. And there's the pace. Stunts, are they through? They are. They'll get over the try line. Astonishing. And it's Amenye again. He's been the real danger man for Stunts on that far wing. And he's got himself over the line and has given Prince and Kube the chance to level things up in what will be the last kick of the game. And Kube gets it through, and it ends all square between Conker Knights and Stunts. What a brilliant game of Rugby Sevens. 14-12 at half-time. Stunts getting the score through Cairo Richards. 2 quick-fire tries from a brilliant substitution for Conker Knights, the number 7. But then Dorian Amenye finally getting space for Stunts to get down the left wing and create the opportunity for Prince and Kube to add the extras, which he does, and it ends all square at 24 all in this Group B game. The matches continue to come fast and furious here on pitch 1. Up next in Men's Elite Group C, FRN Beavers against Hong Kong China Dragons.
Completely agree. Cheers, lads. Thank you.
An exciting prospect to bring you here at the National Pub Sevens in the Lit Super 7 series. Hong Kong China Dragons in the white shirts, taking on FRN Beavers in the black pattern shirts in green and pink. Group C action here. Wild Dogs and Braves, the other two sides in Group C. We've seen a runaway game in Group A in the second half. We've seen a draw in Group B on pitch 1. What will Hong Kong China Dragons bring to the party? They get it moving quickly. Josh Eustace trying to release, but FRN Beavers wrap him up. Billy Rigby changes direction, thinks he's found a gap, but it closes up on him. There's space on the outside. There's a man there as well. Josh Eustace, the Canada under-20s player, staying true, staying in position and staying his course to get over the line. And the first blood goes to Hong Kong China Dragons, runners up at last year's National Pub Sevens, losing out 12-33 to Preseli Barbars. Third in the Lit Super 7 series last year, quarter-finalists at Bury Sevens, runners up here at National Pub Sevens, quarter-finalists at Shelford Sevens, semi-finalists at Oxford Sevens. Always the bridesmaids, never the brides. They come in with the 15s, having won the Asian Championships for the 7th time at the beginning of June. It's their first Lit Super 7 Series tournament. Oh, but a bit of a scramble and Beavers lose possession. Into the middle with Will Stubbins. Gets it back. Brilliant exchange with Rugby. Sumptuous hands before Oliver Pyle takes the contact and is pushed back by Beavers' Jordan Sullivan-Werner. Eustace, fleet of foot. Rugby, Beavers with a crunching tackle that gets the applause of the team. But the space is opened up and Billy Rugby, the captain, leads from the front for Hong Kong China Dragons and finds a way to cut inside and get over the line. Beavers know something about being runners-up at the National Pub Sevens. Plate runners-up last year, losing out 12-19 to Hammerheads. Another kick goes wide from Hong Kong Dragons. 10-0 they lead over FRM Beavers. Fine rugby now. Conversions have been attempted by Oliver Pyle. Knock on from the Beavers means a scrum will go the way of Hong Kong China Dragons. Beavers impressive last time round at Hartford Sevens. Reached the semi-finals, lost out to UR Sevens, the eventual runners-up, 37-32. Having been in the plate competition at Oxford and Manor Sevens. Currently 6th in the men's elite standings. Hong Kong with the put-in at the scrum. James Charnock taking them all on. Wonderful feet. Still spinning. Support from Eustace. Eustace still going. And gets himself a brilliant second score. Stayed determined and reached out with every sinew to get his second try of the game. Extras fall just wide of the posts. Hong Kong Dragons asserting themselves just over the midway point of this first half at 15-0. What's impressive, Hong Kong Dragons just playing in a different gear at the moment to FRM Beavers. Wind is playing across the pitch, from the bottom of your picture to the top. Slightly towards the left. So it is in the sails of the Dragons, you would argue. But Beavers have been made to feel claustrophobic, no room to breathe. But they are in possession now. Sullivan-Werner has worked hard on those braids. So perfectly pristine. Aaron Lowe. This is with Terence Kadieda. He's decided to kick through. But Shivy, the Hong Kong Dragons, is right behind it. The fastest player in the Hong Kong Sevens team. He's actually managed to concede a knock on. So it will be a scrum and FRM Beavers with the chance to have a go at this. So Beavers through Sam Baker, their captain. So out to the face with Simon Finch. Of a penalty. And Beavers just starting to build an opportunity for themselves. Sullivan Werner. Into Cadieda. Ryan Denvir, man on the wing. Approaching the last minute of this first half, but Beavers looking likely to get themselves on the scoreboard, but they need to get beyond the halfway line. That will do it. Simon Finch, fast and furious, over the line. Skipping through the gap like a rabbit through its warrens. And then striding towards the try line. With the extras added first time in this game, it means there's 8 points between the two sides at the break. Hong Kong China Dragons leading FRN Beavers 15-7 at the break. Hong Kong runners up last year. Can they go one better? They'll have to see out this game against Beavers if they want to think about doing that. We'll be back for the second half. We saw on pitch 1, Conker Knights and Stunts drawing 24 all. On behind us on pitch 2 in Group B, Preseli Barbars beat 7 Rush 40-0. So they're topping Group B after one game. Conker Knights and Stunts level on second and third. 7 Rush at the bottom. Women's Elite, Bath Rugby beat Lillian Amazons 24-5 on pitch 5. Ended all square in the men's socials on pitch 4. Onga Sevens in the Silver Cup 15 all. We saw the Silver Cup earlier today on pitch 1. And on pitch 3 in the men's socials, Kaiviti Rugby Academy losing out 24-12 to Steelers Sevens. Second half underway of this Group C game in men's elite. Hong Kong in the white kit against FRN Beavers in the black with the pink and green. Hong Kong on the attack first. Shivy. Such a quick change of direction. Kamei Chung. Out to Will Stubbins, formerly of Millfield School. Under 27s for Hong Kong as well. And they've moved it out. It's a super run from Will Stubbins. Manages to get onto his teammate, clattering off the post, but does get the ball onto the ground. And Hong Kong China continuing in the same tone that they had in the first half. Attacking at pace and finding the try line. Extras added first time for Hong Kong as they stretch to 7-22 against FRN Beavers, who have something of a mountain to climb now. Try scored by Moritz Kennes. Bath Uni and Hong Kong under 20s. Conversions added by Dave McMutre. Very young Hong Kong side we're seeing here, mainly out of the under 20s setup. Now FRM Beavers through Jordan Sullivan-Werner. Likes the direct approach. Possession lost. And Hong Kong with a savvy kick backwards, but there was a failure to bind from FRM Beavers. They can get started from the penalty. They have the option. It's a free kick option. So they choose to go for a scrum instead of kicking and attacking. Have seen joy from that. They've got such pace, Hong Kong. You expect they want to keep those 3 players in the scrum sucked in, moving it quickly out to the left. But they have an option on the inside with Shivy, the number 12. That's the direction for them. Gets it into Shivy, twisting and turning and scoring for Hong Kong. It is a tidal wave of Hong Kong attack in this Group C match, and FRN Beavers drowning beneath it. Kamei Chung with the run that eluded FRN Beavers and knew he had the run of Shivy, who has been capped in the Hong Kong Elite Men's Sevens, drifting in from the right wing to get under the posts. A stellar score from what is a sparkling Hong Kong team. And an even more stunning kick from Dave McMutry to lead 29-7 now. Wild Dogs and Braves, the other team in Group C, playing on pitch 2. Live stream on YouTube, scores on Tornify. Oh, Hong Kong have managed to kick it through. They're going to score again. Are they? Referee has given it. It's Oliver Sinclair with no number on his shirt. A scampering try for Hong Kong. Different to the sweeping running movements that we've seen on the men from Southeast Asia. A hat-trick of extras for the number 7 as well. And in what feels like the blink of an eye, Hong Kong stretch out to 36-7. And any chances for FRM Beavers have whistled away in the growing wind here in Harpenden. It's under 3 minutes to go. Wild Dogs. With FRM Beavers, you would expect, having been regularly in the Elite Super 7 series, you expect them to be competing near the top. I think it's anyone's guess who's going to finish second in this group, but Hong Kong China Dragons really establishing themselves as looking to be at the top of this group. 4 groups of 4. Top 2 advancing to the quarter-finals, the bottom 2 into the plate. Beavers with the scrum. Can they have a flourish? James Charnock, his bright white scrum cap. Big man decides to take them all on himself and gets the offload away. And the big man into the lanky man, Fergus Chapman. Got some units, haven't they? Tabs, wearing number 18. Leston Scott. Moving the ball out. Another change of direction. Deep run from Terence Cadieda. Released. And FRM Beavers with a chance here. Whipped by Cads into James Charnock. But Hong Kong Dragons, super sharp in defence. Tabs wanted to go down the wing. He's still going here, the big man. Chapman. Yeston Scott. Into Sam Baker, the captain. Thought he'd spotted a gap, but closed up. And the knock-on conceded. Beavers see the ball just bundle away. And Hong Kong Dragons, perhaps a few drips of sweat on the brow, and wipe those away. I think there's no doubt about who is winning this game in Hong Kong China Dragons. But here come Hong Kong. They got the scrum. Oh, it's all about the pace of Andrew Au, who scores a spectacular 7th try for the Hong Kong China Dragons from the scrum, and one end to the other. There was no stopping Andrew Au, who I have simply in my notes as very fast. That's clear to see. As the game comes to an end, it is a victory for the Hong Kong China Dragons at 41-7 over FRN Beavers, with the extras missed. Up next, we have Group D for you, with Hammerheads taking on Shogun. Don't go anywhere.
Between Hammerheads and Apache Shogun. Number 5. Should be a good game. Big shout out to our sponsors. See, of course, there were placards all around which number 1 was at the Castle, and thanks to Curry Brewery.
Opening seconds, the last of our men's elite games, first round matches on this main pitch before we turn our focus to other talk competitions here at the National Pub Sevens 2026. This is in Group D, only 3 teams in Group D. Hammerheads in the pink and red and white shirts, taking on RGH Shogun in the black and red. Both familiar names on the Lit Super 7 Series circuit and beyond. Shogun aim tempting to clear out, but done illegally by Hamish Tweedy of Shogun. Billy the Kid, as he's called, looking to get Hammerheads moving. Space emerging in the middle for Hammerheads over the 10, but the penalty overturns to Shogun, who've impressed on the European circuit. Shogun. Oliver Chandler-Sullivan. And into Hamish Tweedy. This is good work from Shogun. So number 16, David Barry. Oh, against backs emerge in the middle. Shogun surge through it, and they'll score first. Charlie Coe, coolly and confidently through the middle. Well, Shogun, as I said, had impressed on the European circuit. They won the Prague Sevens last weekend, beating the Lithuanian national team 22-10. And I'll take a 7-0 lead. Bit of volleyball skills from Hammerheads. Emil Rees on a space emerging. Looks like we're in for a very open attacking game in this one as Hammerheads look to hit back straight away. just gets locked up and can't release the ball. So the on-rushing Tyler Targa. James Bent with possession. And penalty turns over to Shogun. Hammerheads plate winners last year at the National Pub Sevens, beating Boom Beavers 19-12. Competed at the British Elite Sevens on Thursday with the plate semi-finalists then. We're only 5th in the men's elite standings in the Lit Super 7 series. All very tight. Well worth keeping an eye on. Tweedy for Shogun. He's able to release his man. And here come the Shogun team. Tom Ballerin not quite with enough pace. Shogun a bit risky, but Tweedy able to leap onto the ball. Like a fox leaping into the snow. But they've seized the penalty. And now Hammerheads, do they have the space? Ataga busting a gut into Bohr. Dan Bohr will get over the line for Hammerheads. A regular in the Hammerhead side, Dan Bohr. And he charges forward. And the namesake of it, the animal. Barreling is the best way to describe it. Gets himself over the line. Currently all square at 5-all. And a chance here for Hammerheads to go to a 2-point lead. With Billy the Kid, that's his official name on the team sheet. Won't add the extras. 5 apiece. Assistant referee very kindly notified me that the Shogun conversion did go through the mark. That's why we're in the know here at the Lit Super 7 series. Finger on the pulse. So 7-5 to Shogun, who hold on to their slender lead. But Hammerheads have suddenly burst into life under the beaming sunshine in Harpenden. But the space emerging now for Shogun. They've got some really pacey players. And they will sear through the gaps. But what a tackle that is! That's a stunner from Kyle Origaba. But Shogun still in possession though. They get the pass away. On the 5 though. Archie Barber just caught. Murray War. Couple of sidesteps and shimmies from the scorer Charlie Coe. Hammerheads throwing themselves at the defence. But Shogun still probing. Tweedy. Can he do it himself? He can. Second try for Shogun. Responding in kind. That's the kind of rugby sevens we love to see here at the Lit Super 7 series. Ollie Chandler-Sullivan with the last touch. Doesn't add the kick. So 12-5 to RG8 Shogun. You feel like there's more twists and turns to come in this game with 1 minute of the first half remaining.
You saw that. 2-footer challenge, 2-footer challenge, sir.
One converted try in it. 12-5 to RG8 Shogun over Hammerheads. Punch the restart into their own possession. Striding from Sam Tutt. Loves to push away from the contact. Tackle off the ball, but Shogun able to win it back. Mitchell Newell spun into Townsend. Now Tweedy back onto the pitch. Venables as beyond the deep runner. But Chandler Sullivan can keep this moving. It's a seconds tick away before the midpoint break. Venables, he's found a space and he's surged through it. Shogun with a third. 3 tries for Shogun, 2 of them for Ollie Chandler-Sullivan. And 1 massive moment in this men's elite Group D match, which with the conversion puts them 19-5 up going into the break. And Hammerheads have certainly not held anything back in this contest. But Shogun, with that extra ounce of quality, just shone through under the sunshine. They'll be back for the second half of this men's elite Group D match.
Champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
Other scores from 10:40 kickoffs on pitch 2. Wild Dogs Alpha Pack beat Braves 45-14. Means in men's elite Group C, Hong Kong China Dragons are leading the way. Official score is 36-7, but they'll be top with Wild Dogs Alpha Pack second, Braves in third, FRM Beavers in fourth. The women's elite, Wild Dogs Alpha Pack beating Akuma Savvy Panthers 24-17. A good morning for the Wild Dogs. Men's socials on pitch 4. Random Ruckers beating Harrow ACN 35-7. And then the men's social on pitch 3. Cuffley RFC losing out to the Plough and Harrow Pub 42-5. Second half between Hammerheads in the white, pink and red. Seeing their second half kick go short of the 10 metres. So RGH Shogun in the red and black can restart. Leading 19-5. As we start the second 7 minutes. These teams will only play once more in the group. KRA Chiefs the over team in the group. All their other games on other pitches, so keep an eye on Tornify if you want to see those. Meanwhile, top for Hammerheads. They've whipped this out to the middle. Found a way to Kailori Agba. He's drifted in. Once he getting another touch on the ball. Ooh. Oh, now. That was interesting, wasn't it? Very interesting. It's a Shogun try that's come out of nowhere. Where did that come from? Caught us all napping. Hammerheads look comfortable in possession, but under persistent pressure from Shogun, have found themselves conceding their 4th try of the morning. Nasir Garvey off the bench to get the score. Chandler Sullivan able to add the extras. Means it's 24-5 to RGH Shogun. The wind certainly picking up. It's whipping up a fury for Shogun on pitch 1 here at the National Pub Sevens, the 60th anniversary of the tournament. 15th time it's been associated with the Lit Super 7 series. A penalty for Hammerheads. A bit nonplussed, you would feel. And that surprise 4th try they conceded. His top. Can't get his offload away to Ori Agba. And it's a knock-on and a scrum to RGH Shogun. Hammerheads, quarter-finalists at Hartford Sevens, losing out 14-17 to FRN Beavers. Plate runners up at Oxford Sevens. Didn't contest the Manor Sevens. Competed at the Bournemouth Sevens at the end of May. Have a reset to the scrum here in this main pitch. 5 pitches in action at the Elite Super 7 Series. It's a wonderful sight. You can get a glimpse of it on the Pitch 2 live stream. Shogun getting the ball out the scrum. Rickard into the middle and gets it back. Here's Nasir Garvey. Decides to nudge through. He's asked for the chase, but Hammerheads able to get behind him. It's so quickly wrapped up in a wall of red and black. And now, referee, what's he said here? So now, so it will be a line out on the 5 metre. It will be Shogun to put it in. That is stellar defensive work from Shogun. With the nudge, Hammerheads again looking like they had it covered, but Shogun putting 2 men on the Hammerheads attacker to keep him out of possession, but they waste the line out and aiming to charge at the line. Hammerheads 5:24 down to Shogun, and there's just no space for the Hammerheads. They do have a penalty. Furious calls from the bench to get attacking. They just look like they haven't come out of that first gear really when they're on the ball in attack. Just happy to have the ball in hand and not really attack the lines. Can they change that? Less than 3 minutes to go at this Men's Elite Group D match. Oriagba down to ground, but Shogun harrying for possession. Coming out to the wing. Hammerheads, again, they just don't want to take it on, it seems. But Shogun turning it over. Venables, past 1, past 2, one-handed pass, and it's a stroll over the line for Shogun's Harry Rickard for his first try of the game. For all the puffing of the cheeks from Hammerheads, Shogun barely made to sweat as they scored that 5th try. With a chance to go over 30 points. Which they will. Make it 31-5. That's all down to the work of Charlie Venables though. So sharp at the breakdown. Carrying the ball to the middle, changing direction at will. I knew he had Harry Rickard running on his left shoulder. He was able to glide across the line like an egret over water. Extras added by Shogun's Dwayne Patterson. Hammerheads, can they get themselves a 2nd try of this Group D match? Knowing that they'll be facing KRA Chiefs. A little slip. There is still space on the far side. Again, it's shut out by Shogun. Quick chase from the Garvey, but Hammerheads still with possession, and there was a bit of back chat, and Hammerheads with the chance to attack, which they'll keep doing and keep doing. They'll get the pass away, and Hammerheads can't quite get over the line yet, but it is an open try line for Will Sutherland to get himself across, and Hammerheads do get their 2nd try of this game. Too late to challenge for the victory, but they are certainly finishing this off with a flourish. The kick is wide, and the referee brings an end to this game, the only one right now in Group D, with RGH Shogun beating Hammerheads 31-10 to go top of the group. KRA Chase in the middle, yet to play Hammerheads at the bottom of that. Well, that is the men's elite action for now on pitch number 1. We've got a 10-minute break, and then at 11:30 we'll have men's open, and then we go into the women's elite competition. And then we're back with men's elite for another round of group matches in A, B and C for our first final in the Vet 10s at 20-3. So make sure you stay with us on this live stream of the Lit Super 7 series at the National Pub Sevens. We're basking in the glow of superb rugby sevens on show here in Harpenden. We'll be back for more of it, so make sure you stay with us.
champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
Welcome back then to the 60th anniversary of the Harpenden Pub Sevens, the fourth and final leg of the Lit Super 7 series. Big game over on pitch 2 at the moment as Gloss Vegas currently in action against the Sons of Spartacus, who lead the men's social table as things stand. But here on pitch 1, it's an important game between Harpenden Mighty Bobs taking on the Fine Rugby Now Beavers, who are the defending champions of the men's open category. So the Mighty Bobs, as they were known from 2013 up until 2021 when they partnered with Harpenden, they're actually playing their first game of the day, whereas the Fine Rugby Now Beavers have been on the end of a bit of a spanking by the Blackheath-based Sons of Spartacus. So they'll be looking for a response, but it looks like Harpenden are going to be kicking us off here in the pink, left to right, in the opening period of 7. And then after this, we're into our second round of fixtures for the Elite Women's competition. Now, would you believe it, we're actually short an AR. Every competition above social, so the men's and women's opens, are decked out with assistant referees here at on the Lit Super 7 series, which is a brilliant asset across the 4 legs, but it does mean that every now and then we are left wanting. But we'll get kicked off in just a few seconds' time in this men's open tie between the FRM Beavers, the merger of Fine Rugby Now and the Boom Beavers, of course, and Harpenden Mighty Bobs. So, kick-off to come from the captain, Scott Clark. He whips it to that far side. It's a good contest. One bounce over the touchline. Fine Rugby Now Beavers with the set piece. Andrew Whitelaw and Penny Saberton, the members of staff in charge for the Beavers today. Not had a fantastic season. They're not really in the running for the men's open title as defending champions in this final leg. This is just the second tournament appearance for Heart and Mind on the Sevens tour, so no chance for them to claim the title. But they'd still love to come away with a victory after already winning the Kings of Fife and the tie side circuit so far this season. And they're grappling FRN at the moment. Down goes Kirk over the ball, and Kirk wins the turnover. Brilliant work from Stuart Kirk, and to the far side they go. Here's Henry. Cruikshaw almost through, but after the big bump, Jacob Weirin just hung on to force the turnover. So, fine rugby now, Beavers. Tap inside the 22. Lovely switch. Here goes Leeson. Leeson slips through. Brilliant work from inside his own 22, and now he's made it to the 22 of Heart and Mind, but across comes the defender. It's Finley Brown with a brilliant chop tackle. Grubber through, might still pop up for Callum Sells. Well, you could hear the roar from Heart and Ball's women's side watching on in the grandstand over on the far side. But instead, a deflected grubber popped up kindly for Callum Sells. Sometimes you just need the rubber, the green. And that's what Fine Rugby Now Beavers had as they look to get their tournament back on track. Really tough group with LU Sevens also in this pool, also getting off to a win in their first round of fixtures. So the top two teams in the Men's Open, both in this group. It makes progression to the semi-finals difficult for any other potential challengers. So Hearts and Balls, Mighty Bobs behind in their opening game of the tournament. Fine Rugby Now in front for the first time in the competition. And it's their kickoff as well. Deep but well collected by Adam Fraser. Nice footwork, and in comes the fend, and away goes Scott Clark. Clark weaving his way through, finds an offload. Great momentum from the captain. Hell of a leg drive as well from Stuart Kirk. Fraser, lovely line, but his offload is undercooked. Falls just short of Philip Carvalho. So instead it's Dom Aston looking to trundle his way through. His offload is more accurate. Missed pass over the top for Weiren. Weiren with the switch. Fine Rugby Now Beavers on halfway. 36-7 they were beaten in their first game of the day. So completely taken to the sword. This is already a much better performance. It's a big shot though from the captain Fraser. Oh, and the second hit. Manages to unpick the defence. Fraser, Henry. And then a galloping line from Fraser Sayers. And they're back level again with a chance to take the lead. Heart and Ball, Mighty Bobs. Well, they've won the Edinburgh City Sevens in seasons gone by, which is a huge tournament to take the crown of. And as they nudge over the full set of 7, they're absolutely still in this game. Might be able to hear the Las Vegas Sevens side, who have just scored behind me against the Sons of Spartacus. They were beaten by 2 points against league challengers LU Sevens in that game. And if the Sons of Spartacus lose, they could be in a bit of trouble heading into the latter stages. If any of LU Sevens, the Sappers over in Group B, or the Sons of Spartacus miss out on a semi-final, then their chance of winning the title of the Men's Open is in real jeopardy. Let's stick with the game in front of us for now, though, as the kick is, again, a fantastic nudge, but no one on the wide enough line to keep that in play. Line out, Beavers. Over comes Dom Street Barrett. Dom Street Barath, more likely. Good jump, but just slips through the fingers. No knock on though, so palmed up for Sells. Little dink on the outside of the boot, doesn't have the power. So it's Scott Henry. Lovely step. Henry still going. Well, there's a real tussle at the breakdown, but it will come back for H&B Mighty Bobs. Now here's Fisher. Long looping ball for Carvalho, who finishes it off with fast footwork and puts Ethan Horsfall on his backside. Well, the bigger they are, the harder they horsefall. Lovely step from And what a turnaround for the Harpenden Mighty Bobs. Harpenden, of course, the charity that works to look after rugby players, current and ex, pro and semi, as they navigate injuries and what is, even in 2026, a very difficult career to carve out in this beautiful game of ours. They are headline sponsors of the Lit Super 7 series. It's great to see their side in front against Fine Rugby Now Beavers, who of course are the quasi-hosts of the Super 7s tour, with the Lit 7s being headed up by tournament director Elaine Gelman, who's also a crucial cog in the Fine Rugby Now system. Just pops up kindly for Carvalho. He's got a great turn of pace. Henry and Fraser on the edge, but they might not need them because it's a barnstorming run from Sayers. Quick ball should do it. Back to the open side goes the captain, Clark. Step off the right boot from Fisher. And that's a penalty try. It was a 2-on-1. An outstretched arm from Ollie Drew knocked the ball on. He had no chance of taking it. He's been sent off as well. 7 points on the board for the Harpenden Mighty Bobs, and that gives them a commanding 21-7 lead at the break. Very impressive turnaround, and they will start the second half with a man advantage as well. So it's looking like a second defeat for the defending champions in their final leg of the Men's Open, because Fine Rugby Now Beavers are down but not out against the Harpenden Mighty Bobs, who are looking sharp in the sunshine here in Hertfordshire. We're back for our second half of this Men's Open tie here at the 60th anniversary of the Harpenden Pub Sevens and our final leg of the Lit Super 7 series in just a moment's time. We'll see if that will come back to haunt them here, as the Fine Rugby Now Beavers will kick us off. They are down to 6 after a penalty try conceded by Ollie Drew leaves them short-handed at the start of this tie. So kick-off to come from Fine Rugby Now. Mighty Bobs in the lead, 19-7 in their opening game of the tournament in this Men's Open tie. As things stand, this will be FRN Beavers' second defeat, and we'll see them unable to qualify for the Cup semi-finals in the final leg. Allowed to run for Fisher, who does take it well, and Fisher! A little too easy. Even with 6 men on the field, Fisher slips the net, and once he's away, he will not be caught. And Mighty Bobs make it 24-7. Scrap that, 26. Very comfortable kick for Fisher, who takes his leave. Well, good start then to the second half, and we'll be back underway in just a few moments' time. Still 6 on the field here for Fine Rugby Now Beavers. Andrew Whitelaw barking his instructions from the sideline as Harpenden Mighty Bobs find themselves in a very comfortable position, and they do cleanly collect the kick through. Not a bad option for the Beavers. Carvalho, he's so quick off the mark. Kirk, he skids on the inside this time, and there's a hole opening up for Kirk. Just the man in the backfield to beat. Across comes Joe Hatch. Brilliant tackle. Good clear out though, and a snipe down the short side. We'll see Bradshaw over for another. Harpenden Mighty Bobs have certainly made the FRN Beavers pay for their one-man deficit, as the clash between the two longest named teams in the competition seems to be going the way of H&B. Good start then, and in this incredibly tough group, maybe the Harpenden Mighty Bobs are going to turn their tide in terms of their season so far in the Lit Super 7 series and really compete at the top end of the Men's Open. Kick-off to come from the skipper, Scott Clark. He's been launching dimes up so far, but no one in pink's been able to get underneath them as of yet. This time he's a little short, so Fine Rugby Now Beavers will play, even though they do trail commandingly at this point. Loose ball, rather symbolic of how Fine Rugby Now have played so far, but that's some nice footwork from Selvin. Real mess at the breakdown. I think that it's going to come back for Harpenden Mighty Bobs right in front of their women's side who are cheering them on. Put down, but backwards from Sayers. Or from Charlie Ewan, two number 4s in this team. That's an unbelievable offload from Carvalho. Another one through the cap flap, but this time knocked on the deck. On comes Scott Henry. Wide from the Fine Rugby Now Beavers, still pushing on. Even as they trail at this late stage, round the corner goes Selby. One of the nicest blokes in sevens, the number 13, but that's nasty from Harpenden Mighty Bobs. And Ethan Horsfall dumped into touch. Not been his game. Towering Cruikshanks in the line out, wins it back for Carvalho. Some good acceleration, and in comes the stiff arm to leave a man on the deck. What a tap tackle! Brilliant shot from Joe Hatch. Not the first time he's been the last man. It's an unbelievable swipe to take down Finley Brown. A solid unit, Joe Hatch, but plenty of wheels on him as well to get back and keep out Harpenden Mighty Bobs. And Hatch will take the line out. Maybe one last chance for Fine Rugby Now Beavers to have a crack. Lofted over the top, a little bit aimlessly there, but it is recollected by the Beavers. And Ashton crashes through a half hole. Here's Hatch. Two men outside him. It's another loose pass. Street Barath. It's loose at the breakdown again, and Sayers is over it. That's where the Beavers have struggled a little bit today, in and around that breakdown. Hatch on the switch. Joe Hatch puts in the fence, slips the net. Lovely step. Here we go. Ashton on the edge. There's just nowhere to go for the Beavers here. And then eventually it's put down. Well, backwards from the referee. That's a really interesting call. And they just paused for a moment, the Harpenden Mighty Bobs, but that's some recovery. Brilliant hit on Ollie Drew to bring the game to a close. Great performance from the Harpenden Mighty Bobs, who have survived an early scare to win their opening game of the Men's Open. 2 losses from 2 for the fine Rugby Now Beavers, who are out of the contention for a semi-final spot. In this incredibly difficult group that includes the winners of the Oxford Men's Open and the other top 2 sides in the league, the Sunders Spartacus and LU Sevens, an early win is well warranted for the Harpenden Mighty Bobs. Just a little flavour of the Men's Open for you, because up next we've got a fantastic run of women's elite fixtures. It is time for round 2 of the group stage, and up first it's Jordan's Legacy, who are taking on current 3rd place side Bath. So we are due to kick off right this very moment, but Bath are late to the party. So if you are joining us for the women's elite tie between Jordan's Legacy and Bath women's side, that'll get underway in just a few moments' time. Bath actually got their women's elite campaign off to a victory. They beat the Lillian Amazons, the defending champions here at the Harpenden Pub Sevens. And a great performance.
You're going out the other one. You're going out the other one, I guess.
And here come Bath women's team onto the field in that famous blue and white, the women's championship side, who are currently 3rd placed in the women's elite division. They're unable to catch Shogun and Hammerheads, who lead the charge, just 3 points between them. Bath sits 17 behind the leaders, but had a really strong campaign so far. For Jordan's Legacy, they were defeated by the Hammerheads. Shogun, for those who invested in this women's elite division, were victorious in their opening game against the Armed Forces over on pitch 2. So we are ready to get started here. Bath captained by Ellie Lewis. Jordan's Legacy by Laura Thomas, the Dutch-based charity who have been taken under the wing of the Hammerheads, in a sense, this season. The suicide prevention charity Jordan's Legacy, which actually functions out of the UK originally. International Sevens team have competed with the likes of Amsterdam in the past. For Bath Rugby, and head coach Matty Williams looking to go as far as they can here today and confirm their spot as best of the rest outside of the top 2 of Hammerheads and Shoguns, who have contended every final so far in the opening 3 legs of the Lit Super 7 series. So Bath kick us off in those colours we know so well, going right to left in the opening half, with the purple of Jordan's Legacy on the receiving end. Bath the favourites after a huge win against the Amazons. A really impressive victory by 19 points and spilled straight off the kickoff. So an early chance here for Ollie Morgan. Good clear out. And the penalty won, Alex McGuinness with the tap. Here's West. Martin puts in the fend, but brought down by a combination of players, and then the offload just caught Anya Small unawares. So an advantage for Jordan's Legacy, trying to break out of their own 22. And they do find the edge, and it's a brilliant shot. But the ball was released first, so it's back with Holly Walsh. And Walsh will weave on the inside herself, but it's another brilliant tackle from Abby Knight. In comes McGuinness. Pressure at the breakdown, but Legacy look well set in that far side. Here's Lavinia Natui. Good line on the edge from Joan Dudley over the top. Sarah Joan Dudley. Have a hint of an overlap. It's Natui off the deck. Good physicality from Bath. Morgan. Good delay on the pass. It's a good take from behind by Holly Walsh. Walsh with a good step. Caught high by Amy Guarini. But brilliant work on the deck. Unfortunately, Guarini penalised in the end, even though she came up with the ball. So penalty, Jordan's Legacy. A win here sets up a really interesting tie against Hammerheads, but a win here will very much secure Bath's place in the semi-final, unless something rather magic was to take place in the final game between the Amazons and Legacy. But Jordan's Legacy started a little bit more secure at the moment. Now Tui beat Walsh, bounces away from her. Brilliant work to get on the deck and regather, and Walsh back to her feet, leading with the shoulders. 2 needed in the clear out, so Bath will have numbers on their feet here. Good injection of pace, but without support, it's Bath who steal it, and Bath who turn it over. Brilliant work, and the quick tap as well. Catches Jordan's Legacy out. This is outstanding work. Caught just short on the 5. McGuinness in support. It's a massive shot to slow down the progress there, and in the end the first knock-on was from Jordan's Legacy. But what a turnaround for Bath. Gained about 60 metres from the quick tap. Brilliant work from Ellie Lewis, and then over in the corner they go. Well, Hammerheads almost getting caught in the crossfire, but Ollie Morgan crosses over. Well, in fact, it's Abby Knight who scores. What a half she's having. And Bath take the lead. Well, Ellie Lewis, the captain, spearheading Bath forward, and then they made it look very simple on that short side. Hammerheads in the dead ball, almost caught in the final tackle attempt from Jordan Legacy, but dotted down by Knight. And Bath take the lead. Off target from the attempted conversion. Bath up by 5. Pretty even start. Clear call from the touchline. They're going to go and chase this one. Abby Knight on this short side, the try scorer, seems the most likely to chase. And then they switch to the far side. Small hangs it up into the bright sunlight here, allowed to bounce by Hillier. And then one back. Liv Lewis latched onto it, but that pass is knocked on, and then the Bath player was in front of the knock-on, so penalty it is, offside the call. And Kiara Potter can quick tap for Jordan's Legacy. Potter. Ball in one hand. Skipper Lewis over the ball and pops up with it, and away go Bath. Out comes the fend, but it's a wonderful tackle McGuinness racing onto it. What a carry by McGuinness. So much power in the contact. Small. Martin just beyond her. And Natui gets a boot to it. And will it pop up here for Natui? Such an unkind bounce. Always backwards. Two in blue and white in the breakdown. And one of them pops up with it again. And it's a wonderful offload. And surely this time Knight is the favourite for the corner. Abby Knight one-on-one. Pins back her ears. And will beat the last defender. Hammerheads really getting stuck in that far corner. They ought to get out of the way. But thankfully, Abby Knight is able to touch down right under the post. What a brilliant finish. And another turnover at the breakdown. They're so quick over the ball, Bath. And I think that's just the difference between this Bath rugby side and a lot of the women's teams here. They're all playing at such a high standard in that women's championship. Just below the PWR. And it's a second score for Abby Knight. Much harder than the first, in all fairness. So changes for Bath as they go 2 tries up here.
I was having a word with them being on the pitch, I'll be totally honest. They could have done.
12-0. And kick-off to come from McGuinness. This time it is dinked short, but Natui on the pickup. Natui into contact, Bird straight over it. Penalty Jordan's Legacy this time. The breakdown really is their area of expertise. And such a weapon in the game of sevens. Natui on the switch. It's a thunderous collision, but Lois Bird brings down her opposite player just inside her own half. Great turn of pace to beat the first defender, flicked off the deck, and some nice hands from Jordan's Legacy, and they have a bit of space on that left-hand side, and it's going to be a fabulous finish from Kirsty Hillier. So Bath do concede, perhaps against the run of play, but Jordan's Legacy have shown some bright moments in this first half. That was a really nice bit of play. Once the tackle was made, Bath forced to retreat. But then some nice offloads off the deck and plenty of pace on that left wing. So at half-time, it will be 12-5 in Bath's favour. Looking for their second win of the tournament against Jordan's Legacy, who have already suffered defeat today. A win will all but secure their place in the latter stage of the Harpenden Sevens after they've already beaten the defending champions here, the Lillian Amazons. So just 7 minutes to go for them to hang on and claim victory. Sees Bath in front. They have really dominated that area of the field, and it's the dividing factor between these two. Bath going for their second win, having already seen off the defending champs in their opening pool stage victory. They can cling on here in 7 minutes' time. They will be through to another semi-final. Natui with the kickoff. It's a teasing one, again with that bright sunshine coming diagonally across the pitch, and the bounce is favourable for the women in purple. Jordan's Legacy back with it, but driven towards touch. What a ridiculous tackle that is. And it's been upgraded to a penalty because the Jordan's Legacy player, although she took a little bit of a knock there, was right over the ball. So it's back with Lewis and Bath in possession again. Inside their 22 with a good setup. Strong carry early doors from Lois Bird. But the ball was just left and there was no one home for Bath. So the Legacy have it again. Here's Aarons. Natui. Ball was out again there, so Bird comes up with it. Neither side able to cling on to possession early here. And now maybe a 2-on-1. It's a nice shape of the pass from Lewis, but it is behind the winger. Out comes a stiff arm and the step. Really nice run. And Bath will struggle to drive them off the ball, but it's a really great counter-ruck from Aarons. Penalty though. And a quick tap again. Lewis catches everyone off guard with her pace of play. The passes just aren't accurate at the moment. The ball is behind Liv Lewis. But what a fend that is, Lewis. Natui gets back to make the second shot, down with Laura Thomas as well. Bird snipes away, and Lois Bird going for the corner. And she'll ride the high shot and dot down to score. Brilliant finish. And Lois Bird puts Bath further ahead. 17-5, they lead. Just quick thinking, and again, around that breakdown, there's a strong clear out that drew two Jordan's Legacy players in. There's always going to be space elsewhere, and that's the case. Off target from the attempted conversion, but still a strong lead by 12 as things stand. Kick-off from Bath, staring down the barrel of a second win and a spot in the semi-finals. They are 17 points behind at the moment, but if Shogun and Hammerheads slip up in the group stage and they win this tournament, then it becomes very complicated. So there's still something to play for Bath. Make no mistake about that, even if it's unlikely they'll be able to catch the two dominant sides in the Women's Elite Division this season. Natui lifts the offload. Here's beat. Ball goes loose. Bit of carnage from Amy Guarini, but it is back with Legacy again. Rugby with a carry. Oh, it's another turnover. And it's another quick tap. Bath relentless in that area. Popped off the deck and a missed tackle, and away they go. And Bath will surely seal it here. And it all goes back to that breakdown, penalty, and another quick tap. Ellie Lewis, the captain, spearheaded this side to their second win of the day. Took some finishing on the far side. Really good effort to take Bath 22-5 clear. Really good finish from Ellie Ratcliffe. Can't convert, but I'm not sure Bath will mind at this stage. And the captain, Lewis, finally takes her leave. What an effort in this game. Relentless at the breakdown, created the opening score with a turnover and a quick tap, creates the most recent one through the very same method. If you're wondering how the ball makes its way back to the centre after every try scored, it's because of the sea of Harpenden locals, young lads from the club who are here today supporting Rufus and Josiah on this game. They've been scampering about to get play started again, which is exactly what Bath are after. It's another brilliant turnover, this time from Liv Lewis. She can't keep those two out of the game. Slight knock on. That's a scrum for Jordan's Legacy. Chance for them to end the game with a flurry.
Sorry. Excuse me. Are they related to Lewis? Are they not? No. Glad I didn't say the word. Sorry.
So scrum to be fed by Jordan's Legacy with not long to go in this one. Nartui. Little Travella outside of the boot. Collected by Bird, but a big shot from Nartui. Wins it back for Hillier. Strong over the ball. Much better from Jordan's Legacy. Potter. Aarons with a big bump. Wonderful carry, and then it's tapped down by Bath, but no knock on, otherwise I'm sure a card was coming. Nartui.
Stay high, Sam.
Chop tackle from Anya Small, and somehow she comes away with it, kicks it through, and that's unfortunate. I think that she nudged it through as the right option, but the penalty was already given away. So I think she's going to see a yellow card here.
We should start putting a fine on.
A wry smile from Anya Small, who was well offside when she picked it up. Good option to put the nudge in, but yeah, she knows exactly what she's done there. Well, after a really lovely score before the break, this second half has been very one-sided. And eventually the change is going to be made. On comes Ellen Wright. One last chance for Jordan's Legacy to create. Direct from Hillier. Nice offload on the inside for Thomas. Hillier with the clear out. Rigby puts in the fend. Rigby. Bird over the ball. It's another turnover. Lois Bird with, I think, her third of the tie. They just cannot be beaten in the breakdown. And it's seen Bath through to the very end here. They'll keep playing here. Bird through 3 defenders. Penalty the other way, and Laura Thomas can hardly believe it, that a penalty at the breakdown has gone against the women of Bath. Rigby waiting on the right-hand side. Put down, and the knock-on was recollected by Thomas, so that is a penalty. I think they're going to call this game to an end. Ratcliffe, the final try scorer, has final say. It's a second win on the bounce for Bath. They head to the top of Pool A as things stand, and a spot in the semi-final all but secured for them, with just the Hammerheads still to play, a group decider to close out the pool stage. But the third place side in the Women's Elite Division are looking like favourites to secure that top 3 spot as things stand. Jordan's Legacy out of the semi-finals with 2 losses from 2. More action from the Women's Elite Division to come. Live on pitch 1, if you're joining us for the Hammerheads Amazons game, that will kick off in any moment. We're just running a few minutes behind here at Harpenden in the 60th anniversary of the Pub Sevens. So Hammerheads, who are currently top of the Lit Super 7 series, need to make the final if they're in with a chance of matching Shogun, the defending champions. They take on the Amazons, who were defending champions here in Harpenden from a year ago. So kick-off then for the Hammerheads in the purple and white from left to right. The Amazons in the white and black shorts on the end of a devilish kick, which has rolled almost all the way into the dead ball area. Well, the wind is moving diagonally that direction. It's a stunning start for the side who currently lead the Women's Elite Division. Lillian Amazons beaten in their opening game by Bath, having won this tournament last year. And David Odomeri from Trinity today, but stalwart of the Lit Super 7 series alongside me for this one. Scrum though for Hammerheads at the moment. It's an unkind pass at first receiver, but a good carry on the swivel to brush off the first defender. Fortune Davis on the edge, and Fortune Davis steps back against the grain. Part of the Leeds Rhinos women's setup, the teenager. And then soft hands from Burgess. Through they go. Was that a hand in there from the Amazons? I think it'll be a penalty if so, and maybe more. Oh, Davis, an early yellow card for the Lillian Amazons. Tough start for them. Hammerheads, they just look so sharp.
Yeah, good afternoon, Will. Amazing day for rugby. Yeah, tough start for the Amazons. I mean, Hammerheads are getting off to a cracking start. I mean, a bit unlucky with that penalty that they've just given up to Hammerheads again.
Oh, goodness, I think that's another slap down, and it's going to be another yellow card. This time, Eleonora Semesemi is sent off, joining Charlotte Voskawaiwai in the bin, and against 5 players, Amy Lozelle, the Irish woman, can saunter home to score. Well, that is tough. So Charlotte Voskawaiwai, the former Fijian international, was sent off on one side of the pitch and then straight down the other side of the pitch. Eleonora Semese saw yellow as well. And the conversion knocked over by Emily Freeman, the Australian. But against 5 players, there was always going to be space. This time it was very easily finished off by Lozelle. That is the worst possible start to a game of sevens.
Yeah, it really is. Going down by 2 players in sevens is not easy. Lillian Amazons are going to have to, pull something out of the bag. I mean, they're down to 5 players right now.
But what a take straight off the kickoff. It had to be perfect. It had to be on the full. Across come the Hammerheads. It's a stunning covering tackle. But the Lillian Amazons come charging on. What a moment this would be to score with 5 on the field. Direct again from Anasai Demosi, but a penalty for the Hammerheads. And they're going to be short-handed here because they're a little bunched together as they were looking to rush into that breakdown. It could be a 14-point swing from that turnover. It's another line break, and it's going to be the simplest of scores for Amy Lozelle on the double early doors. Bit of pressure put on by the Mosi, but not enough. It's the second score. But how about that covering tackle? I think that's what we've got to focus on, haven't we? Emily Freeman, I think it was, getting across to make the chop. And from there, the Amazons had nowhere to go because it was 5 on 7. They were always giving numbers up. They always had the ability to commit at the breakdown. May well have been Chloe Pontus, the French player who got back and made the shot. 2 sets of numbers, which is very difficult to read. That's not their fault. And both yellow-carded players back onto the field as Chanel Williams, another Australian in the ranks, kicks it off, and it was lost in the skies by the Amazonians, and it's another score for the Hammerheads. Well, the 7 players were back onto the field, but, I mean, they weren't ready. No need for Hammerhead to wait around. And they score another, Dave.
Yeah, they do. Hammerheads were very quick to react. We saw the 2 yellow cards come on, but Hammerheads were ready to go. Got the kick. There was no Amazonian there to collect it. And they raced straight in and they score very quickly.
21-0 to the Hammerheads. As the wind just starts to rip across the pitch. We were going to have a southwesterly blow today, and it was Lou Burgess who scored, who's just got married as well, so congratulations to Lou Burgess, who managed to swing away and score. Yeah, that wind just blew across in a sudden gust. I'm sure it was well wanted by those on the field as the temperatures continue to hang around the mid-20s here in Hertfordshire. Blowing sort of directly across the pitch, right to left, away from us here in the comms box, and it's not made too much of an impact on that line out. So a chance to see the Amazons with a full set of 7, ball in hand for realistically the first time. It bounces up, and the ref's going to wave play on here. The Mosi over in support. Dummy at the breakdown from Semese. The carry from Semese still going. But T2 secures the ball. Another direct carry from the Lilian Amazons. Semese steps off the right boot. Semese, little stutter. Good support and a line break from Carolina Vuro. Hammerheads get back well. Half a gap opening up for Tatiri Batitu. Batitu over the 22. Now B2 flies into the breakdown. A little bit isolated on this far side. Maseka Waiwai manages to get it off the deck. There's still a chance for the Amazons. Hammerheads over the ball. Flung away. Charlotte Masaki Waiwai. Another offload that doesn't find its mark. One-handed take from Vuro. And now they're calling it on this near side, but Vuro breaks tackles again. Semese. Drifting onto the outside, Fortune Davis makes the shot. This is great defence for the Hammerheads. So many phases here for the Lilian Amazons. Finally, the penalty goes their way. Great hustle in defence. In the end, it was Chanel Williams, Australian, there just to cause the final error. And we know that Hammerheads are going to try and counter quickly. That is brilliant defence, though, by the current Elite Division leaders. And the line break is on. And the Amazonians are just rushed off their feet here. It is so demoralising, David, when you have possession for so long, when you're working hard, but you just don't get the score. And especially when it swings the other way like this, it can be really tough to take.
Yeah, I think Hammerheads will be very, very happy with that sort of defence on the sidelines. They just kept soaking in the pressure, kept soaking in the tackles. You know, they were getting up in their faces, and, you know, one lost ball. Hammerheads capitalised and they've scored. I think Hammerheads will come away at the half-time being very happy with that, being able to circle about 2 minutes of pressure from the Amazonians, who I will say, when they had ball, you know, in possession, they were very good, very direct running, but I think Hammerheads will take that away, knowing that they've been able to defend pretty well for those last 2 minutes, and will go back into the second half with their heads held high.
28-0, a performance perhaps of champions as Javeri Robinson, the Australian, scores the 4th try and nudges it over. It's 28-0. The Hammerheads, having already beaten their sister side, Jordan's Legacy, will rise above Bath on points difference and as things stand. And if they do win this group, they're likely to set up yet another Hammerhead Shogun final, which for the first time in 14 years of the Lit Super 7 series, it will be the first time ever that the same 4 sides have met in every final, and it will be a straight shootout for the championship. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. At the moment, let's bask in the glory of this stunning performance by the Hammerheads, 28-0 at the break against the defending champions here in Harpenden, the Lilian Amazons.
champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
Here comes the kickoff. Amazons slap it towards the 22. It's taken on the full by Hammerheads, who are already 28-0 up here. But over the ball goes for Saki YY, driven off hard, and no penalty given. Dave Onamura back alongside me. What a clear out that was.
Yeah, great clear out. I thought from the commentary books, I thought she had hands over the ball, but great clear out by Hammerhead. As we see a spilled ball on the sideline, so it will be an Amazonian scrum.
Yeah, back for the set piece for Amazonians. Good start to the second half for them. Charlotte Wasaki YY, the Fijian international in their ranks. They were started a couple of years ago now, the Lillian Amazons, based out of Nadi in Fiji, founded by Sieni and Neville Coop, originally based out of the prestigious Adi Thakabau Girls' School. They've had some great success over recent years. They've won a couple of tournaments on the Australian circuit. They made the knockouts at the Central Sevens in Paris, which is one of the best women's tournaments in the world at club level. Little chip through. And a second kick is missed, but it will come for the Amazons here. A little bit chaotic. And Thornhill fended off. Don't see that often. It's another tackle broken. It's a great run from Anasai Demosi. Samese from a standing start. Draws in 3 defenders. Quick pickup, and it had to be from Fury Rato Kawaiwai. Rata Kawaiwai. Nice ball, but well met. Filori Rata Kawai gets the offload away, and then Carolina Vuro is lined up, and the offload is caused by, well, this time making the shot, it was Chanel Williams. So much quality in their ranks, the Hammerheads. Of course, Tim Osborne in charge with Reece Bedlows in support. Off to Geneva next weekend, having come runners-up at Oxford, but winners of the Manor Sevens and the Hertford Sevens. That puts them 3 points clear of Shogun at the top of the table. If they meet in the final, then it will be a straight shootout between those two. But if they slip up at the semis, then the tournament across the 4 legs may no longer be theirs, and goodness, they make it look very simple. Straight from the scrum, round the corner came Hammerheads again. Well, this is becoming a bit of an exhibition after a much better start to the second half. Hammerheads have come back as the first scorers. And this is quite a tough one for them to take, the Fijians.
Sorry, guys, who's your number 3? Who's number 3? You just scored. She's off right now. She just scored. Yeah, last name. Last name? Huh?
So Courtney Purseglove scores. And from the kickoff, it's knocked on there. Dave, pretty impressive performance from the Hammerheads. I mean, you can see why they've made it this far.
Yeah, very impressive from the Hammerheads. As we know, Hammerheads have been around the circuit for quite some time now, and they are showing their superior dominance in this fixture. They've been very good in attack and defense. You know, not letting Amazonians have their way, and it's been a great show out. So very, very, very impressed.
Yeah, really impressive from the Amazons, but in defence against this strong Hammerheads team. But here's Thornhill now on the edge, top scorer on the Lit Super 7 series. Thornhill dragged into touch by Charlotte Wasaki YY. Great defence. Well, I think this time on this near side it was actually the number 5, Anasei Demosi, who got over, but it's a rare sight to see Thornhill handled with such aggression. Usually skips away in those areas. More action for the women's elite to follow after this commanding performance If you're joining us for the UK Armed Forces game against the Akuma Savvy Panthers, that is live in just a few moments' time. Just waiting for a few more moments in this game, and it's popped up kindly for Eva Green this time. That's just unfortunate, Dave. Anything can happen in a line out in the game of sevens, especially.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for the Amazonians, but I mean, Hammerheads will take it. I mean, it's just popped up perfectly for, and she dots it down. I mean, probably one of the easiest tries she will score today, but it's been a very dominant performance from Hammerheads, and as you can see, you can see why they are one of the best women's elite sides in this competition.
Yeah, this is a tough watch at the moment. Hammerheads relentless. Amazons, well, they've had real problems with visas and things like that this season, so they've been underfunded and under-resourced in a way because of the challenges they've had to circumnavigate to get here. Happened last season as well. They actually won the Shelford Sevens, which was on the Lit Super 7 series last year, in their first tournament, and then won this one as well. So they ended up being the closest challengers to Shogun across the 4 legs, having only played in 2 of them. So if only they'd made it to all 3, could have been a different story. As it was, Shogun crossed the 90-point mark last campaign and were the champions by a fair old margin. Not this year. Hammerheads have been fantastic, having really disappointed on the series last campaign by their high standards. I think they end up finishing 5th overall. They could well be the champions this year. Lovely fend again. High fend, really good strength. What a run this is. It's Semese who's going to finish it off, but all the hard work was done by Flori Ratakaiwai. Just stiff arm time and time again, and then Eleanor Semese gets away for the second try for the Lillian Amazons. They won the plate in Hartford, and after this, their second defeat. That is where they are bound, here in Harpenden. Hammerheads go marching on again. They know they must be perfect to keep pace with Shoguns, and thankfully we are going to see action from Group B. Up next, it's the Armed Forces, and they'll be taking on the Akuma Savvy Panthers. Dave, thanks for joining us for this one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a great day of rugby, and it's still continuing to be a great day of rugby. Can't wait to get into the knockout stages. Thank you, Will, for having me.
Up next, another bit of action for the Women's Elite Division. It's the Akuma Savvy Panthers taking on the UK Armed Forces in the Elite Division for only the second time this season. Back for 2 more games from the Women's Elite Division. It's the UK Armed Forces, a collection of players from across the Army, Navy and RAF, and they'll be nudging off to the Savvy Panthers. A short kick, almost collected. I think a slight knock on there before it's rolled into touch. Savvy Panthers beaten in their opening game by just 7 points to the Wild Dogs. Shoguns put an awful lot of points past the UK Armed Forces. 54-0 they were beaten, but who hasn't been on the end of a hiding from them this season? Savvy Panthers, though, will fancy this, looking to get their tournament back on track. Although they will have to beat Shogun if they want to break into the semi-final spots. Big fend, but a brilliant tackle in response. Savvy Panthers made plenty of yards through the vice-captain, Zoe Evans, one of the centrally contracted Savvy Panthers, if you will. But a brilliant shot in response by Townsend of the Army. Soft hands, and they go left to right so simply, and now it's Larry Davis. Davis skips on the outside. What a finish. Almost caught at the very last by Ella Johnson, but I've just got to double check who made that final shot. It was a great effort, but Larry Davis, one of a couple of Bonnie Men RFC players in the Savvy Panthers lineup, goes over to score. Really good finish. Made good yards on the short side and then just stretching the armed forces. And this is a sort of bar side for the armed forces, coming from across the spectrum of military rugby. So it might not be as well gelled as this Savvy Panthers side that have had two teams in the last couple of legs of the Super 7 series. They're a long way off the pace of the top two, but always looking to push on. The Akuma Savvy Panthers. Good take off the kickoff and a good carry. Lottie Ball. Hard line through the centre of the park, has them up to the 10, flicked off the deck, right on the toes of Griffiths. Wide it goes. Sakanavere, really good yards over halfway, good offload into the path of Johnson. Back to her feet as well, but not legally. Penalty, Panthers. Johnson just didn't adequately release before driving on there. So the Savvy Panthers in front. Scrum to be fed by Liv Taylor, another Akuma Savvy Panthers player through and through. So they're from a number of strong club sides, Wales and up and down the nation, and France as well, this team, but they do have a couple of players whose listed club is the Akuma Savvy Panthers. It's great to see that can be offered to some of these players. The scrum is real messy, but it is a penalty for the Savvy Panthers. It collapsed on this near side, so Taylor ready to take the quick tap, instead it's going to be left for the co-captain, Charlotte Mans of the Loughborough Lightning, who picks out the touchline. They are a little bit short-handed today, the Akuma Savvy Panthers. They have got an under-23 side in the Women's Open, but there's only 10 of them in this elite division today. Little dab through, it's just deflected and then eventually popped up into the path of Townsend. Good reactions from Jay Ash to win it back. Johnson, half a line break from her again. Brilliant clear out. Just settling things at the moment, very relaxed from the armed forces, and then to the outside they go, but the switch was on, but it wasn't executed. Ash goes to ground. Griffiths. Johnson. Flicked away from the Panthers, and then some nice footwork in the centre of the park. Really good carry, and then out the back door from Mai Samoa. And can they sneak over in the corner? Ash held up. Panthers all over the ball. Try given. Exceptional defence from the Panthers. What a lovely move from Adi Mai Samoa, who then flicked it out the back door. Couldn't be seen off by Ash, but eventually the armed forces crash over under a sea of pink. Well, there's a conversation to be had between the assistant referee and the referee out in the middle here about whether or not this try should be given. And it's been disallowed. Held up is the call. Well, that's a real shame. It's a good finish from Lottie Ball, but held up is the call, and Panthers survive. Clean sheet still in their favour. In fact, it was Hayley Scholes who got down. Oh, this strong army contingent. So Panthers survive, but referee did initially give the try, and then the assistant referee had a word. Scrum fed by the Panthers, and again they struggle at the set piece, but it's boring in from the armed forces. What a little step that is. Oh, it's wonderful footwork from Ellie Tromans, and Tromans, the co-captain, breaks the line. Adikalo makes the covering shot. Tromans with fantastic footwork, as per usual, and they play it calmly wide. Savvy Panthers score. So Talia Brodie, the final of the 3 ASP players, Akuma Savvy Panthers contract players on the side, scores in the corner. But all the hard yards are really done by Ellie Tromans there, the co-captain. The Bonnie Man RFC player. And what a player to have on the 7th circuit. Tromans is seriously quality player, and that was a wonderful finish. So Savvy Panthers have another. And the armed forces almost starting with too many players on the field. So we'll get back underway in just a moment. Deep kick to the 22, well taken, and straight up the jumper for the armed forces again. Lottie Ball. Swung off the deck from My Samoa. And what a shot! Goodness me. Brodie with a thunderous hit, and then the penalty goes their way, so quickly shipped on from Gregory. Wider still from Taylor. And it's Davis on the edge again with so much pace. Second try for her. And the Savvy Panthers are in the driver's seat. Lowry Davis with her second try. Not sure what they're feeding them in Bonnie Mount. They're absolutely rapid, both her and Ellie Tromans. Savvy Panthers in front. So Wild Dogs and Shogun face off elsewhere. You imagine Shogun might pick up the victory there, which does leave the door open for the Savvy Panthers to make the semi-final. It does involve beating the defending champions of the Elite Division in their final group game. And fantastic work again from Brodie. What a half she's having. Wins another penalty in the defensive efforts here. And they're drifting forward so comfortably here. The Savvy Panthers, out comes the fend. Offload inside, and Keris Gregory pulls up short. Has the whereabouts to lay it back, and Brodie goes under unopposed. Savvy Panthers have another before half-time. This is a very impressive performance from the Panthers, and it says a lot about the quality of Wild Dogs today that they will manage to beat them. But at half-time, it's a bucket of points in the favour of the Akuma Savvy Panthers, and none for the armed forces after they were held up so brutally close to the line. Akuma Savvy Panthers on track for their first win of the day. Will it be enough to see them back in contention for a spot in the semi-finals? Afterwards, 8-1 results elsewhere.
Can we have some ball boys to number 2? Ball boys to number 2. Thank you.
You on the other. So that's why I struggle.
So what was that chat about?
So?
Quite a long conversation. Right.
I know we just subbed the AR, she's injured.
What the score is?
Sorry?
22 or 22?
I don't know, I've literally just come on as a sub to the AR. Yeah, sorry.
So, slight delay at half-time while we sub on a new assistant referee. Savvy Panthers, though, in control here as they look to start their Harpenden Sevens off right. Will be some comeback for the armed forces. Decent run down that right wing, but strong defence. 4 unanswered tries as things stand. In Savvy Panthers' favour. And the player hit hard on the far side is yet to get back to her feet for the armed forces, so slight delay. We do have one more game to come from the Women's Elite Division. Of course, it is Shogun back in action. They're taking on the Wild Dogs. It's going to be a classic, with both those sides having won their opening game. Can anyone lay a finger on Shoguns in this group, while Hammerheads, who currently lead the series, top the other pool? That's the real question. It's a scrappy line out, slapped back by Agatha Wiederen. And that's going to leave possession in the hands of the armed forces, just knocked on as Liv Taylor looked to come around the corner. I mean, it was right on her toes. Good contest from the armed forces. Another scrum that wheels unkindly, but it will come for the armed forces there. Ball in one hand, and then out comes the fend. What a brilliant run this is. Hunted down by Nia Grundy, but a nice offload. Jay Ash does this time get over to score. Well, that is going to be so unfortunate if Ella Johnson doesn't get back to her feet. There she goes. I think it was Philippa Griffiths of the Royal Navy that made that excellent line break in the end. And after she was held up over the line on the far right-hand corner, this time Jay Ash gets over right under the sticks.
Did she get that kick? Didn't hear a whistle.
Did you get the kick, conversion?
So 5 points on the board for the armed forces.
Sorry, can I get a score check?
22-5 as things stand. This time the Savvy Panthers kick it through, not a bad option, but they need the chase on. McNevin, oof, hit just as she looked to offload it, so it has worked out for the Panthers, and McNevin stayed down. Looks rather uncomfortable. Here's Brody. And now Wiederen, Trag to deck. Little snipe round the blind side from Gregory, trying to catch them unaware. In fact, right in the centre of the field, so really either side was the blind side. And again, slow to her feet, Terrace Gregory. It is hot out there, and these big shots that come in, players will be thankful for the slight respite. A little bit uncomfortable. She gets back to her feet there, Gregory. She was smothered by the armed forces. Temperatures just creeping up. There was supposed to be a bit of cloud cover today, but it has, as of yet, not emerged. I think we're crossing over the 30-degree line. There is a decent breeze coming across the field right to left, but hopefully that's enough to keep these players from completely dissolving in this weather. Panthers penalty, to the edge they go. Lovely work on the wraparound from Grundy. Doesn't quite break the line this time. What a pickup from Talia Brody. And Brody breaks the line, and this will be a hat-trick for the Akuma Savvy Panther. Talia Brody. I think that's her best score of the lot. She latched onto it at great pace, took it on the full. Once it bounced up without breaking stride, and Savvy Panthers have another. Knocked over as well. 29-5. The Akuma Savvy Panthers with a brilliant lead. And this is exactly the kind of form they need to take into their last group game, having been beaten by just a solitary try by the Wild Dogs this morning. We'll see Shogun's Wild Dogs up next. If you're tuning in for the Wild Dogs against Shoguns, don't worry. We're just a few minutes behind. That game is on this field in just a few moments' time, after the Savvy Panthers finish off this seriously impressive performance. Shogun just watching on elsewhere, knowing that they've got this lot to face in their final group game. In fact, knowing that the Wild Dogs beat them this morning, which is a real show of quality. A little bit disjointed, the armed forces at the moment. Again, they won't have spent as much time on the paddock as this Savvy Panthers team have this season. Big clear out. And a penalty as well, just not rolling away this time, Gregory. In fact, it was Evans, the vice-captain, who was penalised, but gets back to make the shot. Up high from Tromans, and the penalty advantage is the armed forces to play with. Somehow smuggles it away, but it's knocked on from Wilcox. Penalty coming, though. Savoy de Bea, Adicalo. Scholes, who very nearly scored before being held up over the line. And the ball was out according to the referee, so it's been stolen in the night by the Savvy Panthers. Agatha Wiederen over the 10, but loses it on the deck. Good hustle from Townsend. And now Townsend takes the scenic route. Townsend skips away. She has looked real dangerous today with that very first shot to deny Zoe Evans in the first moments of this game to that lovely run from Townsend to race away and score. Fiona Townsend on the board. So another one back for the Army. Well, the Armed Force, I should say. Though Townsend is of the Army persuasion. Off target from the kick. So 10 on the board, 29-10. And they're going to take this kick off quickly. Well, it wasn't going 10, so the whistle comes to spare my Samoa's blushes. Restart. Started again. Wiederen underneath it, clings on well and still gets the offload away. Davis on a hat-trick. Keeps it in play. Tromans up the gut. Penalty, just too much interference on the deck there. And we'll pause again for another injury. So we're running 5 minutes behind at the moment at the Harpenden Pub Sevens. If you're hoping to tune in to Wild Dogs against Shogun, that game will kick off in any minute. But at the moment, we're still waiting for the conclusion of this game, even if the end result is no longer in doubt. Jamie Douglas on the sideline, just barking some instructions on for the Armed Forces women's side. The Scot in charge today, alongside Beck De Filippo. But it's a Panthers penalty. Davis's pass is on the toes, but Tromans so casually collects it, and again looks to break away. Ooh, well, there's a knock-on that will bring the game to an end. Savvy Panthers with a much better performance after being beaten this morning by the Wild Dogs. This keeps their hopes of progression through to the semi-finals alive. 29-10 in the end. Very comfortable for them. But they know they've got a big task ahead of them if they want to progress through to the latter stages here at Harpenden. Shogun will need to be beaten in the final group game. And let's get our first look at them today. Shogun, who were the eventual victors of the Elite Division last year, no one came close to them. Their only defeat in the series came here at Harpenden when they were beaten in the final by the Lillian Amazons. Now it's up to the Wild Dogs to try and inflict just their second defeat here in 2 seasons at the Harpenden Pub Sevens. Not been plain sailing for Shogun, and unlike last season, they come into today's tournament second in the table. Let's see if the Wild Dogs, with a win already to their name, can challenge the very best that the Lit Super 7 series has to offer. So it's Shogun in the familiar red and black, left to right in this first period of 7. We are running about 8 minutes behind here, so this is the first half between them and the Wild Dogs, the South African expat team whose women's side was formed back in 2022. Really strong association with the old Albanians. And there's plenty of talented players from that club side out there today. Just spilt off the kick-off and it rolls towards touch but kept in play. So Wild Dogs possession, but just outside their own 5. It bounces up so unkindly. And on this 4G surface, you just can't track it. And this is going to be an early opportunity for Shogun. So cast your mind back a year to the 2025 edition, the 59th edition of the Pub Sevens. Shogun hadn't dropped a single point. They'd won every tournament until they faced the Lillian Amazons here and were eventually beaten by the side who they then beat at Shelford, reset at the scrum. This year, it's completely different. They have made every final of the first 3 legs, but they've only won 1 back in Oxford. They were beaten at Manor and last time out at Hertford against Hammerheads, who at the moment are topping the other pool. So they're on track to meet in the final if Shogun can pick up another win here. It does pop out of the scrum eventually. Lovely step! And Shogun run it in from 5 metres out. Well, it's pretty tough to keep any side out in the game of 7s from that kind of range. It's impossible to keep out Shogun's. And conversion to be taken by Molly Anderson-Thomas of the Gwalia Lightning in the Celtic Challenge. But the try was finished off by Courtney Greenway, the great British 7s athlete, also of the Gwalia Lightning as well. So the Welsh women interlocking early doors. Shogun's men's side also in action over on pitch 2. against the Kaiviti Rugby Academy. They're looking strong today, even if they haven't been as present on the series as they have been in previous years. Wild Dogs do manage to win it back off the kickoff. Shogun over the ball, they've done enough. Oh, but it was Greenway coming from an offside position around the corner, which is going to hand it back to the Wild Dogs. In comes the fend. All the action so far in the 22 of the Wild Dogs. Exley from the base. Another good drive, but Shogun hold firm. Laid back by Mayhew, the former Harlequin. Little chip ahead, the right option, because Wild Dogs have got pace to burn. There's no one within 10 yards of possession, and it pops straight up for them here. Well, it's a stunning effort from Manon Guichemer to get back and try and make a tackle, but goodness me, what a kick and what a chase as well. And the Wild Dogs score. Really good option. And I think the Wild Dogs were completely unprepared for that kind of pace to be in the wide channels. What a finish. So off target from the kick, 7-5 the Shogun side will lead, but Wild Dogs have come here to play. A lung-busting chase after a lovely kick. Finished off by Freya Shallis, the East London vixen. Well, she's a High Rocks athlete, so she'll be recovering quickly enough, but what a chase. Just knocked backwards off the kickoff from Guichemet. They do regather Shogun and they'll take contact just shy of the 22. Really soft hands from Shogun, but look at the physicality on show from Alex Kane. 2 in the breakdown, so not a lot of space to operate. Greenway back to the open side. Soft hands onto the edge. And in comes the fend and the line break. Great recovery shot. Shogun still in possession, and a half a gap is all that Greenway needs. Courtney Greenway scythes through again, is just about caught at the last. But the try is scored. Could work for May to get back and make the shot. But Courtney Greenway, what a player to have. Perhaps the standout star of the Lit Super 7 series this season. On comes Jamaican international Jazz Rampton. On for Meg Mambe of Montpellier. Real international flavour to this Shogun side. Schooled by the, if you're following the trades, soon to be Welsh 15s international Courtney Greenway. Good take though again from the Wild Dogs, and a much better carry out of their 22. Loose ball, and this will allow Shogun to put on some pressure, and Lantos does enough to win it back. Quick line out, incoming. Greenway, called back. Good effort from Hennessy, another Welsh 7 international. But line out is the end result. Shogun looking to keep the pressure on after extending their lead. But it's been tapped back brilliantly well by Lucy Baverstock from the University of Nottingham. And they might head to the edge here, the Wild Dogs. It's one-on-one in that wide channel. Great tracking across from Hennessy. She's just gone wing to wing and has managed to win it back straight away. Well, if you're hearing a French voice on the sideline, it's Julianne Catanay. He's here as assistant coach alongside Sean Phillips. They're on 54 points as things stand, 3 behind Shogun, who obviously have 1 more title to their name, but the points are accumulative across how you do. So that's why it's only a 3-point gap beside the championships being 2-1. So if it's level, Shogun will lead. Round the corner they come. Nice ball on the inside. Oh, what hands. Outstanding stuff again from Shogun. Lantost down inside the 22. Greenway, Hennessy, Rampton. Rampton will take it to the line herself. Has the pace to beat Kane. Jazz Rampton scores. Well, it's like Wild Dogs have just kicked the hornet's nest by scoring to take themselves back within 2 points, because at the back end of this first half, Shogun have started to turn the screw. And at half-time, they'll take a 4-1 lead on tries scored into the break. Really impressive stuff by the defending champions of the Elite Women's Division. At half-time, the Wild Dogs with a solitary score, but lots of work to do if they want to close down the current group leaders. Sevens, so this is the second half of Shogun Wild Dogs still to come. It was a very impressive performance from Shogun, who were pegged back almost level by Wild Dogs before running 3 tries in unopposed. So Wild Dogs with a lot of work to do. 1 win already to their name after beating the Akuma Panthers. And they still have the Lillian Amazons, the defending champions here from Harpenden 2025 in their pool. It's an incredibly difficult group. So they may need a win here in order not to rely on a victory in their final game if they want to see semi-finals. Kick recollected by Freya Chalice, the try scorer, who's back amongst us. But the kick did not go 10. So the quick tap, off go Shogun again. And what a start to the second half it'll be. Taken straight to the line by Andrea Chastin of Toulon. And the Frenchwoman scores straight from the quick tap. So as we said, a little bit late here, so the second half has just kicked off, but Shogun have 5 tries.
Where the Carlsberg umbrellas are.
This is so 19-5 at half time. Make that 24 now. Pretty sure Shogun might have scored 1 more than that. I've just been in conversation with the match official to my short side. This is a wonderful turnaround though, and it's going to be a second for Chalice. What an offload. Stiff arm came in from Ellen Fielden, the old Albanian, the under-18 National Cup winner back in season past. And then Chalice on the end of it again for her second score. So maybe this game is not done and dusted. So, in the official perspective, it is now 24-10 with a kick still to come. which seems an awful lot more close than I was corresponding at half-time. Yeah, we live with the officials, so whatever they say goes. If this game gets a bit tighter, Shogun may protest. Line out for the women in black and red. 24-10, Shogun on their way to a second win, and it's nice work at the quick line out, but good cover from the Wild Dogs, eventually smuggled away. Direct again from Greenway. Good work over the ball, Wild Dogs win it back. Big clear out came in, but not before Liv Armand could get hands on ball, one of the original 12 who made up the very first Wild Dog side back in 2022, and a quick tap off the mark almost saw Ellen Fielden away. Instead, we're going to have to come back here and reset. Chalice eagerly waiting on this near side on a hat-trick. Move it early is the call from the sideline. Shogun over the ball again. What a turnover. You'll never guess. Courtney Greenway with the tap. Brilliant work at the breakdown. And look how quickly they punish you. Well, let's deconstruct that one. The call was move it early. Chalice was waiting on this near side. It was taken instead into contact, immediately turned over, and then a couple of passes sees Rampton over for her second score of the game. You have to get every decision right against a side like Shogun, or you have no chance. And the fight back from the Wild Dogs may be put down. It was Kate Hudd of the Cheltenham Tigers with a brilliant turnover. And this leaves the Wild Dogs with lots of work to do in their final group game. Well, if you're hoping to tune into our coverage of the Women's Open, then do wait just a few moments. We're running behind here at Harpenden. We do have Women's Open up next for you live here on pitch 1. Taken into contact by Exley. More good work at the breakdown, but snipe down the far side, catches Shogun unawares. Good handoff, but racing across for the second time comes Guichemer. So the pass is needed. Guichemer makes the shot and Shogun steal it. Unbelievable defence. Guichemer's still going. I can't believe that physicality on show and the determination and the stamina in this weather. Guichemer gets away from Exley. Chalice comes across. That is so tough for the Wild Dogs to take. Good work over the breakdown, and now there's numbers on this left-hand side. It's Lantos, hard. Izzy Mayhew still making her way back into the defensive line after running 70, 80 metres before being chopped down. Pick and go. Hud over in support. She won't be moved. Rampton. Hennessy, and the Welsh Sevens international scores one of the easier tries in her successful Sevens career so far. Well, that's Shogun through and through. They just drive the highest standards. Manon Guichemer raced across to make a chop tackle, and there were two women back. One to rip the turnover away, and then Guichemer got it back, having just run 50 yards across the pitch to make the tackle. Almost went the full length a couple of phases later, and Rampton puts Hennessy through for another Shogun score. Well, just like in the first half, a good start to the second half for Wild Dogs after conceding first. They then got one back, and then Shogun start to hit the heights again. Kick-off from Molly Anderson-Thomas. Well collected. Decent half break from Baverstock. Exley. They just drift across so comfortably here, Shogun. Nice step, though, to get on the outside of Guichemer, but the covering tackle on Childs is strong. whipped off the deck from Steele. 2 in the tackle. Excellent quick release. Off goes Kane again, but then a knock on. Good work from Rislen Algamoun from Dax in the French leagues. And it will be a scrum for Shogun. Emma Hennessy with Greenway, her Welsh compatriot, to the near side. But Hennessy goes to the open side and they confuse the back line a little bit with a bit of clever movement. Chop tackle comes in from Bonnet, but then slipping the net. Once again, this time is Andrea Shastin. Two more on the board as well to bring it to a close. What a performance from Shogun. Really tested by Wild Dogs at times, but, well, John Hooper, the director of rugby, going for the double here, I think, for Shogun. Their men's side also in the contest, but their women's side, much more importantly, are still challenging for that elite women's title. They know they need to win the final here if Hammerheads continue on their warpath, if they want to win the title back and retain it for a second year. Great performance from Shogun, complete domination from them, and they've secured their spot in the semi-final with a game to spare. Well, if you were hoping to catch some Women's Open action, don't worry, that game is up next in just a few moments' time.
Welcome back to pitch 1 at the National Pub Sevens for the Lit Super 7 Series 2026, where we bring you Women's Open Group B action. We'll see your two teams in action. Stone Valley in the pink and running now up against the hosts Harpenden in the whites. These sides facing the plate already decided, so playing for 3rd and 4th place in Group B. Harpenden having lost 10-24 to FRN Beavers and 52-0 to Wild Dogs Impey. Stone Valley women lost to Wild Dogs Impey 22-5. And 24-12, but it's Harpenden that will strike first. A bolt from the blue for the hosts. And it's Harriet Murray that sprints underneath the H. Bit of instinctiveness from the hosts. Gets them the opportunity. Barely into the first minute of this Women's Open game. And they have a 5-0 lead over Stone Valley. As mentioned, Stone Valley losing out 5-22 to Wild Dogs and 21-5 to FRN Beavers. In that group, Wild Dogs Impey Pack have just beaten FRN Beavers 19-12, so they will top Group B. Into the semi-finals, FRN Beavers finishing 2nd. And they'll face the winner of Group A, which will either be Hearts and Bulls, Wild Dogs Manor Pack or Savvy Panthers. All of those games to come and all the scores here on the YouTube live stream here in Harpenden. Bit of a breeze starting to run around Harpenden here. Might be able to see it at the tops of the trees. Certainly whipping across the pitches here. On the outside, an opportunity for Stone Valley. But unable to really take it. And possession turns over to the host Harpenden Roosters. Runners up in the same competition last year as Harpenden Hurricanes. Lost 28-5 to the British Army. This team made up of their women's team that compete in NC1 East, the lower levels of women's rugby. We're looking to go one better on their home turf. Lovely tackle that from Stone Valley. Try and stop momentum of the hosts, but a penalty for coming in at the side of the ruck. And now Harriet Murray looking to turn provider, having scored the opening try. Oh, cruncher from Rhiannon Powell. But still in Harpenden possession. Katie Dootson shoved back by Stone Valley. Thought they got the turnover possession again in at the side of the ruck, and Roosters able to keep attacking here. Here comes a drive from Jaden Brittany. Still going. Ella Whitcock. But now, has it gone over the line? Not quite yet. Well, Harpenden hoping that they'd been able to get over the try line, but unable to, conceding the penalty, and then a word in the referee pushed them 10 metres back. And Stone Valley able to kick for distance over the halfway line. And it's a superb kick as well. So, Harpenden, having been inches away from getting their second try, forced back into their own half. The line out eludes everybody. And it's not judged to have been straight either. And the scrum will be put in by Stone Valley. Stone Valley, hailing from Dartford Club RFC, contested the Medway Sevens as part of their summer tour. It's their first tournament of 2026 in the Loot Super 7 series. Here they come now, but giving possession straight to Harpenden. Would have been a knock-on had Harriet Murray decided to keep that. But Stone Valley now, the surge down the right wing. Amelia Clare turns on the afterburners and drives away from the host and will go underneath the posts. Wonderful, powerful driving in the run from Amelia Clark, representing Kent County as well. And it sees Stone Valley take the lead 7-5 in this Group B game in the Women's Open contest. Two groups of four, top two through to the semi-finals, bottom two into the plate semi-finals. As mentioned, Harpenden and Stone Valley, no chances of getting into the cup semi-finals with a win here, so just contesting for third and fourth place in the group. And that brings an end to the half. Only the two tries to report, and it's a kick from Amelia Clark. There's the difference late on in the first period for Stone Valley, who lead 7-5 at half-time. In the women's elite, RGH Shogun beating Wild Dogs Alpha Pack 43-10. Shogun also got a win in the men's elite on pitch 2 against KRA Chiefs 27-5. So they're top of Group D. They've won both of their games. They're through to the quarter-finals. KRA Chiefs and Hammerheads will battle it out later on for that second place in the quarter-finals. In the women's open on pitch 5, Wild Dogs Impy Pack beat FRN Beavers 19-12, as mentioned, to top women's open Group B, which you're currently seeing against Harpenden in the white tops and Stone Valley in the pink. Stone Valley leading 7-5. On pitch 4, Harrow ACN beat the Plough and Harrow Pub 28-12. In the men's social on pitch 3, OS Stags beat Cuffley 22-7. After this, we've got 3 men's elite games, and then we've got our first final of the day at 20-3 in the Vet 10s. Wilfred Kelmsley will be joining me on commentary for that one. Very much looking forward to it. Got a taster of it in one of the first games of the day. Meanwhile, back on the pitch, Harpenden looking to strike first in this second half. But the kick through the middle is met comfortably by Stone Valley's Kaylee Jade. She wants to go the long way round. Gets the pass away. It's a bit narrow from Stone Valley, but they are able to release Lucy Egan. Decides to drive into the contact. And now a space emerges. Will they catch Rhiannon Powell? They do, but there's a follow-up support runner, Amelia Clark. She scored in the first half, and now she's got one in the second for Stone Valley. Amelia Clark taking this game by the scruff of the neck. For Stone Valley looking for their first win of the day. There's a great run. That's what Sevens is all about. They knew they'd drawn Harpenden into the middle, and the run out wide from Rhiannon Powell created the space on the inner channel, which Amelia Clark was running in support. She just had to put the power down and get over the line. Stone Valley now leading Harpenden 12-5. Amelia Clark, the county player in Kent, deservedly taking a bit of time to make her way back. So we get restarted. Harpenden taking this into possession. Maisie McCulloch. Right into the middle with Rosie Watson. Stone Valley players holding onto her heels like limpets on a whale. McCulloch. Penalty will go the way of Harpenden for the offside. Now, Ella Wycott, the captain, playing in the Hertfordshire county side, along with 5 of her teammates. Both of these teams have 5 county players in their midst. Driving run comes from Rosie Watson. Still able to make a pass, but hauled to ground by Kaylee Jade of Stone Valley. Again, the drive comes in from Rosie Watson. Wants to burst through those gaps in the Stone Valley defence. Whitecock aiming for the slender gaps. Advantage being played here. There had been a knock-on by Stone Valley, so it means that Harpenden had the chance to play the scrum just beyond the halfway line. Be interesting to see how they set up to come out of the set piece. Into the last 4 minutes of this game in the Women's Open Group B. Don't forget all the scores on the Tournify app. Harpenden had options on the left but couldn't release the pass there, Watson. She's eventually brought down to ground. But again, Stone Valley very narrow, and it means that the deep runners like that one from Harpenden can go through the middle. Will she make it to the try line? Yes, she will. Almost held up by Stone Valley. But Gemma Dilietto, in the number 9 shirt for Harpenden, uses the deep run to burst through the gap in the Stone Valley defence and get a second try for Harpenden. But crucially, can Ella Whittock get the extras to draw us all level? She can. 12 all square in this game. Harpenden in 4th on points difference. Minus 66 to Stone Valley's minus 33. So Harpenden would have to score at least 5 tries converted, or 7 unconverted tries in the time they've got in order to leapfrog into 3rd. And they can do that with the win as well, of course. So Harpenden know what they need to do to avoid being bottom of Group B, and get themselves over again with momentum, and they would leapfrog Stone Valley into 3rd. And maybe they can do from this scrum. Ella Whitetop to put it in. Harpenden able to dig the ball out. Wide top goes chasing. Draws the Stone Valley defenders. 360 before being hauled to ground. But how's about that for a drive from Rhiannon Powell? They decide to take it quickly. Powell doing some brilliant defensive work to turn this into a counter-attack. And it's a little shimmy through from Lucy Egan. Pass 1, pass 2, pass 3. Can she do it all herself? No, she gets the pass away. Stone Valley can do it again through Powell. Had an option on the left, but already being dragged down by Maisie McCulloch. Goose step. And Caitlin Gold released down the wing. Can't get away from her opposition. Lauren Hunt throws the ball out. There's a penalty anyway for a high tackle. And looking like Stone Valley all of a sudden have momentum shifting towards them. In the closing couple of minutes, there was an overlapping player, but a knock on from Stone Valley. And a full-time whistle is blown. I thought we had a bit longer than that. But we end all square at 12 all. So it means that Stone Valley will finish in third in Group B, Harpenden finishing in fourth, and they will advance to the plate semi-finals. We'll have the Women's Open final later on this afternoon. But coming up next, we'll be moving back into men's elite action with Apache taking on ASC Dukla Prague.
Oh, one of them's mine.
So we return to men's elite action on pitch 1 at the National Pub Sevens at the Lit Super 7 Series 2026. We're in Group A with Apache wearing the white shirts and the blue shorts, taking on ASC Dukla Prague in the gold and maroon kit. What a game this will be. Dukla Prague already know they're into the quarterfinals of the Cup with wins over REWA and UK Armed Forces, narrow ones that they were. Apache, if they were to win, would finish as high as third place, so knowing they're probably going into the plate. Elsewhere, UK Armed Forces taking on REWA Rebels on pitch 2 behind us. There's also a live stream of that game. Dukla Prague getting the ball out, a little pop pass, and they try to get down the wing, releasing again. A bit exposed, the man for Prague, and Apache able to sweep up. I'll have to take the line out again, but that is the first warning sign from the Czechs that they will be running at pace. Bit of an early substitution for Martin Skop. May well have felt something in his thigh. And coming on, Jindřich Kulavi. Now Apache through Ollie Brown, ensure they win the line out. And now it's all about the chase down the middle. Who's got the pace? It's Apache who have it. Finn Parker getting there, pops it off to Chris Ballard. Gets a 1-2 with Finn Parker, and he's managing to go all the way over the line. A sumptuous move from Apache, playing Dukla Prague at their own game. It looks like Cameron Knight might well have picked up an injury on the way as well. But Apache Brave deciding the direct route is best, the kick through the middle, chased by Finn Parker, popped back to Chris Ballard, and on his back, lifted the ball into Finn Parker to finish that move off and get the scoring started in this Group A game, with Apache aiming to upset the odds. A magnificent kick from Max McCarthy means Apache leads 7-0. Apache losing out to UK Armed Forces here on pitch one earlier, 35-14, but having been a 24-all draw with REWA Rebels. 24-all, incredible. Not the first time we've seen draws today, we've seen a couple. But Apache certainly got their ears pinned back. They go in search of the win. And Dukla Prague struggling to get into this game at the moment. Apache clinging on to the ball. McCarthy on the ground, but the penalty now won for the Czech side. Winners at Hartford Sevens a couple of weeks ago, 26-10 against the UR Sevens. Defeated Preseli Barbars, their nemesis in the semi-final. The shimmy inside from Jakub Bednar has the supporting run and straight through the middle. Jan Pavel Roderick Cruz will get underneath the posts. And that is direct rugby sevens at its very finest from the Czechs. Couple of steps from Bednar. Knew he could take the risk. He had the supporting run from Cruz. Martin Simprich kicking to drawers, all square at 7-all. It's been narrow margins today for Dukla Prague. 4 points between them and REWA Rebels. 2 points between them and UK Armed Forces, probably their biggest test in Group A, as we would have said before today. But Apache, with their bright start, forcing the Czechs to draw themselves level. Over the restart, it's knocked forward by Jos O'Keefe, and a scrum for Dukla Prague, who have just got better throughout the 2026 quarter-finalists at Manor Sevens, losing out to Preseli Barbars, semi-finalists at Oxford Sevens, losing to Preseli Barbars, and winners at Hartford Sevens against UR Sevens. Currently second in the overall standings in the men's elite series at 2026. 2 points ahead of Preseli Barbars. From the scrum though, such a great shimmy from Cruz. Moves at such pace. Kulavi wearing number 14. There's a man all on his own on the right. He's not been picked up, but he is now. Jindřich Kulavi started that move in the middle of the pitch, made a semicircular run, was in support of his teammate who had gone into contact, just needed to pop the ball up, and the deep runner was able to add the extras in. Add that second score, extras added by Jakub Bednar. The score coming from Jindřich Kulavi. And in the blink of an eye, Apache, having led 7-0, find themselves 14-7 down. Oh, high kick, haven't seen so many of those from the restart. That's probably why, because Had a chance there, Prague, to pick it up, but Apache able to get possession now. It's a very flat line with Prague so quickly up in defence. It means Apache really struggle to get forwards. They do have the penalty though. Kumsum bounce it off, 2 challenges. What a cruncher! Mikhails Lauserkrantz thrown to ground by Kumsum. You can still feel the reverberation of that, but now it's been given away. Dukla Prague almost intercepting and on the move for Adam Mirtanek, but knocked on as he tried to intercept, and it will be a scrum to Apache just inside their own half. Beautiful blue skies here in Harpenden, beaming down on some exhilarating rugby sevens we've seen throughout the day here at Lit 7 Series, Super 7 Series 2026. Apache having a bit of a contest at the scrum, bit of a nudge. It's out to McCarthy, spotted the gap, driving through it. Max McCarthy gets Apache on the board again. 2 points away. Oh, the conversion added. And at the break, where Dukla Prague probably thought they were going in, looking comfortable in the lead at 14-7. Just falling asleep following the scrum, and Max McCarthy bursting through the middle of the pitch. And it's 14-all at half-time in this Group A match in the men's elite. Top-level rugby, and that's what we're seeing here. So Barnes Silly Goose beat Hearts and lose out to Hearts and Bulls 31-0 on pitch 4 in the men's open. Hearts and Bulls also beat LU Sevens 47-5. And pitch 3 Trinity beat the Faithful Sevens 14-10. Starting to get an idea of how the semi-finals and the knockouts are looking. We'll have the Women's Open semi-final at 3:20 between Hearts and Bulls and FRN Beavers. Before that, 2 more men's elite games after this, the Vet 10s final. We will find out soon who that will be between the winners of Group A and the winners of Group B. But here on the pitch 1, this men's elite Group A match, it's all square at 14-all between Apache in the white shirts and the blue shorts, and Dukla Prague in the gold and the maroon kits. Another scrum for Apache. That's how they scored their first try. And here's a drilled kick through the middle, and now the chase is on. It's a big chase as well from Josh Banners. But Dukla Prague will get there first. Daniel Komarek, the number 8, getting onto it, and Dukla Prague so quick to chase back. These youngsters, the Czech national team under 20s really, that are on display. With a bit of help from a couple of National League players as well. And a space suddenly emerges, drifting the run inside. The Czechs on the charge. Krzysztof Ukcil helps it on its way. And they've got supported through the middle. It's another long busting run from Jan Pavel Roderick Cruz, just brought down beyond the 22. But still options. And a deep run again from Jindřich Kulavi. Sees him get his second of the game. And Dukla Prague regain the lead in the early stages of this second half. That's what makes Dukla Prague so good, their movement off the ball. They've got a runner on it, he knows he's got the options, drifting to his right, he can make the pass across a man if he wants to, and they know where the pace is in Cruz. And he knew how the deep runner in Kulavi despite being brought down. So we stretch out to 14-21 against Apache. But the kick is short, which means that Apache can restart from the centre. The Czechs won't want that. They won't want Apache piling that pressure on. Oh, but again, Apache give possession away deep inside Prague territory. They know they'll run at them with pace. Long ball out to the middle. Into Bednar. And Brown in front of him, and it gets the pass out the back door. Now Bednar. Out to the left in Mikalaus Lauterkrantz. Dukla Prague just passing the ball basketball-esque from side to side. Apache throwing themselves at the ball, trying desperately to get a hand onto it. But Prague so composed in possession despite being pinned onto their own 22. Leading 21-14. They've got a man on the outside. It's just beyond the grasp of Martin Scott. And it means an Apache line out, which is played quickly. Is the gap emerge? Not quite. Nice idea from Ollie Brown. Let's go near. And possession turning over. Dukla Prague sweeping Apache away like dust from a broom and get themselves back into possession. Just over 3 minutes to go. They're going to kick for distance. Well, worrying look in the eye of the Dukla Prague kicker because he's looking towards our commentary position, so I do wonder how close we're going to get to the action here. Fortunately, not too much. In fact, his kick will land close to where the ball is on pitch 2. Impressive placement. Could have a look at that on the live stream of pitch 2 on the YouTube channel. That didn't go far though. So Hugo Zak from the line out plays it into the middle. Bednar batters into one challenge and is able to bounce away from it. He's on the coattails of another. Apache have managed to intercept, but still in Prague possession. They're building momentum, they're building pace, they're building power as they drive towards the line. Mertenek supports from Brodsky. Scott back to Brodsky. Past Brown. But Brown holds onto his leg and brings him down. Still comfortable though. Simprich into the middle. They've got the deep runner again. They come from all angles. That one from Cruz. And now they've got an overlap on the left wing, but it's an easy stroll over the line for Adam Mertenek for his first score of the game. It's the 4th for Dukla Prague as they are cementing their place at the top of Group A as they look for back-to-back Let's Super 7 Series 2026 honours, having won Hartford Sevens. They want to do it again here in Harpenden. No extras. Karel Sampelik's kick goes wide, but it's a 12-point game at 14-26 with just under a minute to go. We'll keep you across how the groups lie in the men's elite competition, as we'll see those semi-finals later on. Prague from the restart. That will likely fall short of the 10. It does, so Apache can restart. Maybe there is time for them to pull off a comeback. We saw Preseli Barbars do that in the Oxford Sevens final against Saracens. 3 tries in the last 3 minutes. But things like that aren't going to help. A knock on from Apache. A furious punch to the ground from Josh O'Keefe, because he knows he could have done better with that ball coming towards him. Just needs to open his body a bit more. Hit the force of the ball as it came towards him into his stomach and then drive forwards. But it means that Dukla Prague have a scrum. He'd expect, as we tick over the 14-minute mark, that they will be kicking this straight out of play. They're going to go for it. Christoph Ukatil. That's that into his teammate Sampelik. Dukla Prague sniffing blood and wanting more. Recruz. Supports from Kulavi. Now Ukatil onto the 22. Dukla Prague wanting to keep up the fight. Bednar into Kulavi, a giant presence. Again, they've got the overlap on the left. Sampelik changes direction. Now it could open up. Sampelik's in again. He's weaving. He's working his way towards the line. Gets the pop pass away. But has it gone forward? Referee says so. Knock on to Apache. No time to play it. Full-time whistle blown. It's 3 wins out of 3 for Dukla Prague in the men's elite Group A. They stormed to it this time with a 26-14 victory over Apache. They will finish bottom of the group. We'll keep you updated in the next game on how Group A looks. Coming up next, we move into Group B. And we've got a Welsh derby for you. Preseli Barbars taking on Conker Knights. Shamai, everybody. Welcome to a Welsh derby at the National Pub Sevens, the Lit Super 7 Series 2026. It's Preseli Barbars in the purple kit against Conker Knights in the highlighter yellow. Both teams that are regulars on the Lit Super 7 Series circuit. Preseli Barbars leading the way overall. 48 points, 2 ahead of Dukla Prague. Be interested to see how they get on in this one, as it's looped out to a particular familiar name in Ned Bennett. We're used to seeing that. The number 7 for Preseli Barbars scoring tries on the Super 7 Series circuit. It's taken him about 35 seconds to get amongst it here on pitch 1. So at the centre of a lot of good for Preseli Barbars. Already into the quarter-finals. They beat Sevens Rush 40-0 and Stunts 38-10 in their previous games. We saw Conker Knights draw against Stunts 24-all earlier today on pitch 1. And a surprise loss for the Conker Knights against Seven Rush 17-21. Sees them sitting in 3rd. Seven Rush in 2nd, taking on 4th place Stunts. But there is a risk that Conker Knights may miss out on the cup. Of course, they've won the plate in Oxford and Hartford Sevens. It'll be interesting to see if they can make it an unprecedented hat-trick. As it stands, Conker Knights 5-0 down to Preseli Barbars. The conversion attempt by Ned Bennett missing the mark. And we've seen a penalty now. And Conker Knights' first time to really get comfortable with their hands on the ball. But misplacing passes, and it invites the pressure from Preseli Barbars. But maybe a space emerging through the middle, quickly closed up by Joseph Jones. And Conker Knights able to get over their own 22. William Johnson, he's having a go through the middle. Support from Yao Afarifa Mensah, who we saw score 2 brilliant solo tries in that draw against Stunts earlier today. Penalty for a knock forward by Conker Knights, and Preseli Barbars are still inside the Conker half. And here they come again, Callum Coxley. Out to Bennett again, he's away from one tackle, and when Ned Bennett gets that sort of space, there's absolutely no stopping him. 3 things are inevitable in this life: death, taxes, and Ned Bennett scoring tries at the Super 7 Series. Absolutely brilliant. And it's all about that inviting the initial contact from Conker Knights. It draws the defender and he pushes him away, and he's got that little burst over 5 metres to accelerate down the right wing. Kick doesn't find the mark. So it's 10-0 to Preseli over Conker Knights, and they are asserting themselves. You have a feeling there's a sense of revenge that Preseli wants to get over Conker Knights, who had won the Welsh Sevens second leg last weekend, 22-12 over, of all teams, Preseli Barbars. Themselves defending their national Pub Sevens title, having beaten Hong Kong China Dragons 33-12 last year. Now, Tomasi Tuitanovo for Conker Knights into Harry Chubb. Now space might open up in the middle here for Joe Wadali. But Preseli Barbars so quick, and they only use very few players to the defence. It only needs 1 or 2. Because normally to stop players in their tracks. I say that though, Conker Knights are driving towards the 22. An unplayable maul though means the scrum goes in favour of Preseli Barbars. As the wind starts to whip up again in Hertfordshire, where we find ourselves here at Harpenden Rugby Football Club. Preseli Barbars with the ball. Semi-finalists at the Hartford Sevens, lost out to ASC Dukla Prague 24-21. Third time a charm for the Czechs over the Welsh side. Preseli Barbars, that Oxford Sevens amazing win, 24-21 over Saracens, found themselves 2 tries down with 3 minutes to go. It's quickly out of the scrum. Eli George getting away from one and another. Again, he's pushed away, and Conker Knights let him get down the wing. The finger goes up in the air in celebration. There's only one Eli George. And again, It's Conker Knights just being sucked into the space. They know that these Preseli players are so quick in short proximity. First conversion of the day for them on this game, leading 17-0. You cannot afford Preseli Barbars a gift of an opportunity like that, as it's all like opening the door for somebody to walk through. Preseli Barbars 3 tries to the good over Conker Knights. The wind, as I say, whipping up, and that's probably meant that kick would not find a 10, but Conker Knights first to it. Kajino Avali helping it on its way. Stefan Evans, oh, he's found a gap now for Conker Knights. Still going. In sniffing distance of the 22. Tuitanovo. Out to Liam Smith. What can he do? Still on his feet. Means he can bring in Jamie Lashley. And Conker Knights have found a bit of fighting spirits towards the end of this first half. Lovely little touch. You'd more like to see that at the World Cup from Stefan Evans. Not a Lit Super 7 series. Oh, and through the gap they go. Lovely step from Selen Davis inside. Conker Knights popping out of the breakdown. It's a flat pass for Joe Wadali to run onto. He's got a man on the wing in Liam Smith. Is he still going? Has he been dragged out though? The referee is going to consult his AR to decide whether he'd been dragged out of play by the Preseli Barbars defender. It would be excellent defence if he's been able to do it. But Liam Smith, perfectly positioned. So no try for Conker Knights, aiming to finish the half by getting on the scoreboard, but not to be, thanks to the referee. And it means that Preseli Barbars, with 3 tries, 2 of them for Ned Bennett, 1 for Eli George, are leading 17-0 at the midway point of this Welsh derby at the Lit Super 7 Series at the National Pub Sevens 2026. Armed Forces finishing second, REWA Rebels in third, and Apache in fourth. So Dukla Prague will take on the runners-up in Group D, which features Hammerheads, RJ Shogun and KRA Chiefs in the quarter-final, while UK Armed Forces will face the winner of that group. Otherwise, REA will face the fourth place. Might well have a bye, because there's no fourth place team in Group D. And Apache will face the third place team. Elsewhere, in the 20-2 kickoffs, we mentioned those results of the men's elite and the women's elite. On pitch 5, Lillian Amazons beat Jordan's Legacy 22-12. On pitch 4 in the men's open, Las Vegas beat FRM Beavers. Meanwhile, Conker Knights have found their way to burrow through the Preseli Barbars defence, denied a try in the closing stages of the first half. But there's no denying that one for Harry Chubb. That was all about pace down the left wing. He was left on his own, really, to run at the try line, and he adds the conversion for 7-17. A 10-point game in this Welsh derby with Preseli Barbars in the purple, leading against Conker Knights in the highlighter yellow, who have just scored. Just to wrap up the scores from the 20-2 kickoffs, the last one on pitch 3, Harpenden beat the Seven Dwarves 33-21 in the men's open. All of those scores on the Tournify website. Now Preseli Barbars will be asked, how will you respond to conceding the try? We know Preseli Barbars are going through, but if Conker Knights were able to get a win and Seven Rush were to lose in their game against Stunts, then they would qualify. We've got that game going on behind us on pitch 2, so you watch that stream. Lovely step inside from Willem Jones. Oh, the release of the ball into Mensah. Still going here. Cole might take it on himself, decides to go to Jamie Lashy. Underneath one tackle, pass 2, pass 3, can't quite reach to the try line, but Conker Knights have got a fire in their bellies. Now it's through to Mensah. He scored 2 brilliant tries in the first half of the 24-all draw against Stunts. Your Afirifa Mensah is at it again on pitch 1. And he's drawn Conker Knights within 3 points of Preseli Barbars. So the kick to come from Afunaisa Kaginiwai. Takes a deep breath. He'll go wide. But still, a 5-point game, this one. It was an opportunity to go within 3 points if they'd added the conversion. But it's a 1-try game in Group B of the men's elite competition. Don't forget, Seven Rush were to get the win as well. Preseli Barbars were to be reeled in, then Seven Rush have a chance of getting to the top. But the points difference most likely against them. Preseli Barbars though, they've got such great runners from deep and they're so agile, able to change direction on the flip of a coin. Sam Potter. It's quickly out to the Llewellyn. Now Ned Bennett on looking for his hat trick. It's a power away. Thought the space would open up for him. Back to Potter in the middle. It's kicked across by Lloyd Wilkins, who's been rather quiet in this game, but it will sit up. And the space all of a sudden has opened up. Conker Knights statuesque. But speeding over the line, Callum Coxley. Going to cut out any hopes for Conker Knights of getting the lead in this game and assert Preseli Barbars. This time the kick is through. This one from Lloyd Wilkins. That puts us on for 24-12. Preseli Barbars leading over Conker Knights. Have they got their tails up now? Kick is good, but it'll be straight to Knights. Barreling into Potter. Stephen Evans. Johnson picks it out. Now Knights will need to build. Harry Chubb got a score at the beginning of the second half. He'll get it back, but has to fall forward in order to pick the ball up. Now the support comes in. Jamie Lashley trying to drag the Preseli Barbars defence from one side to the other with the dummy pass. Johnson, ball bounces between his legs, but it's gone backwards. So Knights can keep hold of this. But they are getting pinned further back towards their 5 metre. Can they find a space? It's kicked over the top. It's a nice kick from Joe Wadali. But there was an offside and it means a penalty to Preseli Barbars. Creative, but not clinical from Conker Knights. Oh, a serious driving run from Amir Jualwalji. Deep run. Oh, he's managed to get round 2 tackles. A stumble and a tumble, but Jack Connor finds a way to get over the paint. And it's try number 5 for Preseli Barbars as we tick into the last minute of this Welsh derby in Group B. Bennett's kick will spin away. 29-12 now to Preseli Barbars over Conker Knights. Looking to go one better in the Men's Elite Series than last season. Second that year to British Army. But now leading the way. But they will have to go on and win the whole thing. Certainly hope that Dukla Prague get knocked out sooner. Oh, it's been picked up by Preseli, but knocked on in the process. Oliver Brown would have scored a wonderful try straight from the restart. Again, Conker Knights just standing still, ball watching. Preseli Barbars pouncing. And the leap was majestic. Soared through the air like an eagle. But there was a knock on. And it is a Conker Knights scrum. Willem Johnson to put this in. Penalty 1. Maybe it is time for a final Conker Knights push. Into Chubb. Changes direction quickly. Out of penalty. Oh, a little goose step, and will that create the space for Conker Knights? It might just. Stephen Evans towards the 22, does eventually get pulled down by a melee of purple. Into Johnson. They had overlap on that right side. Decided not to release. Into Wadali. And now he's into traffic. Johnson in the middle. Another penalty for offside. This one against Barbars. Knights might be sensing there is something on. Quickly to Johnson. Now out to Toby Cole. Creates the space in the middle and accelerates towards the corner, and there will be a final flourish for Conker Knights. And it comes from Toby Cole. Well, this will be a sweet victory for Preseli Barbars, having lost out in the Welsh Sevens second leg last week. But their place already secured in the Cup quarter-finals. They have won this one. 29 points to 17. Wales today belongs to the Preseli Barbars as they will march into the Men's Elite quarter-finals. Up next, the winners, the runners-up from last season, Hong Kong China Dragons, up against the Braves.
Development team, all the way from that wonderful part of the world. So, 50 game here,
So one more group stage men's elite match to bring you on pitch 1 here at the National Pub Sevens at the Elite Super Sevens series with Apache, the Braves in the blue kit up against Hong Kong China Dragons in the navy blue with the red shoulders. Hong Kong China Dragons likely into the quarterfinals because of their head-to-head results. Wins against the FRN Beavers 36-7 we saw earlier, and a 19-12 win over the Wild Dogs. Sitting at the top, Wild Dogs have beaten the Braves already today 45-14, as have the Beavers, who beat them 26-12. So the Braves on the hunt for their first win of the day, but knowing that the best they can hope for is third in the group. But it is the Braves that have made a good start. A drilled pass to Oliver Pyle. He managed to slip away from the challenge, and now it's the way in for the Braves. Tom David with the carry. Louis Grant deciding to drive himself. Back to David. Well done to pick up the grubber from the Braves. At the breakdown, it's Jason Matthews that picks this up. Crossfield kick into Johan Navets. Really strong position at the breakdown. It allows Louis Grant to come in. Cristiano Frada is taking them all on by himself. Monstrously big player. There was no way for Hong Kong Dragons to get round him, but eventually the penalty conceded for not releasing the ball. So Dragons will look to come out the back. Stubbins passes the ball out. Oh, and there's the pace again from Hong Kong Dragons. This is what they did to FRN Beavers. They sucked them in, and then were able to stride forward. And I'll tell you who was at the centre of a lot of that. Shivy for Hong Kong China Dragons. He's got himself over the line for the first try of the game. Well, for all the endeavour of the Braves and their physicality, it was the pure pace of the ball that beat them on that occasion. When you get it into the wide players, the likes of Shivy, there's only one outcome. And it has Hong Kong China Dragons leading 7-0 over the Braves. Runners up against Preseli Barbars last year for 12-33. Third in the series overall last year. This is their first Lit Super 7 Series competition of 2026. That kick will just about find the 10, but it's pushed into Braves' possession. It was on the toe of the Braves man, so it's not a knock-on. It's really deftly done. Ewan Kingdon. Bit of aggression here from the Braves. The penalty, and it will be seen as a deliberate obstruction. And Floris Kennez of Hong Kong Braves will spend 2 minutes in the sin bin for this young side. So Hong Kong down to 6. Can the Braves capitalise on this? Get themselves a bit of momentum. They're enjoying possession, that's fair to say. It is really stretching. They do have a man on the overlap. This is Ewan Kingdom. Just dragged down on the halfway, but he's managed to get up to his feet. Supported well by Cristiano Frada. The contest at the breakdown is intense and severe and costly for the Braves. Hong Kong able to turn it over. Kame Chung into the middle with James Key. Penalty is going the way of Braves though. This is Tiernan White. There's the grubber. It's going to be chased by Cristiano Frada, but also there is Will Stubbins. He gets to it first. A little juggle. Mike gets closed out. But it's done really well actually. He was a bit exposed, but kept his head and kept his composure. That's Chung. And bearing in mind Hong Kong are down to 6 players, they're being ever so composed on the ball. And then again, once they get it out to the speedster Shivi, there's no stopping him in those positions. It's like a shooting star through the middle of the pitch. And Shivi will get his second of the game for Hong Kong China Dragons. The 6 Dragons making Braves' error pay. Wasn't even an error really, it was just trying to be more creative, find a different way through the Dragons' defence. But it just wouldn't come off. 14-0 to the Dragons over the Braves, who will be putting on a brave face. And Dragons back to 7 players. Floris Kenez, brother of Moritz, 17 years old, playing in the Hong Kong under-18s. Comes back into the fray, and there's a deserved rest for Shivi. Been capped in the senior men's Hong Kong Sevens side in the World Series. A knock-on conceded by Braves from the restart. The scrum will be put in by Hong Kong China Dragons as we tick into the last minute of this first half. Don't forget, after this we've got the first of our 6 finals today. The Vet 10s, a favourite at the National Pub Sevens. Wilfred Kelsley will be walking you through it, and I'll be throwing in some thoughts as well. Big drive from the Braves, but it does open up the gaps into David McCoultry. And now all of a sudden the space for James Key. He's all on his own out there, and he's got the pace to get away, and that's the 3rd for Hong Kong. They made that look far too easy, Hong Kong. Players drawn in at the set piece, attacking at angles rather than directly. It draws the Braves defenders in, and all that James Key, the Cardiff Uni youngster, had to do was drive. And from 22 metres he was able to do that. Another player bringing that World Series experience to the Lit Super 7 Series. Kick is wide, but the message is clear from Hong Kong. They are not messing about in the group stage as they go for 3 wins out of 3, leading Braves 19-0.
champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
Confirm the standings for you in Group B of the men's elite. Stunts beaten 47-14 by Sevens Rush. So Preseli topped the group, Sevens second, Conquer Knights third and Stunts fourth. So Preseli in the second quarter-final. Seven Rush in the third. They'll take on the second and top teams in Group C respectively. Conquer and Stunts into the plates. And Hong Kong Dragons wearing those navy blue and red tops. Something of the familiar. Billy Rugby with a fantastic 5 for these young, bright talents from Southeast Asia, representing Southeast Asia, leading 26-0. From the 2 o'clock kickoffs, we mentioned Stunts and Seven Rush on pitch 2. We saw Preseli Barbars beat Conquer Knights 29-17 on pitch 1. On pitch 5 in the Women's Elite, Hammerheads beat Bath 29-14. And we saw the Vets take place. And there has been a rearrangement. We were expecting the Vets 10s final to be at 20-3, but there will now be the Men's Elite KRA Chiefs against Hammerheads on the pitch instead. Hong Kong adding another, Oliver Sinclair, getting himself try number 6 for Hong Kong. And again, it's made to look so easy. Braves just standing still and Hong Kong just running 6s and 7s. Extras added to make it 33-0. We had 2 Vets 10s games at 2 o'clock as well. On pitch 4, the 3 Tons beat McCulloch Arms 10-5. And on pitch 3, the Clubhouse Bard representing Harpenden beat the Farmers Boys 14-0. So to confirm, after this game on pitch 1, it will be Group D in the Men's Elite, KRA Chiefs against Hammerheads. Should be followed by at 3 o'clock a Fijian-led song and prayer. Meanwhile, Apache Braves are able to take the ball from the restart. Deep run from Louis Grosk. Braves, have they got something to offer in this game? Juggled by Dan Saunders. It's infield to Tin and White. Louis Grosk. Wrapped up by Hong Kong. Can they make it unplayable? No, Braves able to keep moving forwards. That's his Saunders. Oh, they're still going here, Braves, as well. And there'll be a knock on, and it is a scrum in favour of Hong Kong. And it's almost an inevitable, really, for such an impressive side. The 15s winning the Asian Championships for the 7th time on the 7th of June. Maybe that's the lucky number. They've got 6 tries in this game. Will it be 7 for them? Maybe we've predicted that. Behind us on pitch 2, FRM Beavers taking on Wild Dogs. As I say, during the Group D game, I'll let you know how Group C has unfolded, and we'll start to be figuring out some of our Cup and Plate quarter-finals as well. Forward pass from Hong Kong, a rare error from the side representing the Southeast Asian nation. So scrum for the Braves on the 22. Newfound land for the Braves in this game. We'll see if they can take advantage of it. With Dan Saunders to put the ball into the pack. So from the scrum, it is a free kick option for Hong Kong Sevens. Decide to drive through Dave Makute. Oh, he's going to take them all on himself. Oh, this is absolutely brilliant from the Hong Kong number 7. Can he get to the try line? Not quite, but he has support. And Will Stubbins will be the man who goes down on the scoreboard. But the applause has to go to the under-20s Hong Kong player, Dave Makutereri, because that was outrageous sevens play from the free kick between his own 22 and 10, driving to the middle, sucking the Braves players in, shifting direction, gets to inside the 5 metre line, but has the support. And Hong Kong make it 38-0 with the kick from Oliver Pyle going wide. I said Preseli Barbars had sent a bit of a message in their Group B win over Concord Knights. Hong Kong are sending an extremely clear one. We are here to go one better at the National Pub Sevens and win. The celebrator of that 7th try, Makutereri. As I say, 7 appearing to be the magic number on this sevens. Will Stubbins. Crossfield kick from Pyle. He's asking for the chase. Onto the toe. How did he pick it up? Not quite. Oliver Sinclair inches away from pulling off the spectacular for Hong Kong. Braves have it back. We're going back for the knock-on. And the full-time whistle has been blown. It is a stunning 7 for Hong Kong China Dragons, for which the Braves unfortunately have no answer for. They'll go into the plate competitions. Hong Kong China Dragons will lead the way in Group C. They'll be facing a quarter-final against 7 Rush in the 3rd quarter-final, which will come later on this afternoon. That'll be at 20-5 on pitch 1. Up next, we will have the last of the men's elite group stage games, which is in Group D between Hammerheads and KRA Chiefs.
exhausted.
Is it the same one?
There's 2 flags on here already. Huh? I am, yeah, sorry, I had it as 2. I didn't realise it. Yeah, I know. I had it.
So if you've tuned in expecting to see the Vet 10s final, you're about 40 minutes early now, because that's been moved to 3:20. What we have on the main pitch here on pitch 1 at the National Pub Sevens at the Lit Super 7 Series is the final men's elite group stage game, which is taking place between Group D's second and third place teams KRA Chiefs and Hammerheads. KRA Chiefs in the light blue tops, Hammerheads in the white, pink and red pattern shirts. RG8 Shogun have already topped the group with wins against both of these sides, 31-10 over Hammerheads and 27-5 over KRA Chiefs. So these two sides battling it out for who will take that second place in the quarter-finals. We already know two of our quarter-finals and how they will shape up. With Hong Kong China Dragons having won Group C, they will face 7 Rush, the runners-up in Group B in quarter-final 3. While Preseli Barbars, the winners in Group B, will face the runners-up in Group C, Wild Dogs, in quarter-final 2 at 4:20 on pitch 2. Both of those games will be available for you to watch, but now we get started in this last of the group stage matches. As I say, the Vets 10s final to come at 3:20. At 3 o'clock we've got a special Fijian song and prayer taking place on the pitch, and Hammerheads looking to get themselves started in the best way possible. Oh, that's wonderful hands, wonderful feet, wonderful try for the Hammerheads. Will Sutherland searing over the paint and getting Hammerheads on the scoreboard within the first few seconds of this Group D match. That is how you start a game, goodness me. KRA Chiefs caught napping, is an understatement. And Will Sutherland unable to add the extras, but oh my goodness, he's put on a show with that try. But it was a team try as well. Dynamism is the best way to sum it up. Hammerheads leading 5-0 over KRA Chiefs. Now obviously with only 3 teams in Group D, it does make selections rather interesting for the plate quarterfinal. We will see some of those plate matches on pitch 1, so we'll talk you through those once we know more on how they're going to be shaping up, and I'll talk you through Group C to confirm the finishing places. As I say, we know as well with Shogun topping Group D who they will face. In the Group A runners-up, UK Armed Forces. What a game that's going to be. So will it be Hammerheads or KRA Chiefs that face ASC Dukla Prague in the first quarter-final at 4:20 later on? That's what's on offer for the winner of this game. So Hammerheads happy to be patient in possession. Aiming to drag through the middle, but hauled to ground. Looking to go down the wing on this near side. Here comes the grubber. It's a great kick and chase from James Bent, and he's got the support. A sumptuous team move. Kyle Oriagba finishing that one off. Well, contrast there with James Bent stumbling and tumbling his way forward, and the graceful deep run of Kyle Oriagba putting the cherry on top of that second wonderful team move from Hammerheads. Quickly into double figures. in this last group stage game of the men's elite competition at the National Pub Sevens 2026. The 60th anniversary in full swing, and they'll be delighting in that conversion kick from Will Sutherland. 12-0 to the Hammerheads over the Chiefs. KRA Chiefs reached the quarter-finals at the Oxford Sevens, but other than that, they've been plate quarter-finalists at Manor Sevens and Hertford Sevens. Reached the same position at the National Pub Sevens last year, losing out 14-19 to Hammerheads. So rather young's KRA Chiefs setup as well, about a year old, the KRA Chiefs initiative. Young Kaiviti Rugby Academy players. They've got pace, and if you know anything about Fijian rugby, they know they hold nothing back. They run at you, they love contact. They've got a penalty here, Josefa Rakua. Into Petero Raioba. All bouncing backwards, Kaunra Dranivesi. Into the middle with Tui Bale Solomone. It's gone for the kick over the top into Chris Diamond. But there was a forward nudge on the way. And it is a scrum for Hammerheads. Inside their own half, the chance for them to build from the back again. Hammerheads, familiar names on the Sevens circuit. Plate winners at the National Pub Sevens 2025, beating Boom Beavers 19-12. And now, Oriagba gets onto the halfway line. Lovely spin and go. It draws the penalty for the offside. Really clever stuff from Hammerheads. And Emile Rees in a bit of a rush. The Frenchman. Here's a big drive down the middle. Hammerheads, as I mentioned, know how Kaiviti will play. They love the contact. So they'll try to play them at their own game. It's a loose pass. Chris Diamond first onto it for Kaiviti. Oh, what a pop pass that is! Josefa Rakua in support, juggling with the ball and able to land over the line. Beautiful stuff from KRA Chiefs. Composure under the highest pressure. And they get themselves on the scoreboard. Chance to go within 5 points of the Hammerheads. Is to be taken by Jerry Boulevu. Conversion is added as well. 12-7. And we've got a game on our hands. Can they do it again? Approaching the last minute of this game. Oh, it's a lovely touch as well. Oh, they're in again here, KRA. They might well be, you know. Gets the pass away. Rakua wants to turn provider into Boulevu, but it's a knock on. For the referee here. Oh, he's given a yellow card to Hammerheads. Goodness me. Hammerheads down to 6. Must have been a blocking run on the way. A deliberate obstruction. So KRA Chiefs with a man over. Can they make it count? It's held up though by Hammerheads. Holding on. With that barometer reading of pressure extremely high. Means we'll restart with the scrum on the 5 metre line. A few clouds starting to rumble over Harpenden. Simbin going against Joe Patterson. Can KRA Chiefs make this count before the break? Hammerheads staying strong as a melee of bodies collapse to the ground next to the posts. And the ball does fall the way of Hammerheads. Have they got the pace to get round the wings? They might just do. Oh, tap tackle from the highest order. He was clean through James Bent without that tap tackle. But still, KRA Chiefs with possession. Bit of juggling from Petreo Rauboa. And that is the end of the half. Well, that suddenly burst into life. at the coming up to the midway points. Hammerheads looked like they'd be strolling to victory, but KRA Chiefs have had something to say about it. They want that second place in Group D, a place in the Cup quarter-finals. Again, that's on offer here. Who's going to take it? Will Hammerheads surge ahead, or will KRA Chiefs pull off an incredible comeback? Stay with us to find out. So to confirm Group C for you as we get started in the second half of this game between KRA in the light blue, Hammerheads in the white, pink and red. Hong Kong topping the group with a 38-0 win over the Braves, who finished fourth. Wild Dogs beat Beavers 40-5, so they're second and third respectively. Hong Kong face Sevens Rush in the quarterfinals. Wild Dogs against Preseli Barbars in the plate. Beavers take on Stunts and Braves take on Conquer Knights. Hammerheads on the attack. Look at the pace. Just watch him go. Tard Ossigan into the game to make an impact. That's exactly what he's done. And it's another quick fire try for the Hammerheads at the start of the play. That is outstanding. Sevens is all about capitalising on space. When you've got people with the pace of Tard Ossigan, you're going to do that. Hammerheads leaving 19-7. From the 2 kickoffs, I mentioned the two men's elite games that took place. On pitch 5, UK Armed Forces beat Wild Dogs Alpha Pack in the women's elite 28-12 in the Vets 10s. The Woolham's Arms beat the Old Cocks 33-5 on pitch 4. And the Grand Junction Arms beat the Georgian Dragon 38-0 on pitch 3. And we know already that RGH Shogun will take on the runners-up from Group K, UK Armed Forces. This to decide who faces ASC Dukla Prague in the Cup quarter-final in the men's elite competition. There's a kick over the top and now the chase is on. KRA Chiefs, they've got the pace on this today. Can they keep the composure? It's another kick through, might just bounce. That's brilliant. That is wonderful from Ben Tuirabe. One end to the other. Kaleidoscopic pace from Ben Tuirabe of KRA Chiefs, sending Hammerheads into a daze. And we're getting a tightened up game again if they can add the extras here. Which they will, through Jerry Boulevou. 19-14, it's a 5-point game. To confirm the next few games coming up, at 3 o'clock we've got a Fijian-led song and prayer at 3 o'clock. At 3:20, the Vets 10s final between the Clubhouse Bar representing Harpenden and the Grand Junction Arms. 20-4, we're going to the Men's Open Group A match between FRM Beavers and LU Sevens. And at 4 o'clock, we're into the plate quarter-finals, so make sure you stay with us. Hammerheads are going in for their own grubber and kick and chase. Can they keep the composure? Oh, they can. He's held on to it. Goodness me. They're playing football out here. Hammerheads take Otaga on the move again. Dave Tsunaki managed to kick it into the hands of the Hammerheads attacker, and he's at the double in this second half. And just as KRA Chiefs were getting a sniff into the game again, Hammerheads wipe it out. That kick won't find the mark, but it's a 10-point game at 24-14, and Hammerheads edging themselves closer to a place in the Cup quarter-finals. They're 3.5 minutes away. Difficult kick, that one, for the conversion. On the edge of the channel, going into the wind. Very, very difficult. KRA Chiefs able to pick that up because it hadn't fallen outside the 10-metre line. What have they got in the tank? They'll be back for the plate competition. Oh, they tried to go over the top, but it's into the path of a very grateful Billy the Kid, who attempted that conversion. Hammerheads, so swift in attack. They move it from left to right at real pace. Sam Tutts into Billy the Kid. He's got an overlap on that far side. Dan Bohr, a line at his mercy. There is try number 5. And fitting that it should come from Dan Bohr. Mr. Hammerheads himself. Well, it's been clinical from Hammerheads when they've been in possession, they've been direct, they've been aggressive, and they've been so accurate as well, with creative passes that have left KRA at 6s and 7s. That's why they are 29-14 up. 3 tries to 1 in this second half, having scored 2 in the first. The seconds ticking away. KRA Chiefs' hopes starting to dwindle. That's a very deep kick. KRA Chiefs will end up putting that out of play themselves. And Hammerheads happy to get on with it. Tutts. They want to carry momentum into that quarter-final against Dukla Prague. It's chipped over the top. Billy the Kid chasing it down against his opposite number. He's nudged him away, and now he'll get over the try line underneath the post. That's sumptuous from Hammerheads. And it's becoming a stroll. No problem with those extras. And Hammerheads putting the hammer down at full throttle against KRA Chiefs, who are hapless as they are 36-14 down. But this is a young side for Kaiviti Rugby Academy. They'll be learning a lot here, as they have been throughout the Lit Super 7 Series 2026. 9th overall. We reached plate quarterfinals at Manor Sevens and Hartford Sevens, quarterfinals at Oxford Sevens. The Hammerheads fearing that they'll be going to consecutive quarterfinals, having done so at Hartford Sevens, and they won't need to defend their plate title from last year. Chiefs now throwing into the middle, more out of hope than vision. Diamond out to the wing. Oh, he's got a willing runner. He's got some pace on him as well. Lobs it back into the middle. Luke Rivalu in support of the willing runner. But Hammerhead's able to steal in. Nobody else around them. Ball has been... I thought there's a penalty for offside. And now KRA Chiefs wanted to get something to finish with. A final consolation. Paul Dakunimata. Penalty. Failure to release the ball. Now Diamond will have a go at it himself. Loves the contact. Into Pedro Rayoba. He's chipped over the top, but Hammerheads have it through Sam Tutt. They're going to go 2-on-3. Tutt might even have a go at it all by himself. But he's dancing now as he's pushed back by KRA Chiefs, showing off his foxtrot. Ooh, a clatter as Charlie went down, but still Hammerheads on the attack. And it's Emile Rees, the Frenchman, that will get a final French flurry to this Group D match, to the Elite Cup competition. A super try to make it 40 points for the Hammerheads, and KRA Chiefs will go into the plate competition. They finished third in the group of 3 in Group D. Will there be a conversion kick? Not sure, doesn't look like it. The result won't change. It's 41-14 to the Hammerheads, who will face ASC Dukla Prague in the Cup quarter-finals. We will confirm all of those fixtures in the remaining fixtures that we have. But we will soon be moving on to our first final of the day here at the National Pub Sevens 2026, the Vet 10s, a favourite here in Harpenden. That's coming up in about 15 minutes time, so make sure you stay with us here at the Lit Super 7 Series 2026. I've been Warren Muggleson, Wilfred Kelmsey, and I will be talking you through that final coming up.
to be part of the wave. Can't stop, ever wonder if it's all for you. The world I love, the trains I hop to be part of the wave. Can't stop, come and tell me when it's time to. There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then to have each other hold, but love is a long, long road. Yeah, love is a long, long road.
Hey everyone, so just a bit of background on this. This Sevens study at the meeting last year, and we had the most incredible experience. We actually met up with one of the teams that year, the Lillian Avenue, in Fiji, did a joint training session, and they led us in this beautiful song. So we've got 6 teams here today, and we are privileged to have them as part of our community, and we look forward to hearing their traditional song.
fantastic, beautiful song performed by our Brazilian team here today at the 60th anniversary of the National Pub Sevens. Huge thank you to them. For the together calls, thank you to the it's a combination of 4 different events across the 67.
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then to have each other in a home, but love is a
Said I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. Get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it.
Tournament is the Vets game between the two pubs, and the pubs are the Clubhouse Bar here at Harpenden Rugby Club and the defending champions, the Grand Junction Arms in Tring. Harpenden have made every single final since the Vets format was introduced here at the Pub Sevens, and they've made another final here after topping their group. GJA did the same. It's Grand Junction Arms in the white going right to left in this first half. The grey, numberless shirts of Harpenden looking to regather this kick and latched upon, but in comes the tackle from Matt Lestrange. The Grand Junction Arm in Trings. Last year they were known as the Huel Tring Rugby Rangers. And they are the defending champions from last year. These are the two best teams in the competition. It's good to see them make the final, and Warren Muggleton is alongside me for it. Warren, this Vets Rugby, it's been really impressive. Given the weather, given the age, they've really put on a show for us across the games live on here, but all over the park.
They really have. I always love watching Tens rugby. You always doubting yourself. Oh, there are too many players on the pitch, but no, there's definitely 20 of them out there. I point out the man on the far side for Harpenden as well in the red and yellow socks. He scored a brilliant solo try earlier on today. He's got a lot of pace on him. He'll be one to watch.
To the corner go the hosts, Harpenden. Yeah, so there were plenty of pub sides involved today. The 3 Tons, who were beaten by Harpenden in the opening game, they went on to finish second in the group, ahead of the McCulloch Arms and the Farmers Boys. Grand Junction finished with a points difference of 103. Can you believe it? Beating the Woollands Arms, the George and the Dragon, and the Old Cock in thunderous fashion. But it's Harpenden with ball in hand for now. Just juggled in the midfield and then put down. So we will restart with a scrum. Might only be 20 past 3, but it is late in the day for these fellas who have been playing rugby since about 9 a.m.
You mentioned that points difference of 103. It's very easy to work out that actually. They won 20-0, 45-0, 38-0. They haven't conceded a single point. That's astonishing.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. It was a really decent game between the 3 Tons and Harpenden, but Harpenden did pull away in the end. It's an unbelievable afternoon for us. A couple of Men's Elite Plate and Men's Elite Cup quarter-finals for you before we head into nothing but straight finals. Women's Open, Men's Open, Men's Social, and then the 2 Elites, all throughout the course of the afternoon into the evening. Forward pass. AR's going to let it run, and then it is spotted on the far side. So this Harpenden side made up mostly of ex-players, many who have kids playing in the junior section now. I mean, it's a really great, close sort of family ties between Harpenden and this team, who've had so much success in this very competition.
It is, and what we've seen as well, there's plenty of volunteers here today. You've got to give a shout out to them. I know they're seeing their parents in action like this.
Brilliant run from the free kick, quickest to react. Once he got on the outside, he still had work to do. Winding back in at full tilt. There was no stopping him. And the Clubhouse Bar, Harpenden's very own, have taken the lead. The record champions in this Vets competition, looking to win back their title after they were beaten by this Grand Junction Arms side a year ago. It's great when the 2 best teams in the competition do in fact make it all the way to the big dance.
It's been very rare to see up to this point. It's taken this long actually to get a try on the board. It's a testament to how tightly matched these 2 sides are. But that try was all about on a claustrophobic pitch where there's very few spaces in 10. It was all about the movement of the ball. They knew they had faith that the player would be out on the wide wing, angled his run to come inside, and there's nothing you can really do with those tight angles coming in at you when you're standing still.
The Grand Junction Arms have conceded for the very first time. And Harpenden take an early lead in this final. Our first of 6 today. What a day out for us here in Hertfordshire. We've got the grand conclusion of the Men's Social, the Women's Open, the Men's Open and the 2 Elite divisions. And we've still got multiple clubs who can claim the title in most of those divisions as well. Little snipe again from the scrum half, going for a second score. Well-timed tackle forces the knock-on. And it's latched upon by the Grand Junction Arms, so maybe a bit of space for them on the edge. Oh, lovely footwork. They'll go through the middle instead. High tackle comes in. It was a double shot, and he was dipping as well. So nothing too malicious, but the penalty is given. An animated coaching staff. It is the tournament director who's leading this Hertford Vets side from the sideline, which is exactly what you expect to see. Good pressure at the breakdown, but it does come the way of the Grand Junction Arms. Lovely missed pass, but then back again into traffic, just about manages to slap it back. Here's David Watts. Swung to the right-hand side by Dan Boniface, the captain. Nice ball through, beautifully weighted kicks, and the Grand Junction Arms are the favourite to it. Will it pop up for Newton here? Newton still waiting for the ball to bounce. Down he goes. Newton drops onto it. Shorter support, lovely offload for Matt Lestrange. Lestrange is caught. The grey shirts come swarming back. There's no offside line here, so it can be dropped upon by the host, and the chance goes begging for the Grand Junction Arms. Finally, a penalty is given. Well, that's a huge moment in this final. Best chance of the game so far for the Grand Junction Arms, but they've been kept out.
That was nearly the best try we've seen of the day. It would have been incredible from Newton. He judged the kick perfectly as well. He knew he had the defenders running towards him while he was on the run, so he had that burst of pace to get off. The ball, Pill just wouldn't bounce for him, and that's just the way that the ball can work sometimes.
Kick to touch midway between the halfway and 10-metre line. It will be a line out to the hosts, the Clubhouse bar, who've been pretty consistent in this area throughout the game so far. And this is really the spirit of the Harpenden Sevens in its 60th edition. It is the Pub Sevens, and the Vets tournament is a really special flavour to the Lit Super 7 series. Nice standalone competition for them here. Brilliant line out, comes the way of Harpenden. And it's a good line. He'll take some stopping. Good shot from the captain, Boniface. Counter ruck from the Grand Junction Arms. And it's going to be a penalty because the man retreating back from the offside line was the man who made the interception, and the yellow card has been given, and that's one of the Grand Junction Arms' serious enemies to watch about that's been sent off, one of the host's best players, so that's a big moment.
It is. I'm surprised he went about doing that, to be honest. He probably wanted his moment in the limelight there, but we're down to 9 men for the hosts, and it's going to be, we might be down to less than that, I think, because I've heard he showed another sin bin to the man just coming off now. I think they've had 2, so I think they're going to be really under the cosh here, Harpenden. He kicked the ball away.
Actually, in fact, it was the wrong player sent off, is the end result. It was the man who caused the deliberate knock-on who's been sent off instead, as Newton breaks the line, and Mike Williams through to score. One of the Hertfordshire super vets in this Grand Junction Arms side. You represent the county, who gets on the end of a lovely line from Tom Newton. Good offload. Williams over to score. Yeah, so it was the man who knocked it on deliberately as he was coming back from an offside position who was sent off. So still down to 9, and they've made short work of the advantage.
They certainly have. Again, it's that man, Tom Newton. He's got the pace through the middle, and he knew he had the supporting run as well. And that's a taste of why the Grand Junction Arms have been so prolific today. Yes, it's a bit uncharacteristic, really, Harpenden being able to catch them out, but it makes for a really interesting last 7 minutes of this. So I think it's going to be the team that's willing to have that little bit of creativity, that little bit of risk, that's going to come out on top today.
Half-time in our first final of the day, and locked up at 1 try apiece as things stand, still all to play for over the next 7 minutes or so. It's Harpenden, the host, desperate to get back into this tie, good and proper, after taking an early lead. They are the record champions, but they are at the moment being tested by last season's winners on foreign soil, the Grand Junction Arms in Tring. And it's a big debut for a few of these players today. Tom Hine and Paul Bishop, who have yet to enter the fray, but are playing their first ever Vets tournament. It is over 40s only, that is the cut-off for this competition. And there is a real local flavour to it. There's some proper investment from those today, because Tring v Harpenden, that's a long story.
It certainly is. History is fueled with rivalry, and I'm sure you've seen many fantastic fixtures over the years, but this one could be one of the most dramatic ones yet.
It is as close as the games have been for either of these teams at the halfway mark in the second half. The hosts will still start with 9 players on the field. Still a twist or two in this story. Kick-off to come from the Grand Junction Arms. We're going left to right in this second half. And let's just take a look. They do have 8 on the field. Really interesting call then.
Yeah, it was, like you say, you had the guy who had been sent off with a deliberate obstruction, but then this guy number 10 who's just come off the pitch, he kicked the ball away afterwards, and the referee had spotted that, so he sent him to the sin bin very shortly after, which is why they've been down to 8.
And they've spilled it backwards straight from the kickoff, and there's players herring after it. A really good turn of pace on the chase for the men from Tring. Right option just to volley it off the field, but that is going to leave them short-handed from the scrum. And when you're up a player or two in the game of 7s or 10s, a scrum is the perfect platform.
Yeah, what you try to do with the scrum, I've seen it all day in the 7s. You just want to move that ball as quickly as you can while there's as many defenders as possible sucked in at the set piece. And bearing in mind the advantage, you can see it on the screen. 15 and 12 are the man overlap, really, in this scenario. So if the Grand Junction Arm can get this ball out of the scrum quickly, I suspect that's where we're headed.
The scrum wheels violently and it's been swept up instead by the host Harpenden, and the Clubhouse bar put boot to ball. Working hard to get back here. Jack Draper on the 22. Here's Newton. Caught by the first man, really great defence from Harpenden. Lestrange. Nice offload again, Boniface back in position, interception! Well, there's no offside line, there was no ruck formed. I don't think he was off regardless. Brilliant pick-off, and Harpenden in front again.
A gift, that's the only way to describe that, Wilf, an absolute gift from the Grand Junction arm. First time they took their eye off the ball, but Harpenden, you've got to admire the defence in there. They were right up in their faces, trying to move them towards the centre of the pitch. It forces the error, and that's exactly where Harpenden capitalised down a man, and now they're going to get them back.
8-man Harpenden take the lead again. I think it's the same man who triggered that move with a quick wrap around the scrum on the far side. And this is the last shift for the hosts.
Back to 9.
Well, if they're back to 9, then surely they should be back to 10 because both yellows are at the same time.
Yeah.
There we go. Kick-off to come from the men in grey, who hold a 5-point lead as things stand. What a kick-off. Just a few inches short, though, of the line. Curling beautifully.
Well, bend it like Beckham, you would have thought of that one if you're watching football, but bend it like Harpenden, that's the way it's gone there, but it does pass it in straight into their opponents.
Hayward just about taps it off the deck, the vice-captain, and now face set inside the 10. Hayward off the deck. Here's Boniface, the skipper. Good line speed from Harpenden. Guy Simmons had that transmitted from a fair way out, and they're over the ball at the breakdown, but they're off their feet and not rolling, and there could be any one of penalties there. So Boniface taps quickly. Here's Newton. Nice offload. Al Langdon from a standing start. Langdon with a nice offload. Looking to fly hack it away. I think eventually we're going to come back for a scrum for the side from Tring. Nice work from Al Langdon. He's just onto the field. Took that from a standing start and still managed to beat the first man and find an offload. It's a big moment in the game for Grand Junction Arms.
It is. They'll still be feeling those tackles that came in from Harpenden. They've been waiting for those opportunities, those Harpenden boys, all day. But like I say, just a little bit messy, not quite the result that they wanted. Really strong grasp of the ball from Grand Junction Arms, and again it creates the opportunity for them here from the set piece.
Boniface. Switch on the inside for Draper. Back to Boniface. Newton. Lovely footwork from Newton. Beats 3 men. Newton goes herring after the half hole. Did he lose it on the deck? Whistle goes. It is a slight knock on from Newton. And now a huge moment in the game. Well, that slight knock on has led to a slight injury, so we are going to have a moment of respite for both of these players. This is crunch time, though, in this Veterans final.
Yeah, there's barely anything to choose between the two sides. Harpenden, I mean, clearly George, the Grand Junction Arms, probably the more comfortable on the ball, I would say. They're being a bit more free movement. They're moving it from side to side, and they're enjoying those driving runs. As soon as they get Tom Newton on the ball, they look like a danger. They look like they're going to score. But Harpenden's defence is dogged and determined. They are so willing to throw themselves at the ball, and it does force those errors out of the Grand Junction Arms occasionally, and that's where they have the opportunities. Have they got the pace here, though? That's the question.
Kicked in behind, and it's the fastest man on the field for Harpenden, who gets the secondary volley away, but it's straight into touch. I mean, that would have been majestic if he controlled that with those long legs of his, but not a bad clearance if that's what we're going for.
Not bad. I mean, if we were watching World Cup football, Kylian Mbappe might have been proud of that effort if he'd have been taking that on. But in that particular scenario, not quite the composure wanted. But again, he's the man that's got a bit of pace. If they can get him in a bit of space and get the ball out to him, he'll tear through the Grand Junction Arms defence.
It will be a line out for the Grand Junction Arms of Tring, looking to go back to back in the veterans category. David Watts has it stolen from his fingertips. What a moment for Harpenden. Over the ball goes Langen, and he's won it straight back. Quick tap from Hayward. What a carry over the halfway. This is a huge moment in the tie. Straight through the breakdown on the 9. The penalty is given. Referee's a little late with his whistle. It's a huge moment in the tie. Boniface. Draper. Newton. Who will be the hero here? All the way on the edge, taken from behind by Bishop. Forward pass. Round of applause from the bench of the host Harpenden. We are running out of time for Grand Junction Arms of Tring. It's the barest of margins there, and we didn't have the angle of it, but the AR was up in line to catch that forward pass. And, you know, I backed the scrum half to scoop around and maybe score another from here.
Narrow margins, that's what it is. It's narrow margins. I said it at half time, it's going to be the team who's willing to take that risk, that bit of flair. That's what Harpenden did with that early try in the second half, intercepting when they were out of possession down to 8 men. And I think, bearing in mind how great they've really been in defence against the side scampering for victory, it could be the reason that they take the points, that they take their win here.
2 little knock-ons and a little bit of afters. It's the captain of Grand Junction Arms, Dan Boniface, getting up in the face of the man who was sent off earlier for Harpenden. Right towards the end of the tie, I'm sure this will be swept under the rug. Referee's going to have a conversation with his assistant. This could be danger here, whichever one of the two sides was deemed to have started this.
You guys haven't got the exact score.
Still just one try in it. And we're just going to restart with a scrum here, but the scrum is crucially Grand Junction Trings. Can they score and take us to golden point in our first final of the day? I'm assuming that's the final, that's the case in every other final of the Super 7 series. They might just share the trophy, but given the animosity between these two, I find it unlikely. Scrum instead comes the way of the hosts, and all they've got to do is cling on to possession here. Switch on the inside to their most dangerous runner. Well dealt with by Langen. What an impact he's had since coming on. Through the breakdown they come.
How long, Jim? How long is the ball from the touchline? No more time remaining. They're back. You go get that. A victory. Harpenden Rugby on home soil. And claim back the veterans title from last year's winner. Stitchy, well done, Stitch. Make it play great. On the balance of play, very close game. A game with narrow margins.
On the table next to the club shop, like to the left, I believe there's bags for the tokens for us. Yeah, I was going to say, I'll definitely come back.
Faithful. Faithful.
Welcome back then to the second half of this social game. We apologise for the interruption, but we are back and with you. And as it stands, it's 5-0 to faithful Sevens, who are looking for their first win of the competition. Neither of these sides can make the semi-final, but if Harpenden lose, then they are mathematically eliminated, as well as unlikely to make it. Penalty Faithful on the 5. It was knocked forward, then intercepted by Birch, but he was unfortunately in front of the man who dropped it. That old chestnut. Offside the call. Here we go. Morrison. Hughes. Right off the toes. And then lofted over the top. Well, that was asking an awful lot of the widest man in pink and white. So just the 5 points in it here. Too much for Jean-Omat. So we'll come back for a line out for Harpenden, the host, who will have semi-finals elsewhere for this men's open, which wasn't originally arranged, and that has pushed the men's open final back until our final game of the day at 7:20. So do keep checking your Tournify apps as the tournament is updated. Cleared from behind his own try line by Nathan Tang. It's a good take from Henderson Genoma. Dragged down by Finn Griffin. To the left-hand side goes Wayner. Perks. Wayner into play scrum half, but great effort. Here's a good drive. Lovely step on the inside, an offload could do it here. It's Lewis Reed, still manages to keep it in play. Birch with the fend, and Birch is away, and Birch will score. Well, great finish. Johnson from the sideline. Brilliant nudge. How about that from Ollie Johnson to put them in front by 2 points? Brilliant kick from Johnson. Great finish from Birch, and the hosts back in front. And if they do win this, they do have the narrow opportunity to qualify. It requires a defeat elsewhere for one of Trinity or the Sappers by a large margin. Good work off the kickoff, and still will play. And look at the acceleration from Alex Mancy. And in the blink of an eye, the script has been flipped, and faithful Sevens' first win of the tournament is starting to drift away. 14-5. Huge moment in this game. What a 5 minutes. Johnson gets out the pitching wedge, and it's onto the 22 here for Faithful. Big handoff, but Middleton does enough to scrounge his man, and then Lewis Reed.
Did he make that bit?
Wide from Jonama. Floated across beautifully by Stuttard. It's a covering shot on Josh Basham. Jonama. Lovely switch, step off the right boot, back to the edge for Faithful, but it's been lost, and Tang has it now for the host Harpenden. Lovely, through the legs from Middleton. Johnson to the line. It comes loose, it's just hacked through in the end, but the penalty goes Harpenden's way. Jonama using his hands on the deck. So touchline the option. Harpenden can just see this one out really, but if they do want to qualify for the semi-finals, then they are going to have to pile some points on here, because they will finish on 6 points as it stands, but there's still plenty of games to be played. Line out just about comes the way of Jack Francie, who's leathered, and the call is high. So Johnson, I think, is going to hit it for touch again here. Oh, what a kick! But has it gone beyond the dead ball line? Well, stolen back again by the faithful. It's a missed opportunity really for Harpenden. They've still got life in this game, playing for pride at this stage. Faithful Sevens. Crashing up the middle. Harpenden over it, but not on the ball. This time it's a turnover, surely. Penalty goes the other way. Francie couldn't roll. He's looking a little hurt, the number 9. They've tapped quickly. Soft hands from Basham. In comes the stiff arm. Faithful still going. Great recovery from Harpenden, but Faithful duck under the challenge for now. Offload in contact. Catches them unawares. And it has been dotted down for the equaliser if this kick goes over. 14 apiece, and that's game. What a fixture. Not the result that either side wanted, but that has knocked out Harpenden from contention. If results go as expected for the rest of the pool. Tough one for the hosts to take. 14-0, a draw it is. Faithful with their first points of the day. Well, in a few minutes' time, we will turn our attention to the men's elite. The Rera Rebels taking on the Stunts in the men's plate.
if it's all for you. The world I love, the trains I hop to be part of the wave can't stop. Come and tell me when it's time to.
So some action from the men's elite plate for you to enjoy here at the 60th edition of the Harpenden Pub Sevens, the final leg of the Lit Super Sevens series. The Stunts, the Midlands-based Sevens side, who have been on every leg of the series, are taking on Rewa, the Fijian side. The Rebels have made their second appearance here at Harpenden. So neither side are in contention for the top prize at the end of the day, but neither side have won silverware so far in the tournament and would love to do so. It's a pretty stacked plate with Apache Braves, the Conquer Knights, and Apache's main senior side as well, also in action, alongside Fine Rugby Now Beavers in this men's elite plate. And it will be the Stunts in the blue and black going left to right in this first period of 7. Rewa on the receiving end of kickoff. Got 2 plate fixtures for you back to back as the kick does not go 10 and go straight out, so double jeopardy of a free kick for Rewa. Our next game in the plate competition at 4 will be at 20 past the hour, and it's the KRA Chiefs against Apache, a really high quality fixture for this level. Just goes to show the strength in depth of the Lit Super 7 series. Rewa on halfway in the black and white. Straight through the centre. The ripcord has been pulled. Rewa hit the front with their first bit of possession in the game. And of course, they'll take all the time in the world to dot this down. Brilliant start for the Flying Fijians. Good start then for Rewa Rebels, straight off kickoff. They've lost out, and it's their kickoff instead.
Can you help?
So Rewa's turn then. They're hoping for a better end result than the Stunts. Oh, what a hit on the far side. Adam Collingwood, the captain, caught hard and knocked on from that ferocious effort. So it's going to be a scrum for Rewa. Well, both these teams are actually still searching for their first win. The Rewa Rebels propped off the bottom of Group A by drawing with Apache and then bettering their points difference. Stunts themselves also grabbed a draw against the Conquer Knights, but a huge loss to the Preseli Barbars by 38-10, saw their points difference plummet. So two teams with identical records. Free kick from the scrum. Quick tack by Rewa, who again are so direct. Can't go that high as they creep towards the 5. In fact, they're going to go the length. Iseva with the score. And Rewa Rebels look like they're pushing on into this plate with real aplomb. We'll get a little bit more play action for you. One of the semi-finals will be live on pitch 1. It's the Fine Rugby Now Beavers who received a bye, playing the victors of this game. It's one pool of 3 at the bottom of the day, which has led to that phase of play. A couple of changes for Rower in the meantime. Opening try scorer leaves the field. So can the Stunts fight their way back into this? Gone 14 points down in the first half. There's still loads of time. Deep again from Rawa, maybe too deep this time, but the bounce is really unkind for Prince Nsube. Nsube, the vice-captain, leathered and high tackle given. Good fend, maybe it might be on down this short side. Another bit of a late hit there, but out comes the fend, it wasn't required. And they're in behind here. Cairo Richards has the pace. Cairo Richards, the former Oakland's college man, down this near side, in and around the books of Saracens as well. And fantastic pace from the young lad. Prince Nsube, the vice-captain, from way out on this right-hand touchline, with a chance to shorten the deficit. It's a good effort from Nsube. Just wide of the right-hand upright, 14-5. So kick-off now from the Stunts. Their last one straight into touch, which led to the free kick, which led to the opening score. So Nsube with a bit of work to do. It's a much better kick, and it's been knocked on in the air. So Rewa with it back again. Dummy, but what a shot! Mike missed with a huge hit. And missed. Again, wraps up his man, going for the ball. Richards into the breakdown. Rewa sniped down the blind side, but there's nowhere there for Nkoko to go. What footwork, beats 2 men. This is beautiful again from Rewa. Free-flowing sevens from Kaiseva. But a penalty for the Stunts. Turned over. A combination of Miston and Nsube. Kelly gets the offload away. Collingwood floats it wide. 2 men out there to try and cause carnage on the edge. This time it's Stephen Mitchell. Or it's Dorian Amenya, in fact, who was dragged into touch. He released the ball, but it might work out for Rawa instead on the turn. Not only is it a third try, but it's also a try right under the post as well. Scove dots it down. And with half-time looning, Rewa are going to take a 21-5 advantage into the interval. Tuasube scores. Well, it's an interesting call from the bench of the Stunts. They say the space is on the edge, which is where they have been getting most of their meters, but for this Rewa side, they've strolled straight through the centre on 3 occasions. Well, the wind is blowing from left to right across the field if you're in the direction of Rewa, so that kick was caught in it, and Collingwood ducks into the tackle. Amenya beats his man one-on-one and gets onto the outside. Stiff arm from Dorian Amenya, but he takes a tumble. The linesman's flag is up on the far side to take us through to the break. But indeed, that just shows that the danger is there for the Stunts. They're still in this game. This could be their final fixture of the elite division in the men's elite category in this plate quarter-final, unless they can turn this around. Rewa, on their second shot of the Lit Super 7 series, are in charge. 21-5 they lead with 7 minutes still to play. Oh, I've still got power. Huh?
Can't stop, addicted to the shindig. Chop top, it says I'm gonna win big. Choose not to life of imitation. Distant close into the reservation. Defunct the pistol that you pay for. This pump the feeling that you stay for. In time, I want to be your best friend. Eastside love is living on the West End. Knocked out before you better come to. Don't die, you know the truth is some do. Go write your message on the pavement. Burn so bright, I wonder what the wave meant. White heat is screaming in the jungle. Complete the motion if you stumble. Go ask the dust for any answers. Come back strong with 50 valid answers. The world I love, the tears I've dropped to be part of the wave. Can't stop. Ever wonder if it's all for you? The world I love, the trains I hop to be part of the wave. Can't stop. Come and tell me when it's time to.
Free kick, offside. Door open early for the Stunts. Looking a little bit lackadaisical at the moment, although that's very easy to say from up here in this incredibly hot and humid weather. Prince and Sube. Shipped on by Volakai Silva. Here's Amenya. Clashes with the referee, so it has to be a scrum. Only one of the Volakai Silva brothers playing today. Scrum and Sube to feed. Don't want to get bogged down here, Stunts. Not when they've got to come back to complete. And Sube. Penalty. And a quick tap to send Rewa on the retreat. And Sube gets the ball away to Amenya. Perfectly timed for Dorian Amenya to score. Big kick for Nsube. They've got to stay in touching distance here. 21-10 with a nudge still to come.
Dorian, let's go. 2 minutes.
Nailed by Prince Nsube. 21-12. 2 tries left to go for the Stunts. We know how threatening Rewa can be with broken field. And Sube. Mike Volaikisuva on the chase. Got Liam McGillen on his inside. McGillen should get under this. Knocked on. Great chase from Liam McGillen. But they're running out of time here, the Stunts. And Sube will be all over the opening try scorer for the Royal Rebels with ball in hand now. What a game this would be if we can get another quick try for the men in blue and black. Reset at the scrum. This would be such a disappointing way for the game to end for the Stunts. We spent far too long in and around this set piece. I respect the referee's got decisions to make, but This is the final bit of sevens for the Stunts if they can't get a win here. Rewa round the corner. And half a hole opens up. It's a brilliant recovery tackle, but out comes the stiff arm to see them through. McGillen came close, but the try is scored. Oh, that's a dagger in the hearts of the Stunts. And the Rewa Rebels are going to be through to a plate semi-final. Tough one for the men in blue and white to take. 28-12. Late change. Off goes the try scorer. Good kick off, Collingwood underneath it. And Sube, lovely step, and he ships it to the outside as well. Volaikisuva swung towards touch. Collingwood gets away from the first, and that's a high tackle. Quick tap from the captain. Not sure they're back 10 there, so a yellow card incoming. Tuisue sent off. Maybe half the door open for the Stunts. And Sube, Michael Kelly, McGillen, Liam McGillen. Oh, he's been put down. It's been put down, and the 6 men of Rewa will settle onto this set piece. Disappointing. Comes Dorian Amenya, perhaps the most talented of this Stunts lineup. Free kick at scrum time. It's continuing to go Rewa's way with ball and whistle. Kaseva almost gets away. Kaseva back to his feet. Penalty. Time might be up here for the Stunts, but they're still going to play here. Cairo Richards, McGillen, Dorian Amenya. Amenya, lovely step. Richards, Volaikisuva. Mike Volaikisuva. Finally they bite. Tipped on by Amenya. Richards, McGillen, and Sube. Prince and Sube takes off the handbrake, and Sube round 2. Stunning finish from the vice captain. That may well be time, but the Stunts have ended their men's elite campaign this season with a stunner. Rewa through to a plate semi-final where they'll take on the fine Rugby Now Beavers. Stunts season is over in terms of the Lit Super 7 series, for their second campaign on the tour. It's always a pleasure to have them. And Prince and Sube has left us with a try to remember. Another plate quarter-final for you next, but it could well be a cup semi. It's Apache, only a couple of days after going deep in the British Elite Sevens, taking on the Kaiviti Rugby Academy. Our next game for you in just a few moments' time, live here at the 60th edition of the Harpenden Pub Sevens, the fourth leg of the Lit Super 7 series.
Champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
10 games in 2 days.
My phone's plugged into chat. It's good to have an impact on the game earlier. Let it flow. Establish your control.
Yeah, I got it. Let's go.
Welcome back then to the second plate quarter-final in quick succession. It could well be a cup quarter-final in days gone by. It's been a tough day for Apache. Back-to-back in tournaments. Chat's been great today. He's played 10 games of 7 in the last 2 days. It's gone again. What happened?
So, back with us then for a watch Apache take on the KRA. There's been no scores as of yet, of course, in this plate semi-final, but that could change as it's the first little dart of the day in the knockouts for Parker, who dots down in the corner. Now, Finn Parker was part of the Apache side who were at the British Elite a couple of days ago, and he's continuing to stretch his legs here. That is the thing with this Apache team. There is a fair bit of rotation, but they've had to put 2 sides into this competition. And a lot of fatigue knocking around. That explains their group stage. Catching up with Josh Barnes earlier, that's what he put it down to. 2 defeats and a draw. Left them bottom of the pool. KRA Chiefs finished bottom of the 3rd place team. So opening score from Finn Parker, no luck from the conversion, way out on the touchline. Nudged off by Apache. KRA yet to really play with ball in hand. Great collection and plenty of space. Oh, but no advantage coming. Well, that's a shame, really. Ratu Venuvi was away down this near side. Said KRA will have to reset. Here's Josefa Rakau. Rakau taking the deck. Quick pick up. And KRA, beautiful footwork. Delightful offload from Bulivao. Really flowing here, the KRA. Taken down just inside their own half by Louis Natui. Lovely switch. Beautiful feet. Through they go. Dave Sanaki. With 1 man to beat, Sanaki harassed by Barnes, but eventually he weaves his way beyond the last man. It's a lovely, lovely finish to put the KRA on level terms. Here's the kick to take them in front. Lovely finish from Sanaki on the switch, great step, and then still had to get away from Barnes, which is much easier said than done. (7-5), KRA in front. Deep kick. Natui on the take. Plenty of time in the backfield here. Well, it's got to get off the deck or they could be in trouble there. Cam Knight. And it has been stripped, but KRA put it down. Oh, quick tap. Ratu Vunivi is going to rock over here. Outstretched, but over the line. Another score in quick succession with KRA. 12-5 now, they're in front. Looked like a bit of miscommunication there at the tail. The ball had to go, but Knight took it in, turned over, and then one offload was enough from the quick tap to see them over. Good thinking from Ratu Vunivi. Off target from the conversion, so 12-5 it remains. Kickoff to come from Luke Raivalu. Good contest. But too much pressure there on Natui. Parker, deliberate knock on, play waved on, flung wide, a bit of space now. Here's Nunn with 1 man to beat. Ollie Brown in the corner in the end. Good play from Holiday and company on that far side. And under the post, a great chance for Chris Ballard to level the scores at 12-all. Oh, he's cracked the crossbar. But it's a yellow card. Well, the earlier penalty infringement was not forgotten about. And although the kick didn't go over, there has been a sending off. So the Kaiviti Rugby Academy have been reduced to 6 men Zef Tamani sent off for an earlier infringement. So trailing by 2, but with a man advantage. Up gets Halliday and Ballard, but it's claimed excellently well by Paturo Ryoba. Diamond. KRA backpedaling, little hitch kick from Ryala. It's Ryavalu who finds a brilliant offload. And KRA in behind, just looking to steamroll their way through. And it might well work out for them, but the final offload just gets away from Joeli Kasami. Knight. Brown. Brown one-on-one, beats the first man and steps on the inside of the sweeper. What footwork from Ollie Brown. Luke Ryavalu left standing stock still. And Apache take the lead again, 15-12. Well, only 6 men, but they were well resourced on the far side. It took all the finishing of Ollie Brown in this hot weather. The temperatures continue to rise. That's a stunning end to the half. Knocked over as well. So 17-12 at the break. This plate quarter-final has still got plenty of twists and turns left in it.
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then to have each other to hold, but love is a
Back underway in this plate semi-final, 17-12 to Apache as it stands. A brilliant score by Ollie Brown right at the end of the first half has seen the 6 men of KRA go behind again after Finn Parker's opener. And they do still have 6 on the field as things stand after a yellow card, which wasn't particularly clear what it was given for, but the referee did communicate it to the relevant parties on field. Line out though from a deep kickoff, which has rolled into touch for KRA. Diamond the target. Good claim by Chris Diamond. Ryavalu into midfield. Not a lot of space for them to operate in here. Good option from Diamond to put boot to ball, because there's tired legs in this Apache back line. But the man who seems to never tire, Max McCarthy, who's played an unbelievable amount of rugby over the last couple of days. Josh Barnes, one of the fresher legs, beats 2 defenders. McCarthy runs out of space, but it's a 4-on-2 now. Parker doesn't need them. He will stretch his legs and go, and he will flick his way past Pataro Ryoba. Finn Parker on the double. 22-12, 10-point gap opened up. This is a kickable one as well. Finn Parker, who since 1998, I can't be sure, but he must be getting towards one of the top scorers in Apache's history. He is so prolific. He was very impressive in the British Elite as well. As Apache won the plate. And they could be going for another plate here at Harpenden. McCarthy, another member of that British Elite side. Diamond underneath it. Diamond breaks the tackle. A little bit high. So quick tap. Bulival still keeps it. Bulival. Rakau. Oh, big bump. And a nice step as well from Rayavalu. Bulival. Tamani sent off in the first half, but winning another penalty here. Quick tap from KRA, trying to fight their way back into this contest. Rakau assessing his options. Diamond wants it cross field. Tamani. Tamani on the return, still has Diamond outside. Diamond, head down. Well met. Brilliant shot to turn it over from Apache. What a shot that was. Big carry from Diamond, he takes his leave. Apache win it back. Apache on the verge of a plate semi-final against more Fijian opponents in the... In fact, it could be Apache playing their own second side if it wasn't for the Conker Knights, who put 43 points past them. So Conker Knights, the Welsh side, are the prize for the victors here, which at the moment looks like Apache, and a penalty at scrum time might help them out. Turnover. Rayavalu. Tamani, great line. Oh, forward pass. Rayilba robbed of a lovely score by the assistant AR. And that might be it. Although the last scrum was converted into a penalty for the KRA. Here we go then. Some seriously lagging fellas out there in this beautiful weather. Here at Harpenden. Much better than the overcast clouds we had last season. Dug out by McCarthy. Max McCarthy still going here. Barnes has plenty of pace, and Josh Barnes, he'll attack the turf and eat the rest of it up, and he'll take Apache through to a plate semi-final. Josh Barnes, who was player of the tournament at Manor Sevens in the Men's Open when he was on the books at Sons of Spartacus, jumps up to the elite seamlessly, and there's no way back for KRA now. Big games all around us. If you are tuning in for the Men's Elite quarter-final, it will be in just a few moments' time. There's still a bit of juice left to run in our quarter-final in the plate here, even if Apache are on top. Kick-off from McCarthy. What a nudge. Will it just creep over the 10? Ends up in the grandstand. So free kick for KRA. This really is last dance of their season as well for the Fijians. Offloaded beautifully into the path of Rako. Wow, he's going to go the length, is he? Brought down 5 metres short. It's turned over by Apache. Foot in touch. Line out for KRA. But great defence to deny Josefa Rakoa. So there's a Men's Elite Cup quarter-final, a Men's Elite plate, and then all of a sudden, 5. As many as 5 Cup finals live for you on pitch 1. Diamond, what a grab, and he'll head down and go himself, and Chris Diamond scores. So KRA may well have had the last laugh, even if it will not be enough to rescue this plate quarter-final for them. Ratu Vanuvi's kick floats wide, and Apache, a broken and battered Apache after 2 tournaments in 3 days, are still going to kick on into a plate semi-final. But now it's a huge game. Dukla Prague, second in the league table after 3 legs of the Lit Super 7 series, take on the Hammerheads for a spot in the semi-final. A position they have to chase in order to keep pace with the league leaders and the defending champions here at Harpenden, the Preseli Barbars. Warren Muggleton to talk you through it in just a few moments' time.
Well, here we go, everybody. It's quarter-finals time in the Cup, in the men's elite competition at the National Pub Sevens 2026 here at the Lit Super 7 Series. Warren Muggleton here to talk you through these 2 quarter-finals coming up. We've then got a plate semi-final and then a women's open final to bring you, and then we are into a run of finals to finish off the day, which has just flown by. On the pitch for you, ASC Dukla Prague, the Czechs in the gold and maroon kit, against Hammerheads in the white, pink and purple and red kits. It's like Joe's been the Technicolor Dreamcoat for a minute there. So Dukla Prague looking to start the brightest. Jakob Bednar is well met by Kael Oriagba. And Prague being forced from side to side. We'll also keep one eye behind us on Preseli Barbars against the Wild Dogs, because it's the team that one of these 2 will meet in the semi-finals. Mikolaus Laurenkratz into Martin Simprich. Decides to kick through. The grubber is chased down. Hammerheads will get there first. Not quite, but it was knocked on in the process. So it is a scrum for the Hammerheads.
Republic taking on the Hammerheads. This is on pitch number 1, and it is the Men's Elite Cup quarter-final.
Well, reset to the scrum. Dukla Prague looking for consecutive Super 7 Series wins, having won Hartford Sevens last week. Or 2 weeks ago, I should say. They were in Prague for the Prague Sevens last week, semi-finalists. Here they come though, pushing off the challenges, reaching over the line. First blood to Czech Republic's team, Dukla Prague, Jindřich Kulavi with the score. You can probably hear the noise of the Preseli Barbars team behind me. Whereas Dukla Prague had large celebrations of their own, but taking the lead off the posts and away, so no extras, but 5-0 to Dukla Prague over the Hammerheads. Prague with a 3 out of 3 in the group stage, beat REWA 12-7, UK Armed Forces 21-19, Apache 26-14. Hammerheads second in Group D, losing out to Shogun 10-31, but beat KRA Chiefs 41-14. Oh, what a take though from the Hammerheads. It's opened up the space here. Dukla Prague committed. What a run from Charlie CGL. Into the middle with Julian Chamberlain. He's coming in for a couple of games. Into the middle, Prague trying to anticipate, but it's opened up the space on the wing. Kahil Oriagba, he's going for it. He's still going. He will make it for Hammerheads. The 2-14s scoring for their teams. Kahil Oriagba scoring for the second time today, and he gives Hammerheads the chance to take the lead. Dukla Prague committing on 2 occasions there, men from the wide positions, knowing that Hammerheads had the overlap, and they paid the price the second time with Oriagba bursting down the left wing. Extras added by Billy the Kid, and it's Hammerheads leading 7-5 in the quarter-final. Preseli Barbars through for another try against Wild Dogs. We'll keep you across those scores as much as we can. Preseli, what's your score? Well, about 4 tries to 1 over in the other quarter-final, but it's only comfortable for Preseli Barbars. On this pitch, a penalty for Dukla Prague. Early stages of the quarter-final on the other pitch, but looking like it'll be Preseli Barbars that will face one of these 2 teams in the semi-final. Now, Karek Sambalik goes for the grubber, the kick through. It will be met by the boot of Adam Mertenek, but he can't keep it in, and it's a line out. So the line out here for the Hammerheads. 5th overall, Dukla Prague, remember, 2nd in the overall standing. This is a significant moment in the Men's Elite 2026 Lit Super Sevens series in the Men's Elite competition. If Dukla Prague was to fail to reach the semi-finals and Preseli Barbar were to reach it, it would guarantee them the Men's Elite title. But Dukla Prague coming now. How's a penalty? Referee's going to reach to his pocket. Oh, and it's a sin bin. Here we meet Emile Rees, the Frenchman for Hammerheads, going to the sin bin, and Hammerheads down to 6. Prague looking to spin and turn. Oh, that's wonderful. That is brilliant from Jan Cruz, who's been on the scoreboard so often today, and gets Dukla Prague into the lead 10-7. Individual effort, instinct, direct attacking rugby sevens when the number 9 for Dukla Prague puts them back into the lead. What's this? A few wires tumbling about. Conversion added for Dukla Prague. And they have a lead at 12-7 Extras added by their kicker, number 11, Jakub Bednar. And after a moment where it looked like Hammerheads were building momentum, Dukla Prague are sticking with the form book here in the quarterfinals, looking to cement their place in the semi-finals, leading by 5 points.
Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired
Prague leading 12-7 against the Hammerheads. Dukla Prague in the yellow, gold and maroon. Hammerheads in the white, purple and red. I mean, there's bits of pink in there as well. All pushed out of play. And it is a line out to Dukla Prague. That's determined defended from their own kickoff. Dukla Prague forcing the Hammerheads out of play. Preseli Barbars on the scoring form again against the Wild Dogs, looking confident as they look to push for the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Dukla Prague with the knock-on from Jakub Bednar. And it will be... Well, there wasn't a scrum to Hammerheads. The referee's changed his mind about the call. It is definitely a scrum to Hammerheads. We all saw it. Don't worry. Panic not. Scrum puts in for the Hammerhead side. Plate winners at the National Pub Sevens last season. And they've definitely already improved on that. Here's Bednar for Dukla Prague. Cross from right to left. He's taking them all on and clatters into the challenge. It's a penalty for a high tackle by Dan Bohr of Hammerheads. Bednar's up on his feet again. Gets the pass out the back door, and that's absolutely wonderful from Prague. Adam Mertenek over the line. Score for the second time on pitch one today. Such commitment to the deep runners from Dukla Prague. They know they're coming. Jakub Bednar, it's like an owl. He's got 360 peripheral vision. Knows where everyone on his team is. And that created the third try. Conversion added. Makes it to 19-7. Dukla Prague just starting to churn through the gears. Coming up after this will be the quarterfinal 3. Hong Kong against 7 Rush. A bit of an international feel here at Harpenden. The wind continues to rise. Restart calls kindly to Hammerheads this time. Drilled in to Bohr. But he's got 2 Dukla Prague players swarming around him, scampering for the ball. Martin Scott in amongst it. And they get the turnover, they get the scrum. Unplayable in the maul. It's outstanding defensive work from Prague. and creates the opportunity deep into Hammerheads territory. On comes Hugo Zak, wearing the number 2 shirt. Off comes Jakob Bednar. Well, I say that, he's just getting in position. Dukla could go either way, knowing them. 2 on the right, 1 on the left of the scrum. And they've got the free kick option. Here goes Gruz. He'll always run towards the line. Now penalty for the high challenge and referee. Is he going to reach to his pocket again? Yes, he is. Another yellow card for the Hammerheads. It goes from bad to worse for them. And here come Dukla Prague, the substitute, leaping over the line. Hugo Zak with the 4th for the Czechs. And they are looking like they're putting the check on a quarter-final win at the National Pub Sevens 2026. Extras added too. 26-7, and Prague showing their skills, their composure, their elegance. Dan Bohr, the man in the sin bin for Hammerheads. Less than 3 minutes to go, this first quarter-final of the men's elite competition today. Bit of a miscue between the Hammerheads, but they do keep possession. Or they might get caught here. Victor Vodica concedes the penalty, not releasing the man. Hammerheads trying to get the ball out quickly to the wings, and maybe they'll get a chance here. Julian Chamberlain, supported by Charlie. The number 7 for Hammerheads towards the halfway line. Scampering. A 3rd penalty in a row against Dukla Prague. And now Tadej Ortega, he's got the pace and he'll get round the corner. And Hammerheads are on the scoreboard for the 2nd time in this game. They've turned to Tadej Ortega a number of times, Hammerheads, today. He's come up trumps here. Takes them into double figures. And the kick doesn't find the mark. So it's 2 converted tries between the 2 teams. Full time in the quarter-final behind me. Preseli Barbars taking the win against Wild Dogs. That they will advance to the semi-final. It looks like they'll be facing Dukla Prague, who have a 14-point lead over Hammerheads. That kick will go beyond the 10, but Prague unable to pick it up. There was a knock-on from the Czech side. Jindřich Kulavi, a little bit too keen. 26-12 to Prague. Just keeping Preseli Barbars up to date. Should be watching the live stream is what you should be doing. Anyway, you guys are, so that's good news. Penalty against Prague. Wow. Will Sutherland trying to pull the strings in the middle. He'll get the pass, but it's pushed forward and Prague able to pick up the bouncing pill. Drifting to the middle. Emil Rees trying to bring him down, but Jan Cruz has managed to sneak through. Coattails held on to. Prague looking to put the 5th on the board. Jindřich Kulavi through the middle. Daniel Komarek kicks it out of play, and that confirms Dukla Prague's march to the semi-final. And this will be a shootout for the 2026 men's elite title in the Lit Super 7 series, because it will be Dukla Prague against Preseli Barbars in the semi-final. What a fixture that will be. Up next, quarter-final 3 between Hong Kong China Dragons and Sevens Rush.
Having watched the Hong Kong Dragons, they've got a walk with them.
Oh, yeah? I haven't watched them all day.
pressure on that early. Yeah, we can run about it.
So here we go, second quarter final in the men's elite competition here on pitch 1 at the National Pub Sevens 2026, and it's Hong Kong China Dragons in the white shirts with the navy sash across the chest against Sevens Rush in the pink and blue kits. Very international feel to this quarter final. Sevens Rush from France, Hong Kong China Dragons of course from Hong Kong. Now Shivy, wearing number 12, a real danger man. Scored 3 tries on pitch 1 today. Will Stubbins, he's got a man on the outside but can't get the pass cleanly to him, and Sevens Rush look to sweep in. Sevens Rush trying to win possession back. They'll need the help of the referee to do it. A knock on in the process and a scrum. Hong Kong striding their way to Group C. 36-7 win over FRN Beavers, 19-12 over Wild Dogs, 38-0 over Braves. Sevens Rush finishing second in Group B, losing out to the group winners Preseli Barbars 40-0. Had a win 21-17 and then 47-14 against Stunts. Oh, and Sevens Rush, they found a gap. Have they got the pace to go all the way? It's a number 9 against number 9. What a tackle that is. That's outstanding, but the ball hasn't gone out of play. And Hong Kong Sevens able to wrap that one up. James Key with an incredible chase to Cardiff Uni man against Quentin Helby of Sevens Rush. Penalty goes the way of Hong Kong. Sevens 21-17 win coming against Conquer Knights in the group. Just to wrap that up. Oh, they've given possession straight to Sevens Rush. 2 out the door passes in a row. That tells you what sort of game we're in for here. Full of flair, full of creativity from these European and Southeast Asian sides. Quentin Helby, Julian White, bounced out to the middle. Out the back door again. Bruno, I say Bruno Mars, I'm not sure whether that's a real one. It just might be though. Marc Andrew does play for the French international Sevens team, and it's still Sevens Rush in possession. Julian White with his pink and blue face paint. Hellboy has had a lot of the ball, rarely got beyond the 10 bar that run down the wing where he was stopped by his opposite number. Now it's out to the left. Etienne Magicien. Out to Ludo Builak. Builak found himself on his own, wanted a deep runner, and he got one. Roman Faure getting over the line for Sevens Rush. And that is our first try of the game, and it's gone to Sevens Rush, their Lit Super 7 Series debutant. I thought Ludo Builak should have gone for it himself at one point, but he trusted in Roman Faure. And a conversion at
Prends le temps les gars. Can I bring water up? Three. Three. Thank you. Not allowed. Go.
Well, apologies for any technical difficulties during this stream. We're bringing the rugby action back to you at the National Pub Sevens, the Lit Super 7 Series. As you rejoin us, 7-all in the men's elite quarter final between Hong Kong China in the white shirts with the navy sash and 7 Rush, the French side. Oh, from the start, Hong Kong able to drive forwards. And now they've got some space down the wing. What a tackle though. Thomas Bouillard, having had a sin bin, back into the game, pushing Billy Rugby out of play. It all gets a bit angsty at the 7 Rush bench. Much to the guile of Billy Rugby. In the meantime, some other scores. Confirming Preseli Barbars beating Wild Dogs 43-5. They'll face Dukla Prague in the semi-finals. Hammerheads in the women's elite semi-final beating Wild Dogs 45-10. And the men's open on pitch 4. Sons of Spartacus beat LU Sevens Rugby 31-14. And on pitch 3, Hearts and Balls beating Las Vegas 24-19. Penalty to Hong Kong. Not releasing the man. Number 8, Thomas Larangero, the Belgian international, just a bit too eager to keep hold of his man. Oh, what a step from Dave McMooty. What a try from Dave McMooty. That is simply sensational. Hong Kong man drifting from left to right and just surging towards the try line. Oh, that's one way to get yourselves back ahead. Well, ahead for the first time in this game, I should say. No problems with the conversion for Josh Eustace. And it's 14-7. Oh, we just need the ball. We're ready to get restarted. And Hong Kong with the advantage now in this quarter final, facing either UK Armed Forces or FRN Beavers, who are playing on pitch 2. Well, I should say Shogun or UK Armed Forces. Shogun winning Group D, UK Armed Forces finishing second in Group A. Thought I saw the Beavers over there, but no, it was Shogun. All these colourful kits almost blur into one at times. Floris Kenners getting a bit more air than he expected. Romain Faré. Now Sevens Rush, rushing forward. Etienne Magicien, supported by Quentin Helby. Penalty to 7 Rush. They're still in this fight. Julian White launching the pass to Marc Andrew. Change of direction. Can the space emerge? No, it's locked up by Kennez of Hong Kong. Julian White out to Bruno Mars. Mars, he's got the touch. Quentin Hellboy wants to release the ball but can't quite. Magicien, 7 Rush with real momentum here. They're stretching Hong Kong from left to right. Andrew onto his man on the outside. He can't escape though. Such great shape from the Hong Kong team. These youngsters in the setup, a lot of them under 20s players, couple of senior capped young players. Bruno Mars gets the pass on the ball. The Magicien down to ground. Hong Kong want a penalty. They'll get a penalty as well. How crucial could that be? Stubbins driving directly to Eustace. Now Kenneth. Pile changing direction into Shivy. But a knock on as the ball was presented to Seven Rush. And it will be a scrum to Hong Kong. Less than 3 minutes to play. Lots of other exciting fixtures going on. Have all those finals coming for you on this main pitch. So the scrum put in for Seven Rush. Roman Faure. Seven Rush fourth at the Prague Sevens last week. Plate winners at the Bournemouth Sevens at the end of May. Under the same guise as SEVENS. This club founded by one of the team managers at SEVENS, a very impressive French rugby outfit. Here's Shivy of Hong Kong into the middle. Change of direction from Billy Rigby. Big physical presence, takes a lot to stop him. Mahmouti, lovely feet. Now it's into the middle for Sinclair, but he spills it forward, and that's the knock on and the scrum for Seven Rush. One converted try in it. Will Seven Rush find a gear? Or can Hong Kong Sevens hold on to this lead? Seven put in. What a scrum collapses, but the free kick option goes the way of Seven Rush, and they whip it quickly to the middle, on through. Helps it on its way, and he'll get it back with the following run, but he's knocked it forward, and errors starting to creep in from both sides under what is increasing heat here in Harpenden, despite the sun getting lower gradually in the sky. But a plate semi-final in the men's elite competition coming up next for you on this pitch one between FRN Beavers and Apache. Full-time whistle has been blown behind me. UK Armed Forces with the celebrations. Looks like they're going through to the semi-final. Will they face Hong Kong? They've kicked it out. They knew it, the time was up. So it will be Hong Kong that will face the UK Armed Forces in the men's elite semi-final. We have our two semi-finals, Dukla Prague against Preseli Barbars and Hong Kong against UK Armed Forces. We know that the 2026 Super 7 Series men's elite title will be decided in that semi-final. The question is, who will be taking on the final here at the National Sevens 2026 at 7 o'clock tonight? We'll find out later. Coming up next, staying with the men's elite, we're into the plate semi-final, FRN Beavers against Apache.
No, you weren't even looking. You were looking the other way.
Well, we have this plate semi-final. FRN Beavers in the black and pink and green shirts up against Apache in the white shirts and the blue shorts. Apache finishing bottom of Group A. Following defeats to UK Armed Forces 14-35, a draw with RAWA Rebels 24-all, and a 26-14 defeat to Dukla Prague. But then in the plate quarter-finals, pulled off a 31-17 win over KRA Chiefs. FRN Beavers Elite is the best third-place side, getting a bye into the semi-finals of the plates. FRN Beavers themselves third in Group C. 7-36 loss to Hong Kong, who, as we know, are into the elite semi-finals. A 26-12 win over the Braves, so they've already beaten an Apache outfit today. Can they get one against the other? They beat the Braves. And then a 5-40 defeat to the Wild Dogs. But here come Apache now, from the scrum. Into the middle with Alex Manhart. Taking them all on. A cruncher of a tackle comes in from Beavers. Ryan Dennett, but Apache getting the penalty and still on the charge. Trying to get through the middle to number 11. Doesn't quite come off though. Max McCarthy changing direction this way and that. Cameron Knight. Beavers standing resilient on their own 5 metre, but how long can they do it for? Penalty for the offside against the Beavers, Leo Zheng. This is it from Apache. Ballard, is this the moment for them? Yes, it will be. First blood to Apache over the Beavers. Thanks to number 11, who's been at the heart of these early attacks. Oh, will conversion be added?
Paddy, just roll. Ballard, you're still on.
So first blood to Apache. But FRN Beavers trying to get something. Oh, ball going into their own try zone, but it's gone out of play before it did. So it will be a line out for Apache. Shy of the 5 metre. So Max McCarthy to line up this one. Well collected by Johnny Holiday for Apache. Here comes Josh Barras. Now to his man on the wing. Can he slip away from the challenge? Not quite. Cameron Knight. Penalty against Apache. FRN Beavers get it. Simon Finch getting FRN Beavers on the move. The tall presence of Fergus Chapman pushing the ball out to the wing. There might be a burst of pace down the left wing as well. Beavers, he's got support as well. Can he go all the way here? Chapman does a sidestep, does lovely stuff, but it's a knock on. And Beavers can't make it count. I was just waiting for Fergus Chapman to get the afterburners pumping and pushing towards the line with those long levers. Decided he wanted to play it into the body of Leo Zheng. Maybe that was the wrong decision. Still 7-0 down. Max McCarthy to put in Apache, having had a scrum and a line out inside FRM Beavers half, deep into it. They've had to get the scrum and the free kick from inside their own half. Right down the middle, McCarthy locked up, but Crimson there for Apache. He's put in some big hits today, the Apache number 1. Now it's Knight. Penalty will go to Beavers. Excellent defensive work from Ryan Denver. Some of the best hair in the game as well, I must say. Leo Zeng. FRM Beavers think he's their best attacking option. Always getting the ball to him. Baker, the captain. It's spun out to Sullivan Werner. Takes a look in the contact. Now low in support. Now to Chapman, who just stood still for a moment. Chapman driving over the 22. Now Sullivan into Zeng. Changes direction. And FRM Beavers almost being hemmed in. But now the pop pass is over. Is this the moment for FRM Beavers? The step inside, gets past one, and he'll spin past the other. Ryan Denver gets on the try line, and there's the score for Beavers. Sam Baker looking to add the extras. Ryan Denver has been a menace for FRM Beavers in this first half. Down the right wing, and he gets his reward. Conversion doesn't find the mark, so it's a slender lead for Apache at 7-5, going into the midway point of this men's elite plate semi-final here at the National Pub Sevens 2026. Confirming the 5 o'clock scores, we know it will be UK Armed Forces taking on Hong Kong China Dragons in the men's elite semi-final. Such a narrow margin. They beat RGH Shogun by 22 points to 19. That's an incredible score. In the women's elite final, you can take a guess. It will be Shogun that take on Hammerheads. They beat Bath Rugby 36-10. In the men's open Group B, the Faithful Sevens beating the Sappers 28-12 on pitch 4. And on pitch 3, the Seven Dwarves beating Trinity 26-21. We're getting close to figuring out who will be the finalists in that men's open competition. We'll see that later on at 7:20, last game of the day. There'll be semi-finals before that. Hearts and Bulls and Sons of Spartacus top in Group A. Trinity and Sappers top in Group B. Oh, and now Apache, who are in the white shirts, making the brightest start to this second half. They had a slender lead going into it, and thanks to Finn Parker's pace, they find themselves ahead by 7 points and a chance to add the extras. Apache, quarter-finalists last year at the National Pub Sevens, haven't been able to replicate that. In fact, this is probably their poorest performance of the Super Sevens series, having reached the quarterfinals twice at the Manor Sevens and the Hertford Sevens, the semi-finalists at the Oxford Sevens. So conversion no good, 12-5. Well, getting informed I've been well informed by our man in the know on pitch side that it was 5-5 at half time. It was Talbotton 10-5 and all of a sudden it's 15-5. Finn Parker at the quick fire double. And this is really putting the seal on it for Apache. They tick through the seconds. Well, as I would expect in this position, that Finn Parker would put the ball through the post and to make it 17-5, which he does. So 17-5, there have been 3 tries, 1 converted. So it is 17-5 to Apache over FRN Beavers, who just haven't really turned up consistently in this plate semi-final. It was straight from the restart that Apache were able to score. They tried to do it again, but the pill bounces kindly for FRN Beavers. Oh, here they come now. They must have heard me. That's Aaron Lowe. Here comes the big man, Tabs, going for it himself. Oh, what a charge from Tabs. He's going all the way. That's what we've wanted to see. The big man from FRN Beavers bullying his way over the line. And he gets the Beavers into double figures, a chance to be within 5 points of Apache. I tried it. It's quite simply about power. And Tabs has bucket loads of it. And the conversion kick just sneaks inside the post, and it's a 5-point game. 17-12 to Apache over the Beavers. If they can get that man on the ball. Oh, he's just come off. Tabs, that's his cameo roll. Done. And what a roll it is. Oh, from the restart, Apache collect this one. Louis Natui. And in the pathway, Finn Parker. He wants a hat-trick in this second half. Rolling and tumbling. Releases the ball. The man who scored the try in the first half. Alex Manhart trying to get away. He's got a runner as well. Alex Moses appearing out of nowhere and going underneath the post to respond straight away and re-establish a confident lead for Apache. That is a beautiful try, especially thanks to the work of Alex Manhart. Had the vision on the turn to see the deep run from Alex Moses. He will kick his own extras and take us to a 12-point game. 24-12 to Apache in this men's elite plate semi-final, where they will face either REWA Rebels or Conquer Knights, who are playing on the pitch behind us. They're just about to start the second half. Can confirm all of those scores as those finals start to progress as well. The first one coming up as part of the finale of our evening is the Women's Open final between Hearts and Bulls and Wild Dogs Impipac. But here come the Beavers. Terence Cadieda spills it out to Leston Scott. Now Chapman wants to get running again. About a minute and a half left of this game. Burst of acceleration. Can he get away? He can. James Charnock gets his head down, pins his ears back, but Max McCarthy's holding on to his coattails, as is Ollie Brown, and it's spilt by Terence Cadieda. Fingertips away from closing the gap, and now Ollie Brown for Apache has support on his inside but can't get the pass away. The Apache bench fueling furiously for a deliberate offside, but it doesn't matter because they're going through the middle anyway. They've got the option in the middle, and Chris Ballard will put the cherry on top of what is really a super flowing move from Apache. Referee may come back to have a word with FRM Beavers, but the conversion has been put over and he's decided instead to bring an end to the game. 31-12 to Apache over FRN Beavers, and it's Apache that will advance to the plate final here at the National Pub Sevens 2025. Not the quarter final that they would have wanted like last year, but still they could come home with something in their grasp. Up next, the first of 5 finals to bring you for the rest of the evening. The Women's Open Final coming up next.
Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise just to get it fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it.
Against Wild Dogs Impy Pack in the purple kits and the purple tops and the grey shorts. Wilfred Kelmsley joining me for this one. Wild Dogs Impy Pack, runners up last year, runners up at Hartford Sevens. Is this their moment?
Yeah, I mean, they've come out of an all Wild Dogs semi-final as well to get here, which is really exciting stuff. I really hope so. Yeah, I was just chatting to a friend of mine, Alex Pert, who was with the Wild Dogs men today, and he just says there's so much buy-in from this women's side. I mean, they've got that really great connection to OAs, which is another great club that's doing a lot for women's rugby at the grassroots level. And yeah, so many players. I'm glad they get to showcase them all.
Well, there might be a penalty there against Hearts and Bulls, but not to be. Wild Dogs Impy keeping on the charge. This is Anisha Pereira standing over the ball with Alyssa Simmons of Old Albanians into Amy Smith with her recognisable blue hair. One of the boldest hairstyles in the game, but she rocks it, I would say. Defensive work though, goes the way of Hearts and Bulls. They get the line out.
Yeah, tries to go quickly, but just caught out by the ref. It's a fun little team, Hearts and Bulls. You know, they've both come here today and done really well across the men's and the women's team. You know, they've been a club since about 2013, joined up with the charity about 2021, and now I've got a thriving women's section too, which is great to see. And of course, they're big sponsors of the series as a whole. You know, looking after semi-pro professional rugby players, past and present, with all their, you know, all this trouble and strife that life can bring as a professional athlete.
Yeah, well worth having a look at Hearts and Bulls. Just have a look at them online and the work that they do. Wild Dogs Impy though, putting the pressure on with they're in possession. Alex leads. They're stumbling away, but we're coming back for a penalty, for a knock on. and a scrum to the Wild Dogs Impy pack. Both have been flawless, really, these two sides in the Women's Open. Wild Dogs Impy winning 22-5 against Stone Valley Women's Sevens, 52-0 against Harpenden. Both of them we saw earlier. FRM Beavers 19-12, and they beat the Wild Dogs Manor pack 22-7. They're in possession now. Anisha Pereira of Loughborough University and Old Albanians. All spills out of the scrum. She's first to it. Alyssa Simmons into Taylor Duplessis. And that might be a drive down the middle from Katie Quinn. And not quite. There's an overlap on the far side. Amy Smith is begging for the ball. She gets away from the first challenge, trying to skip through them all. Still in Impy's possession. Mayla Paney. But there was a knock-on in the process. And it is a scrum to Hearts and Bulls, who, looking at their record, they've only conceded 3 tries across their 4 games as well. So they are a difficult defence to break down.
Yeah, that's serious. Not a lot of people can keep out Duplessis as well. For this level, Women's Open, you know, she's such an impressive figure. Could well jump up to that Women's Elite if she wanted to. A couple of these players are certainly of that standard. And yeah, really good final on the line.
Hearts and Bulls, eye to eye. Touch to touch, toe to toe. This Women's Open final in the early stages. Live on YouTube for you at the Lit Super 7 Series 2026. Warren Muggleton and Wilfred Kelmsley bringing you this. Referee just having a word. Oh, he's given the scrum to the Wild Dogs Impy pack here. There must have been a knock-on in the process by Hearts and Bulls. Mentioning their record, 47-7 win over under-23 Savvy Panthers, 47 over Wild Dogs Manor. And they kept Barnes Silly Goose to a donut on the board at 31-0 and swept FRM Beavers aside 43-5 in the semi-final. Pereira from the scrum for the Impy pack. Simmons, the step inside from Mayla Paney. But now the long legs of Katie Quinn will get moving. Just wrapped up though by Bardelli from Hearts and Bulls. It's such rigid defence, and it moves as one from Hearts of Valley. Now it's Amy Smith, the interception comes in, but it was judged to be a deliberate obstruction, and there'll be shock on the face of Claudia McLaren of Hearts and Bulls. She's gone to the sin bin.
That is really harsh. I think that was a genuine effort to go for the ball. It was outstretched, but she was really close. And yeah, that's tough. That's going to be a really difficult one for Hearts and Bulls to take.
Their solid defence is going to be tested now. Down to 6 against the Wild Dogs Impy pack. Emily Peters with the carry of the ball. Pereira trying to keep it moving. We're going back for a scrum. And was a knock-on by the Impy pack, who are rolling on the subs. There'll be a scrum and Hearts and Bulls with a chance to build from the back. No score coming up to 5 minutes played.
Yeah, we should mention, of course, though, that after Hearts and Bulls have knocked out the defending Women's Opens champions FRN Beavers, that Wild Dog Impies have won the Lit Super 7 Series at the Women's Open category. They were 1 point ahead of Fine Rugby Now Beavers, and making the final, they will get more points than FRN. So well done to Impies, regardless of what happens here.
Well, will they finish with a flurry though? Hearts and Bulls have something to say. Georgia Burnett putting on the afterburners down the wing. What a score for Hearts and Bulls. Down to 6 players, but they put their faith in the pace of Georgia Burnett. And that is the first score of this Women's Open Plate final, Wilf. And what a score it was.
Yeah, great finish. You know, those are the kind of areas in sevens where it doesn't actually matter if you're down to 6, down to 7, down to 5. The scrum half can still have a go down the blind side. You know, I do say on the Wild Dogs Impies, if you are a player up and you match them out wide, they could afford to have had a sweeper back who could have got across to cover, but they decided to double up out wide instead, and yes, but exploited really well.
Burnett won't add the extras, but it is first blood. 2 Hearts and Bulls leading the Wild Dogs Impy pack 5-0 in this tightly, hotly contested Women's Open Plate Open final here at the National Pub Sevens. Alex Leeds prowling the touchline, waiting to come back on. Off for a couple of minutes. Ball will bounce for Pereira. Checks her run. Lydia Edwards with that one. Now Rachel Hicks, the Launceston Ladies and Cornwall County player. Part of this Wild Dogs Invitational team. Those South African roots. But a turnover of possession. Hearts and ball on again. McCulloch lifted out to Georgia Bernier. She goes for the dummy. She's going to go and score again for Balls and Hearts. Inspired. Direct and ruthless. Georgia Bernier tearing up this Women's Open final.
Yeah, that's such a good step, isn't it? I mean, one-on-one. They've scored twice while down to 6, which is such an impressive feat. But yeah, that's it. Even with the player advantage, if you can exploit space like that one-on-one, then you're always going to have a chance. And yeah, what a beautiful step.
Absolutely sensational to watch. She's brimming with confidence right now. She'll take her own kick. That one will fall wide, but that does not take away from the impact of the number 9 for Hearts and Balls. Down to 6 players for the end of that first half, but finding themselves 10-0 up against the Wild Dogs Impi Pack, runners up last year, and on course at the moment to be missing out again on that title. We'll be back for that second half, which looks to be a very, very exciting one. McCulloch seeing what Georgia Burnyetten done and thinking anything you can do, I can do too. Wilfred Kelsey, Wild Dogs look shell-shocked.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 entries into the 22 and 3 scores for Hearts and Balls. That is pretty clinical stuff. We know Sevens is a ruthless game, and with the 7 points as well, this is a long way back for the Wild Dogs Impies. They'll celebrate the title, whatever, but I think there's something very fitting about the main charity headline sponsors of the tournament picking up the title in the last leg.
Yeah, Hearts and Balls helping rugby players with sustained life-altering injuries, raising a lot of money, doing some really good stuff. Making their, as a team, Lit Super 7 Series debut across men and women. Very delighted to welcome them here today. They go for a little dink along the turf for a restart, Hearts and Balls, into Wild Dogs Impi Pack. Referee might have judged that to have gone forward. He does. So the scrum goes the way of Hearts and Balls. As all around us, action starts to quieten down. All the focus will start to turn towards pitch number 1. Over on the far side, the Wild Dogs men's side and the Manor women's pack watching on behind the try line, which Wild Dogs are attacking. They need to find something to get themselves on the scoreboard here. Hearts and Balls defence is ferocious right now. And they managed to win it back. Brilliant stuff from the debutants. Now Alex Leeds back on the pitch with them back to full numbers. He skipped through. There's the fourth. That's just sure it could be, will be the winner for Hearts and Balls to put the stamp on the Women's Open final title here at the National Pub Sevens.
Yeah, that'll be it. I don't think there's a way back into this game for Wild Dogs now. But again, the title's there. The tournament overall across the four legs, they've been the most consistent team, but this is a really strong performance. They've just got a little bit more in the tank, it seems, at the end of the day.
Balls and Hearts adding the extras through Elin McCulloch for 24-0. And maybe, as Wilf says, those tanks from Wild Dogs Impy just been emptied a bit early. And just enjoying the party. Knowing that they've already got the Open Series title secured. Hearts and Balls having their moment, but maybe this is it for the Wild Dogs. Georgie Barker down the wing towards her fellow players. Dragged down on the 5 and a superb tackle from the Hearts and Balls defender. But still the attack comes. Charlie nibs. Ferrara lets it bounce in front of her. And now the referee tools the knock on, and it's a scrum to Hearts and Balls. And it just feels like, well, it's those kind of moments that say, mate, it really isn't going to be the Wild Dogs day.
Yeah, that's a mental bit of defensive play, isn't it? I mean, now is the time where we're going to have to start thinking about player of the tournament, and it is going to have to be someone from this HBMB7 side, isn't it?
I think so. Number 9 has been so impressive. Georgia Burnyett's been running the game at points for Hearts and Balls, who are holding on to possession. Wild Dogs trying to rip it away. The clear out is good. But Juliet Ross into the middle. Here she goes. She's got the pace. Georgia Burnett being chased down by Pereira has to check back. She got 2 players in support. Gets the pass around the outside into Kieran McCullum. There's another supporter. They're coming from everywhere for Hearts and Balls. And there it is. One end to the other. Again, Georgia Burnett at the heart of it. Wanted the hat-trick for herself, but knew she had the support. Excellent team rugby sevens play for that 5th try.
The handoff's filthy as well, isn't it? At this late stage, they've played an awful lot of rugby. I would hate to be on the end of one of those at 6 o'clock.
Them. And the restart that will bounce for Balls and Heart. That took a glimpse of a touch from the Wild Dogs on the way. But the AR will have a word with his referee. A little conference on the pitch. So we approach the closing stages. Coming up next, as we say, the Women's Elite Final. A familiar story, but a titanic battle between Hammerheads and RG8 Shogun, that one. Oh, what's happening here then, Wilf? Let's see what they're going to do. Wild Dogs player is arguing. He's got the yellow card out. He's given the sin bid.
You know what that was? A fantastic bit of gamesmanship, of sportsmanship, I should say. Sportswomanship, even. It was the number 7 for the Impies who was about to get sent off, and then forward came the Wild Dogs player to say, no, so I think that was me that made the mistake, and wouldn't you believe it? She's accepted the yellow on behalf of her teammate. That's pretty special stuff. What a nice moment to end this Women's Open.
Brilliant stuff. So we approach the closing stages of this one. Few seconds left. So we march towards the inevitable of Hearts and Bulls taking the title. Referee's having another word with his AR. I think he's enjoying being out on the pitch. And it is a scrum to Hearts and Bulls. Behind us, the semi-final between Dukla Prague and Preseli Barbars about to take place, a decider really in the Men's Elite Series for 2026. Whoever loses that will finish second. The winner going to the final will win the series, take on either Hong Kong or somebody else. But Hearts and Bulls have got one more try in them to finish it off. And it's another searing move down the wing. Wild Dogs Impies outpaced, out-muscled, out-fought. But Hearts and Bulls have been so confident. A wonderful solo move.
Yeah, they have been really impressive. What a final. Completely wiped the floor with the Wild Dog Impies, and no one's really managed to do that in this Women's Open so far this season. They are the champions of this division, and yet they've been seen off.
Well, the congratulations must go to Wild Dogs Impy Pack for winning the Women's Open Series for 2026. But the celebrations have well and truly started for Hearts and Bulls, who make it 1 from 1. Debut tournament for the series charity, and Hearts and Bulls win it 34-0 to take the Women's Open final at the National Pub Sevens at the Lit Super 7 Series. Up next, it's the Women's Elite. That classic tale, that classic rivalry. Hammerheads v RG8 Shogun.
On the receiving end, it is Jazz Rampton, the Jamaican international, a stalwart of last season's stellar title-taking side, to get us underway in the biggest game on the Lit Super 7 Series. And it's collected in the backfield by Thornhill, perhaps the player of the series for Hammerheads. Gets a little offload away. This is a nice start by the women in purple and white. It's a bit of a loose pass from Lou Burgess. What a start to this competition, with Shogun, as always, piling on the pressure, desperate to keep their opponents contained. It comes back for Burgess. The bounce is favourable for Hammerheads, and the first line break of the final comes the way of the Hammerheads, and they will go the full length. Leah Green crosses over. What a start. Warren Muggleton back alongside me. You've had the pleasure of taking in a couple of these finals, including in Hartford a couple of weeks ago, where the Hammerheads were victorious. I saw them before that in Oxford, where they ended up runners-up, and then Manor Sevens, of course, where it was Hammerhead's second victory. If they win a third, they take the title. What a start.
Incredible start. All about the movement of the ball in the hand, so quick. Players running from deep as well, support everywhere, and that is a scintillating move to go straight down the middle. They've got the pace, and they've left Shogun a little bit rattled there with that opening try. It's brimming with confidence. That is the top quality of women's rugby sevens you've seen right there.
If you hear some untimely roars, it's because we're, of course, right behind the pitch 2 where the men's semi-final is taking place, but it's actually a series decider between Preseli and Dukla Prague. But all our attention is on this women's elite final. First chance for Shogun to run with ball in hand, whipped out by Mambe. Some nice play by some of these French and Welsh internationals, and half a hole. Shogun up to halfway. Mambe again from Montpellier, fends off the first, shrugs off the second, gets the ball away. Molly Anderson-Thomas is up there as well of Gwalior Lightning, but it's another Frenchwoman on the inside, Manon Guichemer. Penalty. Mambe with the tap. Hammerhead still retreating. Mambe. Really good shot on her, had to be perfect. Interception! Thornhill snapples it up and will race away to score. Not even Courtney Greenway will catch her. Thornhill steals it from under the nose of Manon Guichemer of Villeneuve de Masson. And it's Hannah Thornhill 1, Courtney Greenway 0 in the race for the most valuable player in this women's elite division.
Another storyline in the tapestry of this incredible rivalry there, Will. That Thornhill, that's her meat and two veg. That she loves the reading of the ball. She was reading the wide play coming from Shogun. He lacked the real pace to get the quality on the ball, and then she pinned her ears back and surged down. There's huge gaps in the middle of those Shogun lines, and you've got to think that Hammerheads, they're going to keep capitalising unless Shogun do something about that.
What a start to the final. Hammerheads up by 2. Shogun have got work to do here. They were looking threatening before that interception. It's chipped to Mambe just inside the 22 again. Lovely step this time from Meg Mambe, who's still driving. You've got to get lower on the Montpellier woman. Greenway, ramp turn. Greenway on the loop, lovely grab from behind her. Courtney Greenway off to the races again. Look at Courtney Greenway go! What a tackle! Stunning shot to deny her there. Well, line out, Shogun, huge moment in the tie. Rampton takes it well. Round the corner comes Greenway.
There we go, space.
Big moment now in the final. It's El Gamoon. El Gamoon again with the pickup. Oh, what a moment! It's Rizlan El Gamoon who dots down to score.
Dare tell you what, Will, Shogun have finally turned up now. They've got that quick passing in place. They've got the pace runners from and in from deep. They're attacking the lines of Hammerheads now. They've really turned up, and 2 quick fire tries. This makes this a very tasty, deciding series final now.
Half time, what a game. They've just about fought their way back into the tie, but Shogun still trail at the moment. Hammerheads are champions. Well, what a final we have on pitch one. Over on the pitch behind us, I think it's Preseli Barbars at the moment who are just in front, and that would leave them with a championship title. The greatest of rivalries between the Welsh and the Czech. What a moment that is.
Yeah,
Warren in this leg. It's a shame we haven't got it on pitch one, of course, but you can't have everything.
No, we can't. No, it would be too much. We'd be too full. We'd be sluggish with greed and how much exciting rugby we've had. But it is on pitch two, and there is a live stream of that one as well. But we are, of course, you can probably hear the sound on pitch one. Preseli Barbars, a noisy bunch wherever they go. And don't forget they're facing either Hong Kong or their other team. It looks like although Dukla Prague are conceding another one. Preseli Barbars looking confident on their way.
Yeah, it's all action over there as this second half is about to get back underway.
Well, it's just a Hong Kong or UK Armed Forces. That's the other semi-final.
Yeah, two sides on their debut. Hong Kong, who made the final here last year, just as Shogun did in front of us now.
Well,
second half to get started here.
I wonder what those coaches would have been saying, and I feel the Shogun coaches might just be slightly more confident at half-time than Hammerheads. They've got the momentum going into the break. Those 2 late tries, Hammerheads have been brilliant. This game has been brilliant, no doubt about that, but it's those inches. Those are the moments in a top-quality game like this that needs to go your way, and at the end of that first half, they were going Shogun's way.
Well, the first blink in the second half is by Shogun. And it's going to be a scrum for Hammerheads. And they're a little bit slow to get moving here. Over comes Burgess. I mean, it has been such a long day of sevens.
It certainly has. We've been really treated today. Well, we've had so much variety on pitch one as well. We've seen lots of great quality rugby as well. And it's a great venue here as well at Harpenden to take it all in.
It spits out the way of the Hammerheads. Little hitch kick in the midfield. Fortune Davis is waiting for it on the outside, but back against the grain comes Chanel Williams, the Australian, who finds an offload. Oh, that's so tight, but El Gamoon just couldn't roll away, but the penalty was taken off the mark. It's narrow margins here. 17-12 in Hammerhead's favour.
Interesting to see the Hammerheads number 3 there. Courtney Prague just calling for a team to calm down. Composure, absolutely vital here.
Boot to ball, over the top, little dab. Was there a shoulder in there from Shogun? It's going to come back for the defending champions regardless. Just flicked out the cat flap, the ball is loose. They're driven down on their own 5 metre. This is mayhem. But still perhaps a player over for Shogun here. Oh, they've put boot to ball themselves. It bounces up on the 22.
That's risky, that's risky.
Round the corner comes Courtney Perthlove.
Overlap.
Overlap is the call. Can they work it out there? Oh, just took her eye off it for a second, Williams. Here is Williams. Another step on the inside, a big fend off, but Rampton holds on, looking for the release. Penalty advantage, Hammerhead. Oh, the arm was out, but it was just a knock on. And the AR on the near side has spotted a hammerhead knock on the deck. That could be the turning point.
Certainly could be. That was really good early momentum for Hammerheads as well. Didn't quite have the sharpness of the movement of the ball and the players that they'd had in that first half that led to those 3 tries. I think that's why they haven't come away with anything. And we'll see what Shogun can do with it here.
What drama in this women's elite final. There's still plenty of time for the game to change hands. I've had a little note from the staff here, and they have the score as 19-12 in Shogun's favour. But if there is another score, we'll check with the officials, of course. In Hammerhead's favour, sorry. As the tackle comes in and Greenway has the ball dispossessed, that is an absolutely fantastic shot under the circumstances.
Look at the face of the Shogun player, Courtney Greenway. She's in despair at that.
What a hit from Emily Freeman, another Australian in the side.
Oh, you've got to love the international feel to this as well. It's really levelled it up, this particular fixture rivalry between Hammerheads and Shogun as well. They bring them in from all corners of the world to contest for the Lit Super 7 series, knowing, don't forget everybody, that's on the line right now. And right now it's Hammerheads leading the way.
Freeman with this crucial feed. It's a narrow 1-try advantage that Hammerheads hold, going for their 3rd title out of 4 on the Lit 7 series. With their great success across the tournament, Shoguns will taste victory if they can turn this one over. It's into midfield, and it's a brilliant step, and just a sweep and a beat! And Hammerheads are away for what must surely be the winner. It's Chloe Pontus, the French woman, against the Shogun side, stacked full of players from Old Francais. Can you believe it? Hammerheads go further ahead.
I'll tell you what, Will, again, it's millimetres, isn't it? That's the difference between the two sides, and it's millimetres to allow quality moments to shine through. And it's a bit of French flair from Chloe Pompous that puts her through, shimmying right to left, eludes the Shogun defenders, and then the pitch is at her mercy. And that is a superb score, and that could even be the decider.
Tipped over for the full set of 7. Long way back for Shogun now. What a kick. Fortune Davis almost after it. The Leeds Rhinos teenager.
Preseli one.
Well, we have it on good authority that the Preseli Barbars have won the series over on pitch 2, but that is taking an almighty back seat for what is going on pitch 1 right now, which is a straight shootout for the title and the championship here at Harpenden Sevens in its 60th year. Shogun need a score and they need it now. Rampton, it's through her fingertips but knocked on by Hammerheads. Well, you couldn't write it. Scrum for Shogun, down by 12.
Why do I keep thinking about the Oxford 7 Men's Elite Final?
Of course, the drama, which saw Saracens pegged back by Preseli. God, we've seen some barnstorming clashes between these two. Free kick, Hammerhead. What a time for possession to change hands again. They'll take it straight to the line here with all their intensity. Freeman ships it on. It's been spilt. Referee checks his watch. It's over. Hammerheads have done it. The title has been taken away from Shogun after they looked unbeatable last season. Hammerheads made such a statement on game 1, on tournament 1 at Eton Manor, where they knocked off Shogun in the final, and they did not relent. That's 3 out of 4 titles that has gone in their favour. And Hammerheads will cling on and extend their 3-point lead at the top of the table to claim the elite division of the Lit Super 7 series here in Harpenden. And in the end, the final was pretty one-sided. I'm very hesitant to say it because the way that Shogun fought back into the end of that first half, but 3 tries on the off at the start of that first half was enough to take this game away for this really talented Shogun side.
I'd say, you know what, I'd say Shogun did very little wrong when they were in possession of the ball. It's when they were off it. Hammerheads were just so much more composed, had so much more quality. They were able to attack those lines. And then Shogun did show through. Hammerheads took their foot off the pedal, I would argue, a little bit, but then in the second half, it was one moment of quality, really, that made it shine through. It was a wonderful try from Chloe Pomper. She'll watch that one a couple of times over on the bus home, I'm sure. But congratulations to Hammerheads. They've been pushed all the way by RG8 Shogun, but they've put on a show throughout this summer.
Congratulations to Hammerheads, commiserations for Shogun, who have been, just like last year, outstanding. But only this year, there was the challenger in Hammerheads, who have managed to chase them down. Well, what a performance in the women's elite final. We move straight on to our next, which is the men's social final. We'll be back in just a few moments' time. Or sorry, I believe it is the men's social, the men's open being pushed back.
Yeah,
indeed it is. The Steelers against the Random Ruckers is up next. We're back then for our next of 5 finals on the bounce. We've had the Women's Open, we've had the Women's Elite, and now it's time for the Men's Social. Onga are the champions across the series. Even just turning up today and grabbing their solitary point was enough to extend their lead. But 2 top teams in that social competition, the Random Ruckers, and for the first time today, the Steelers are in action. Well, it's been driven back. It's Steelers in the black and white who were kicking off. Random Ruckers with their wonderful sponsor of Porsche on the front of their shirts. But they've been driven back beyond their own try line there and beyond their own dead ball. So it's been a 5-metre scrum for the Steelers. Great start for them, Warren.
Yeah, really good start. They're really pushing up, pushing high. They're going to see a high intensity, I think, in this men's social. That's what we've seen throughout the series, I think. I've been really impressed with the standard that we've seen across the men's social, the 3rd level of competition in the Super 7 series, but it's been really intense. And as you say, Onga going away with the title, but we've seen a great variety of different teams. I think of the final last week.
Steelers with a penalty advantage, but they won't need it. On the roll, they dot down the opening score. Great start for Steelers Sevens, but I mean, when you do get a scrum, a set piece in that area, you are going to take that chance 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's probably too easy, you might say, from the Steelers Sevens, but in the Random Ruckers. But you take the opportunities when they come. I mean, looking at Steelers' record, 4 wins out of 4. Beat Kaiviti Rugby, beat Amersham and Chiltern 31-19. Beat all sorts of teams really on their way. The Steelers Sevens, and rightly so, up ahead.
Louis Trimble crashed over from short range. And now it's Franks on the chase, but taken by the Random Ruckers. Chance for us to see what they can do. Dart with the outside of the boot from Max Humphrey. Humphrey just can't win the race.
Got an overlap.
Granger, what a take on the spin. Franks steps on the inside. Just about regathered off the toes.
Oh, he got a face.
Well, they want to knock on here, but it was never put down. It's Utting. Utting still going. Utting with the leg drive up to the 5-metre. What a start for the Steelers. Laid back for Franks. Really slow ball here. It's a Steelers man who's holding it in. Granger, crossfield, and Trimble is all alone. And he'll slide over to score his second. And the Steelers up by 2.
What a quality move. That was brilliant. We've rarely seen a crossfield kick try scored today on pitch 1. That was outstanding, and Trimble, as you say, the right place at the right time, beautifully constructed.
Kai Manson with the nudge. Now he'll look to add the extras here and make it 14-0 in the Steelers' favour. Textbook from Manson. Well, Random Ruckers have come to the fore in the last couple of games or so of the previous tournaments. They didn't start the brightest, but Steelers have popped up out of nowhere today. They look really impressive.
Yeah, like I was saying, they had a really good group stage, won all 4 of their games, and then they topped the group to get into this final. And they've, in terms of points, both of these teams winning all of their games, but actually Random Ruckers a better points difference by about 30 points or so. But Steelers have got some good steel about them, let's say.
Mason just about makes the shot. Good carry from Rackers. Beach off the deck. And there's plenty of space out on the left. Trimble's calling for them to drop here. They've got to make their shots. Wrapped up by McAndrew. Almost up to the 10. Barnett chips it over the top again. Was he blocked? Referee says no. Barnett, though, still gets the second kick on here, and he crashes over to score. What a finish.
What is it they say? Never, ever give up on the ball. Never give up on it. And that's exactly what Random Ruckers have done. That's why they're high-scoring side. They have done brilliantly there. When it looked like all hope was lost, they managed to find a way to push over the line and get themselves a score and get themselves level.
Well, the referee's in consultation with the AR at the moment. He's just thrown the ball away, not to the referee's liking, so we've got a replacement in before the kick can be taken. But yeah, we're back on here in the men's social final. There is a game to be had.
Good news, good news.
Thought the Steelers could really roll this one over with the way they started, but a little bit of quality in that wide channel was enough to see the Random Ruckers over.
Oh, we're still waiting for this conversion kick as well, Will.
Well, it was worth the wait, because over it goes. 12-7. Random Ruckers with the kickoff now. First chance really to bury the Steelers in their own territory here. Try score will take the restart as well. And what a kick it is. Completely contestable, but a brilliant take in response. And the Steelers skip through the first tackle as well. Good physicality on show. Counter ruck from the Random Ruckers. Beach goes over it, but the penalty goes against him. What a take from Dan Sims off the kickoff.
That's brilliant work. It's so much intensity about it as well. He knew exactly what he wanted to do as soon as he got the ball.
Sims with the tap. Here we go. Steelers looking to wind their way to the outside. Oh, Mason gives the pass, and he's been hit for his troubles. Trimble one-on-one on the edge. Louis Trimble. Penalty advantage coming for the Steelers here. In the end, the penalty's given. And they need a little bit more width here from Franks. Big shot comes in on the playmaker, Kai Manson. Little chip through. Who will it pop up for? He wins the race. Hit for his efforts. But the Steelers stick with the plan. And they race through to score. Good work from Dan Sims, but Josh McAndrew has a third.
What I love about the Steelers Sevens is their versatility. Well, they've got so many different ways to attack this Random Ruckers side. They go from deep siving runs, little nudges through the middle, little line breaks as well. They've got so many ways that they can attack them. It just feels like Random Ruckers just can't cope with that at the moment.
19-7 as things stand. Great response from the Steelers to being pegged back a single try. The quality on show in the men's social is outrageous. Manson with another kickoff. Franks underneath it, but well taken by the Random Ruckers instead. And now on this short side, they'll look to dart away.
Oh.
Has he got the legs? Just beats the last man. Random Ruckers have another. Max Humphreys, who took the kickoff so cleanly, pins back his ears. And this could be 19-14 with it right under the sticks. And Ben Beach already there, but the kick will be nudged over instead by Humphreys, who had the confidence right before half-time to make this a really tight affair. 19-14 at the break. The Steelers, well, they really happened on the front foot here, but 2 breakaway scores in the blink of an eye has the Random Ruckers back within 5.
It's a deja vu of what we saw in the Women's Elite final. Well, it looked like one team better in with the ball in hand in the Steelers, but the Random Ruckers, they've been able to break from deep when those opportunities have come. Love the look on the face of Matt Humphries when he was striding down the right wing. There was no stopping him in that scenario, and it tees it up very, very nicely. Again, I wonder what those coaches will be saying.
Half time, we know how that women's elite final ended with the side in front hanging on. Can the Steelers replicate the efforts of the Hammerheads here?
There was a girl I knew. She said she cared about me. She tried to make my world the way she thought it should be. Yeah, we were desperate then.
So 21-14 at the half. And it's just going to roll back rather aimlessly towards the Random Ruckers. An odd start to the second half, but it has been reclaimed by the side who are chasing this lead. Again, this is such a physical carry, and now it comes to Barnes. Winding up for the kick, Dacey, but he instead sives through himself. Dacey still going, down on halfway. Random Ruckers just 7 points behind. Barnes. Another change of direction here from a try scorer, Harley Barnett. It's really loose, but it's been swept up brilliantly well. Keep it simple is the call from the touchline. And still they roll on. It's a great offload. Simple indeed. Head down. Draw in the defenders. Beat your man with pace. And have a supporting runner on the inside to finish off a great move. And suddenly, the chance to equalise has presented itself to the Random Ruckers.
Makes me think about what our friend Sam Bork, who sometimes joins us on commentary, always says to us. Well, it's always about having the faith in your man who's going to be supporting you. Rugby Sevens is always best played when you've got players in support. That's exactly what's needed, and that was on display there for the Random Ruckers, who are pulling themselves a bit closer now to the Steelers Sevens.
Yeah, indeed. We're level. 21 apiece. What a time to get back into the game. So next try is always crucial, of course, in the game of sevens. But suddenly, there is some serious meaning to it, and it's been one straight back on the kickoff. Oh, you've got to be joking. Joe Barnes this time. Random Ruckers have turned it around, and now they lead 26-21.
I have a feeling that was our man Max Humphries in there as well for Random Ruckers. He always pins his ears back. He takes residency, and it's his metre two veg going down the right wing at pace. He has come alive as this game has been going on.
Well, 24-21. The kick under the post was missed, according to our match officials. Good to have them here to keep us honest. Still the lead.
That one's good.
So 24-21 does become 26-21. Missed it under the post, but nails it from the touchline. You couldn't write it. 5 point game again.
Oh, what a turnaround. What a roller coaster of a social final. I mean, that's what we saw at Hartford, wasn't it? We saw a team leading the way about 26-0, and then Spleg Sevens scored, and then it was 28-26.
That's why we love social sevens. That kick has taken one bounce and rolled into tuck, so line out for the Steelers. They're not out of this yet. Only trail by 5. Can change in a moment's notice. Over comes Louis Trimble, who's had a fine final himself, and it's line-out ball for the Steelers. Utting. Oh, it's loose. He's had a shove off the ball. Ref waves play on. Random Ruckers have it. Rackers. Oh, he feeds it off to Dacey, who steps on the inside. Well, he didn't half make it easy for himself, but Dacey scores what may well be the winner.
I mean, I think where Random Ruckers have found the edge, I think it's just pure pace of the ball and physicality here, Will. They stepped that up and found another gear in that regard. And that has got Steelers napping. They haven't been able to cope with it as they've been able to find that next level. And it's been a stellar second half from the Random Ruckers.
The 12-point gap opens up. 33-21. And it's a long way back for Steelers now. Do you remember when they were 2 tries up?
I do. Long time ago now, ancient history.
Well, I'm pretty convinced he nudged that, but the referee kept his arm down. So fine, a 10-point lead we'll settle with.
He's not happy with the ball, is he? He doesn't like that one.
Not happy with the conversions under the post as well. I'm sceptical about whether or not they were given, but we can only go with what the officials say. So 31-21 it is. Hung up again by Hardy Bennett. And it's still allowed to bounce, but this time overcooked. So 10 points. It's the official verdict of the gap between these two. Steelers with the free kick. Franks. Mate. Oh, lovely peel. Nice offload for Utting. He's away again, Louis Trimble. Will it be a hat-trick in the final for Trimble? He's taken down on the 5. Utting gets stuck in. Little pick and go from Sims. Trimble, he wants the hat-trick. He's held up, but it should come back for the Steelers here. Penalty for the Random Ruckers.
Sometimes the pill just bounces your way, Will. Sometimes. And Steelers, their luck has turned on the flip of a coin. There's hands on the heads of the physio for Random Ruckers. She can't believe what she's seeing.
Someone in black and gold got hands over the ball. And they're taking the touchline. They're taking control of this final. Harley Bennett finds touch. And the stun is starting to set on the Steelers here in this men's social final. Well, they're going to take their time on this line out.
I don't blame them. It's still a bit humid out here.
Overthrown. Thimble has it. Crashes his way up to the 22. All arms and elbows. McAndrew. Franks. Nice delivery. Granger steps on the inside. Hit hard. McAndrew takes it into contact himself. Was that the right option? Great clear out from Sims to keep it alive.
Oh,
little chip through from Manson. Is he blocked? Again, the referee's going to let them continue. Another dummy kick from Dacey. He's got that move nailed. All they've got to do is hang on to possession here. And the social final will go the way of the Random Ruckers. Penalty offside. And again, they have killed this final. But it's good play. I'm not critiquing it at all.
No. Oh,
switch on the inside. Off comes the handbrake. Random Ruckers with the freedom of the Harpenden turf to saunter home.
It's become another convincing performance in a final, this one, hasn't it? And I'd say Steelers, brilliant in the first half, but again, I put this fully down to the fact that Random Ruckers have just found that other gear. I think the Steelers have just been playing a different game, really. They haven't been able to contend with the pace, the power, the precision with which the Random Ruckers have been both in attack and defence. And that last try, having been a Steelers attack, finishing with a try as the full-time whistle blows, is just testament to that.
Congratulations then to the Random Ruckers, who are your social champions here at the 60th Harpenden Pub Sevens. Will we have a competitive final? Maybe up next, it's the Men's Open Plate. It's LU Sevens against the Seven Dwarfs. We'll be back in just a few moments for that one.
want to.
As we start this one, it's straight into Seven Dwarves possession. Hi ho, here we go. Had to say that one. And they are really moving at pace here. Little pass on the inside, into the contact, and a dunk tackle over the halfway line from LU Sevens, who have been very strong in the men's open category this summer. And they are on the attack. And being patient with possession here as well. Little chip over the top. Will this be chased down? There's a boot on it for the nudge. And Seven Dwarves will score the first try of this plate open final. It's their number 12 that will get it as well. Wilf Kelmsley still with me up here in the press box. Lovely little move.
This is the first time we've seen Seven Dwarfs all tournament, and their team sheet, well, unfortunately never appeared, but they are one up against LU Sevens at the moment in this men's open plate. Bit of a blindsider to be caught out by this game, being shifted onto pitch 1, but yeah, all the more for it. The more rugby, the better, with the men's elite, of course, to come after this one.
I'll be in the Seven Dwarves. I'm sure we can have a bit of fun with some of the names on there, but Seven Dwarves finishing 3rd in Group B of the open competition, with wins against the faithful Sevens, losing to the Sappers, who are contending in the men's open in those semi-finals, lost against Harpenden as well, and then beating Trinity, which is a bit of a surprise result, that one, really.
Yeah, I mean, LU Sevens were a much tougher group. They have unfortunately missed out on the men's open title by dropping into the plate. It is now up to the Sons of Spartacus to maintain their honour and celebrate their men's open championship when they head into the final later today. But still a chance for them to end the season on a high.
Yeah, as Will says, that last final of the day at 7:20, Hearts and Bulls against Sons of Spartacus could be a double for Hearts and Bulls, having won the women's open as well.
Yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it, to see from those great charity partners that this tournament has.
So the line out here for the Seven Dwarves. Played into the middle. This is good stuff from the Seven Dwarves. Going straight into the plate final. There wasn't a semi-final or anything like that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because the top 2 from each headed through to a semi-final, and that was because just the way that the tournament has wrapped up, it required a semi-final really, because it was just 3 teams that were competing for that very final spot. So if we didn't have a semi-final, it would be very confusing about who was actually the outright winners. And because of the semi-final, because Sons of Spartacus have made it through another game, that confirms them as champions.
Here's the drive now. It's Seven Dwarves enjoying the healthier possession in the opening stage of this men's open plate final for you live on YouTube here at the National Pub Sevens, the 60th anniversary being celebrated here at the Lit Super 7 Series, 15th time it's been part of the series. Coming up to the midway point of this first period, and here we go for the second try for Seven Dwarves. It's number 5 with his colourful bright boots. Nothing grumpy or dopey about this snap move from Seven Dwarves.
Yeah, that's really good, Warren. That is really good. Just a nice little sort of switch in midfield, just a change of pace, a change of direction, enough for him to scoot through. LU Sevens here, I feel it's tough for them. You know, they were competing for this men's open title all season after obviously winning the social division last year, and yet they seem to have just fallen at the very final hurdle.
Seems so. It's a real gut wrencher, isn't it, to be in that position, and it can be hard to motivate yourself to then go again in a plate final.
Would you mind just taking my charger?
Conversion added, so it is 12-0 to Seven Dwarves as we've gone over the midway point of the first period. Music pumping on the far side as the evening party looks to get started here at the National Pub Sevens. We've seen some great games. We've got 2 more to come after this. The men's elite final between Preseli Barbars and UK Armed Forces. And as we mentioned, that men's open final between Hearts and Bulls and, of course, Sons of Spartacus. LU Sevens missing out on the title, but contesting this plate final. As they try to whip it into the middle. One of the best mullets we've seen of the day. Gets the nudge as well. That's super skill from LU Sevens, and he's managed to gain some good yards. The Seven Dwarves with the counter ruck, but it's picked up quickly by LU Sevens. Angus Monroe getting the pass away. It's George Harris, the captain of Dings Crusaders and Cardiff Uni Met, who's pulling the strings for LU Sevens, trying to get them moving. It's a team made up of university players. Here's a move now, and it's out on the wing, and it'll be over the line, and LU Sevens onto the scoreboard for the first time in this men's open plate final. A wonderful move. It's all about the pace. And conversion will be added. So LU Sevens getting themselves on the scoreboard, approaching the last minute of this game. The kick goes through as well magnificently. 12-7. And we have another tight final, approaching the end of the first half. Will it be like that in the second though? We've seen some runaways in the finals so far. Seven Dwarves with the possession. Pushed it through, that's really clever. Oh, it's a wonderful kick. Will it stay in though? He gets the ground to reach it, his boot's gone out of play, the AR's in the right position. Looks like a member of the team, Wilf, in that orange shirt. But a wonderful move. As the half-time whistle is blown, it's been a frenetic end. 12-7, LU Sevens, just showing a bit of that flair and quality that had them competing for the men's open title and seeing them miss out.
Look, the half came to an end. LU Sevens are absolutely fuming. They went ballistic on the bench because they really thought that should have gone their way. In the end, it led to nothing, and it was good defence actually, really good covering tackle. But yeah, this has been a tough one for LU Sevens so far.
They're not over yet though. It's far from over. At 12-7 at half time. Don't forget you can watch this YouTube stream back at any time. Watch any matches. Watch back your tries that you saw. Think, oh, I want to get that clip of that one. Get that on my social media. Get some likes. Get some clicks. Get some views. We'll be able to get those on the live stream. We've seen plenty of good tries here, top quality ones across the board. Whether we've been doing men's elite, women's elite, men's open, women's open, men's socials, vet 10s, we've seen quality.
Yeah, first men's open plate that we've seen on the live stream across the tournament. Just 2 more games to go after this. The men's elite, Preseli Barbars, who are already series champions, taking on the UK Armed Forces, and then Hearts and Balls against Sons of Spartacus. So 2 really top quality games to finish the Lit Super 7 series.
Well worth hanging around, I'd say.
Too right. And then of course we do have the Lit Sevens, the London International Tournament in London at Wasps Amateurs, still to come. That was a huge event last year. I'm not sure we're going to get rain like we did back then, so it's not over yet, but yeah.
Well, we'll certainly hope not.
We'll certainly see champions crowned over the next 2 games.
We've been treated today. I've put sun cream on about 5 times today. It's been necessary. But as we start this second half, LU Sevens in the blue and pink tops up against the Seven Dwarves in the orange. Orange Dwarves leading 12-7 in this men's open plate final. Spun out to Ross Lewis of Henley Hawks. They do bring them in from all over in the National League, the LU Sevens. Right, so next to Uni, always competing in that level as well. Coventry, the championship, of course. The number 10, Ashton Phillips, with them. Referee is giving an advantage to LU Sevens. I think there was a tackle off the ball. Penalty for the offside there. So LU Sevens through George Harris, best mullet in the game. Out to Will Nilsson of Sweden Sevens. It's spun out to right to left, a little bit tired, some may say. But Brad Stewart keeping them moving. From Salisbury RFC, you don't hear much of them.
Yeah, no, you don't. Came through the Bath Academy from Somerset. Really top player.
Salisbury, if I'm not mistaken, in the lower levels of the regionals as well. Scrum to be put in by the Seven Dwarfs, who are looking to hold on to this lead, bringing a colourful presence to the National Pub Sevens at 2026. Getting the ball out the scrum. Off the toe. And now the charge comes. Oh, he'll get the line break as well. Seven Dwarfs, they'll be in again. They get their third try. They're very happy about that one, the Seven Dwarfs. They'll be singing, off we go. They've done the work and they're on their way. In the early stage of this second half, leading 17-7 with the kick to come. Conversion not added, so it's a 10-point game. The LU7's down 2-6 as well. Bearing in mind they had the man disadvantage, it's hardly surprising to see the Seven Dwarfs come through the gap.
Yeah, this is really impressive stuff from this group of players we haven't seen much of throughout the tournament. I just think that's something really special about the Super 7 series. It's just how many teams are competing, 60 at every tournament almost, and that is just so special.
It is. We've been treated, whether we've been at Manor Sevens, Oxford Sevens, Hartford, here in Harpenden, of course the Lit Sevens to come in July as well. We've always had a lot of different talking points. We'll look forward to doing it one more time. Another scrum, this time to be put in by LU7s. And George Harris has put it in. So, we're under scrum. Quickly out by Ross Lewis. The LU7s, they're just a bit slower on the ball. It invites the pressure from the Seven Dwarfs. Might be a call for a high tackle there. And the advantage is coming for that high tackle, but LU7 still with possession. Changing direction constantly, and there's the interception, and now we'll go back for the penalty. I just think LU7 are just a little bit, was a bit shy on the ball.
Yeah, George Harris is the skipper. He really drives a high standard, and he plays a really good level at Diggs Crusaders, and he'll be keeping the pace up throughout. He just needs a little bit more from the blokes around him.
Can they give it? 10 points down, approaching the last 4 minutes of this men's open plate final. As don't forget, men's elite final and men's open finals to come. Ball turns over and Seven Dwarfs all of a sudden are in. Got the turnover and pounced straight away against the six men. That takes us to 22-7 with the conversion hit to come.
Yeah, that might be it, I do think it's... We said it before, but we're still waiting for a final that's even. At the moment, we've seen... I guess the Vets final, which was, if you can still remember that far back in the day, was pretty good. But, yeah, since then, it's been really one-sided throughout. And the Dwarfs just another team to put that pressure on as the kick goes wide.
4 tries to 1 for the Seven Dwarfs. Pouncing on that one. And LU7s, again, I think back to what you were saying about the men's open overall series, it would take it out of you to end your hopes in that way by not making the open semi-finals.
I mean, it's not their fault though.
It was a really tough group.
Yeah, it's M&B Sevens who've just sort of kicked on today and disrupted what was supposed to be the perfect ending for these 3 teams. The Sappers out, the Sons of Spartacus, the only side left standing, and let's see if they can take on MBPS a bit later on. But
the tap, it was a nice idea, but it invites the pressure. Knock-on will be conceded, but the first time we've seen the really quick hands from the LU7s, and they did threaten in that position,
Yeah,
just to lack
look,
the composure in the middle.
LU7's have been really upset throughout this game about some of the calls that have gone their way. And I just think they've been 50-50s they've fallen on the wrong side of, which can happen. Can happen in the game of sevens. And yeah, they're unlucky there, because was that a knock-on? You know, from our, we were not right in line, but it looked really close from Harris.
So not long left to this one. It's under 2 minutes. Looking more and more like the Seven Dwarfs taking the men's open plate final. From the scrum, they managed to keep it, but there was a knock-on at the breakdown, and it will be a scrum this time to LU7's in a threatening position.
Yeah, you spot Luke Hayward in the blue scrum hat. He's maybe one of the quickest guys in the men's open. It'll be nice to see him get a try to end his tournament. And Carl Bassett of Cardiff teammate at uni with George Harris. See those two link up with the Jamaican Ross Lewis.
Let's see if they can. They have the free kick option. Taken now by George Harris. Loops it out to Kyle Bassett. Trying to shrug past one challenge. Gets locked up by the second. But still possession for LU7. George Harris wants to change of direction. Might have a go himself. Gets the pass away. Short of the line. But now the pick up from Luke Hayward. Trying to go himself. Referee blows the whistle. Hands are up from the LU7's bench. And they're going to give the knock on in favour of LU7.
Yeah,
It was tight work, wasn't it?
There was just a hand from the men in orange, I think, as they were trying to get that offload off the deck. And yeah, still a chance. If I'm LU7's, I'm still whipping it out to Luke Hayward here.
Yeah, it's all the way out on the left wing now. Ross Lewis on his inside. Oh, they've changed it up though. George Harris sneaking on the inside, spotting the gap and getting over the try line. It's double figures now for LU7s to take it to 22-12. The conversion goes wide and there's no more time. It's the Seven Dwarves that roar mightily and get the win in this men's open plate final. And LU7's Super 7 Series campaign ends with runners-up in the plate here at the National Pub Sevens.
Yeah, George Harris, right man to score the last try for them in this campaign. And look, they've stepped up from the social category and they finished third overall. It's pretty impressive stuff from them, just behind the Sappers and of course the Sons of Spartacus, who are champions, who we'll see a little bit later on. But we've got some more fireworks first.
Certainly do. Up next, it's the men's elite final. Preseli Barbars against UK Armed Forces. Coming up next.
Said I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. Said you can get it when you need it. Said I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Say I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. Say I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it. Say you can get it when you need it. I need noise and just to get fired up. You give me that feeling when you leave me tied up. You can get it if you need it.
Rugby, so congratulations to the Seven Dwarfs. The next game kicking off in just moments here on pitch number 1 is the highly anticipated Men's Elite Cup Final. This is between the Preseli Beavers, who are playing in the purple and white with speckled yellow, all the way from Wales. 165 world caps amongst them, and last year's defending champions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The men's elite final at the National Pub Sevens 2026. The Lit Super 7 series already won by Preseli Barbars, having beaten ASC Dukla Prague in the semi-final. But they are looking now to defend the title that they won last year against Hong Kong, who were beaten in the semi-final by UK Armed Forces. The winners of the series last year. Call this one, flip a coin right now. Both of these teams have been outstanding. UK Armed Forces in the navy blue, Preseli Barbars in the purple. That ball is chased towards the try zone, it goes dead. There'll be a knock on, a scrum for UK Armed Forces. Wilfred Kelmsley still with me for this one.
Really weird men's elite competition, because we had the biggest game imaginable over on pitch 2, unfortunately, just because it was at the same time as women's elite, and we had to have that women's elite final, the fourth time those two were facing off. But you know, you had like Sevens Rising from France come over. They're one of the best teams, probably maybe the best Sevens team in Europe, and they were beaten by Hong Kong, and then Hong Kong beaten by the Armed Forces. Really strange path to the final for this Armed Forces team, and they might just be completely spent because they've had to beat so many top teams to get here.
But they are on the move now. Oh, maybe not so, Wilf. They've scored first. Joshua Seva gets over for the Armed Forces. Under a minute into this game, and from the scrum, they're the ones that stride over the line with the coolness and confidence to show their impressive record today. They lead 5-0, conversion kick to come.
Yeah, just looking down this Armed Forces side, you know, Lemeki Talele was perhaps the best player at the British Elite Sevens when the British Army won it. Josh Sebaseva was playing for Scimitar Storm on that occasion, but he's been all over the gaff. Viliami Salu scored loads of tries for the British Army on their way through. There's so many guys here who have been up and down the Sevens circuit, and yeah, some of the absolute cream of the crop of Fijian rugby and beyond are in this Armed Forces team, so they definitely earned their spot here.
One loss today against Dukla Prague in the Group A matches, only by 2 points though, 19-21. Beat Apache, beat Rema, beat Shogun in the quarterfinal, 22-19. Beat Hong Kong 38-7. It feels like they've grown really in this competition more than anything. And Preseli Barbars have barely put a foot wrong really. They've only conceded 5 tries in total across their 5 games. But now they've conceded 6. Now, Cameron Ellis driving towards the 22. It takes a lot to stop him. And you will hear the Preseli Barbars bench. They are the loudest by far that we've heard. Armed Forces turning over possession through Viliami Salu into Seva. Oh, he's got the pace and the step and the turn and the acceleration as well. Ned Bennett chasing him down. Can he get the tackle? Forces to change the direction. The support comes in the shape of Lakima Ravuvu. The Armed Forces running at pace, but they know Preseli have got it on the wings as well. Now it's kicked through. By the UK Armed Forces. Goodness me. Preseli Barbars though, Lloyd Wilkins has the pitch at his mercy, but spreads it out to the right wing. Armed Forces forcing them to think their way through. Leading 5-0, but the penalty turns over to the Armed Forces. And Preseli Barbars, that's a big mental moment that for them.
I mean, coast to coast, Ned Bennett did so well to get back. Hint of a forward pass from Wilkins, who got down really well to pick it up. Seva is not caught lightly, and you see here the Armed Forces making 7 changes at the same time. This is the exact same strategy that the Navy, RAF and British Army all brought to the British Elite Sevens, and they've got so much depth that they're able to just completely change up that team. I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
It's quite imposing when you're on the opposite side of it as well. We're just going to scrap the whole team and put a new one on. And this is about 3.5 minutes into this final, but it's still close. Armed Forces getting that early try with the breakaway, but Preseli Barbars showing what they can do too. Now the putting at the scrum is for Preseli Barbars. Those Armed Forces having won the penalty, they conceded an early knock-on. Preseli wanted to get on with it, but they've been pulled back. Now out to the middle with Lloyd Wilkins. Quick change of direction and acceleration. Lloyd Bennett is through.
Oh,
Wilkins gets there. Ned Bennett are interchangeable at the moment, but Lloyd Wilkins, a lovely show and go. Then the step inside and underneath the H, and that can give a big opportunity to get the extras as well, which he'll take on himself. The leader of this Preseli Barbars side as he steps up for it. Never any doubts. And now it's a lead at 5-7.
Yeah, Wilkins, the player of the tournament last year when Preseli Barbars beat Hong Kong here, which was their real announcement on the series, so to speak, after they didn't exactly blow people away throughout the opening couple of rounds like they have done this year, and now they are the deserved champions.
Well, it's kept in. Barbars kicking it through, knock on in the process as they try to keep it in at the restart. So it's a scrum to UK Armed Forces. Again, that just goes to show with Preseli, they're all about, they've got such pace in the first 5 metres, haven't they, Wilf, as well? And that allows them to just stride away more often than not. And they just love to drive in those close quarters.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just how quickly they can turn on a dime as well. I mean, both teams have that in abundance, that sort of close quarters acceleration, as you said. This is a really fun matchup, I'm not going to lie.
Eye-catching, to say the least. Armed Forces now with their roll of substitutes. Prescott finding his way to Jack Edwards. He steps inside. Now he's trying to twist and turn his way through Preseli Barbars. One way, then the other, and around again. Support from Kieran Prescott. He's over one tackle, past the second, not quite, but he's got the supporting runner. Elia Junior with his bright blue cap with a burst of quality for UK Armed Forces to get back into the lead.
He's such a star-studded team. You know, Jack Edwards coming off the bench. What a tournament he had a couple of days ago at the British Elite Sevens as well, where the cream of the crop really turned up, as they have here in Harpenden. This is so impressive from the British Armed Forces. I mean, Preseli, they've done the job, they've won the title. Is another title here just a step beyond them?
Well, we've reached the halfway point. Referee blowing his whistle for half-time. It's a tight game at half-time. Both sides have had their moments, taken them, you would say. British Army just being able to create more of them with the more physicality and pace on the ball, you would say. That's why they lead 12-7 at the break. Seven more minutes of this men's elite final. Armed Forces, the navy blue pattern tops, leading Preseli Barbars in the purple and white by 12 points to 7. It's been a run of rampant wins for the Army's teams. British Elite Sevens on Thursday, Sunset Sevens before that as well.
That is a hanging call. Ollie Bennett has got up and he's palmed it with the back of his hand back towards the Preseli Barbars, and they've given it as a knock-on. And I do love the Preseli Barbars, so maybe I am a bit biased, but then I also love these Flying Fijians, who I've enjoyed so much over the course of the Sevens series across multiple teams. That's a tough one for the Welshmen.
It is. I feel like whoever comes out second best in this is going to be a really tough one, because they've both performed at the real highest level. Another change around for the Fijians. They've changed that team around again. Oh, the palm off is strong and it keeps them moving. The kick through as well is super high quality. Viliami Salu chasing it down, but Preseli Barbars able to get onto it. Now Lloyd Wilkins stepping around into the middle. I thought that was on for the Armed Forces, but Barbars able to put them off just about enough. Sam Potter gets the pass away, and now the change of direction. Armed Forces.
Ollie Bennett, look at him go, man. That is such an incredible bit of play.
Love that to see that. Barbars though, they've got their hands on the ball. They want to get into possession now. What can they do? Oh, now the penalty goes the way of the Armed Forces, much to the delight of the bench. To my left. Now Lemi Kitulele coming away with it. Out to the left with Vinny Yagawa. He goes down to ground under 22. Armed Forces, do they have a chance? Preseli Barbars think there was a challenge off the ball, but Armed Forces carry on play. Referee with his eyes fixed on the pill.
Watch out for Ravuvu in the centre here. He's so physical. If he gets the pill, he's going to cause carnage.
The inside pass, has the gap opened up? Not quite. Laulaba unable to capitalise. Ravuvu, he's towards the 5 now. Armed Forces, you sense that the tide, the wave is growing. About to reach a crest by reaching the try line. Tulele doing it himself. There it is. They crash over the try line. And the tidal wave of UK Armed Forces attack ends with a 3rd try of the final.
Oh, Tulele, man, he can do everything off that left boot. He can win anything with just that left foot step. And he's done it again here. It's great to see him showing what he can do on the Lit Super 7 series after starring at the British Elite and winning 10 grand for his side a couple of days ago. But now he's going to win them the Harpenden Sevens, it seems, in the 60th year.
Well, Preseli Barbars may be taking the series, but UK Armed Forces having their sights set on taking the title here in Hertfordshire. No extras, so it's a 10-point game at 17-7 to the Armed Forces over Preseli Barbars, who've been so impressive this season. Semi-finalists at Hertford Sevens, losing out to Dukla Prague, who they so many times and knocked out in the semi-finals. Winners in the Oxford Sevens in that incredible final against Saracens. Semi-finalists at Manor Sevens, losing out to the British Army, and it feels like a familiar storyline, doesn't it, right now?
Yeah, I mean, every time the British Army pull off a win, I feel like I sleep a little better at night. You know, it's great to see that men this talented and physical and with such great levels of fitness are keeping us safe every day. But equally, Preseli Barbars, the stars of the series, they're deserved winners, to be honest. Dukla took them close, but yeah, really glad to see them getting their flowers today, despite the result here.
Wowji keeping Preseli in possession. Wilkins has gone for the crossfield kick. He's trusting in the faith of his winger. Can he get there? Potter onto it for Preseli. He's got there as well. Is this the start of the fight back? Preseli have fought back from behind before. Sam Potter getting onto the end of the crossfield kick from the ever omni-sighted Lloyd Wilkins. Can they do it again? Lloyd Wilkins looking to add those extras. Not quite. So 17-12. It's a 5-point game. My goodness, are we in for another dramatic finish?
You know, you don't see Lloyd Wilkins go crossfield very often, but it was the right option, of course. And yeah, Potter's so quick. He was always going to be the favourite to get on the end of that one.
You could see that move coming from a mile off from the bench, but Armed Forces didn't see it. They didn't have him covered. Here we go with Preseli. 2.5 minutes of normal time to play. It's pushed back, but Armed Forces pick up possession. Ravalita going to ground. Looped out to Elia Jr. But that famous blue cap, but the space has opened up in the middle. And all of a sudden they might have a runner, but what a tackle that is. Almost a double tackle, but this might be it now. Freddie Elliott through the middle, hauled down by Lloyd Wilkins. Desperate stretch defending from Preseli Barbars, but now they get the penalty. Unable to release the ball. Preseli Barbars holding UK Armed Forces in their vice-like grip.
I mean, who else? Who else but Wilkins? And if anyone's going to turn this on its head, it's going to be him.
Here he goes now. He's got past 3 players before he's hauled to ground under 10. Is this the Preseli Barbar's charge? Just over a minute and a half to go. Big crunchy challenge comes in late, and now the penalty, and the referee's reached to his pocket, and it's a sin bin for the armed forces. They're down to 6. Is this storyline just being written for Preseli?
I feel for him there, because he did go beyond the vertical. Ref spotted it, put his arm out, and then he put him down safely. And if you're thinking about, you know, what are you actually trying to protect here? The player, and the player was fine because he put him down safely. I don't think you needed to yellow card him there, but let's see if the kick was the right option.
It's going to go out of the dead zone, so armed forces will be able to build from play with this one.
Well, this is a big call because the linesman's flag's gone up. I think he's given it as a line out on the 5 as the Army makes 6 changes. But I don't know if they're ready to run into a fresh line out.
Well, we'll see. It's certainly a big thing to come into. The armed forces, just to confirm, the man sent to the sin bin, Taitusi Kaiviti. So the line out to be played by the armed forces.
I've got the Spartacus team sheet on my phone.
Could they do this? Preseli Barbars. Time starting to run out on them, but they have the advantage. They're only 5 points behind at 17-12, and armed forces just about keep hold of it. They've looped it out to the middle. It's a risky pass, but the armed forces love those sorts of passes, and they stretch away from the 5. There's only 6 of them on the pitch though. But Seva is taking them all on himself. He's run from one corner to the other, eventually gets dragged down. There's a knock on though. Banuve Seriesa knocks on as the ball comes into his midriff. Preseli Barbars have not got time for the scrum. And it's the UK Armed Forces that take a pouncing win in the National Pub Sevens at 2026. Preseli Barbars are taking the 2026 Men's Elite Series title home, but they cannot get the job done against the British Armies and the UK Armed Forces, who win it 17-12. They take the National Pub Sevens, and they did it in quite a ruthless style. Despite the efforts of Preseli Barbars, they really kept them hemmed in, bar a couple of moments.
You know, I think it's quite fitting that Preseli, in the end, finished second in the men's elite table back in 2025. They had an unbelievable run at the end of the campaign, including winning here in Harpenden, to try and chase down the British Army. But the British Army put them to the post. And now here, with the British Army no longer a core side on the series, the door was open for Preseli, and they took it with incredible play. They've seen off Dukla Prague, their closest rivals today. But the British Armed Forces, with a majority Army squad, a couple of Navy lads, a couple of RAF lads thrown in there as well, have reminded Preseli that there is some real talent in the British Army and the British Armed Forces. It's a little refresher of that great rivalry from last season after Preseli saw off Dukla Prague this campaign. They are the deserved winners, but it's great to see that sort of level of sevens on show from the British Armed Forces.
Well, thank you very much. The Preseli Barbars' march to the series title is complete, but they don't get their victory parade at the National Pub Sevens because the UK Armed Forces launched an assault and got the win in the men's elite competition. We've got one more match to bring you, and it's the men's open final between Sons of Spartacus and Hearts and Bulls. I've been Warren Muggleton, thank you very much. I'll hand you over to Wilf.
We'll be back in just a few moments' time for this men's open clash.
be champions, right? Yeah? There's not a lot of chances that you get to be a champion in your life. This is the chance right now. We're the champions of the world right now, okay?
Even if another team made it to the final, they would have to win this final fixture too. However, it is the Sons of Spartacus who have one last chance to finish the Lit Super 7 Series campaign with a cherry on top. They're taking on the charity side Harpenden Mighty Beavers, founded in 2013, linking up with the charity in 2022. And the Scottish-based side will be receiving kickoff in the pink. Sons of Spartacus in the red and black on the front foot. Dave Odemeru alongside me, who just about missed out in playing in this final with Trinity RFC, will join us shortly as the ball is firstly knocked on. Yeah, that is a shame. Just comes off the outstretched hand of the Harpenden Mighty Bob's man. Hey, who's wearing 7?
Just watch this final.
You don't have a 7. You don't have a 7. That guy's wearing 7, isn't he? Oh, no, he's got 7 on. He's not a sheep. So Sons of Spartacus to free this. It's Harrison Friday, whose dad Mike, of course, is the arbitrator of this team. And now they shift it left to right. Little dummy on the inside from... Oh, here we go. It opens up all of a sudden. Well, they made that look very simple, didn't they? Sons of Spartacus through for the score. Came out of nowhere, really. Just a decent run down that left-hand side, and Sons of Spartacus take the early lead. Well, there you go, Dave. That tells you everything you know about this men's open. If you don't take your chances, you give possession up, you're going to be punished.
Yeah, rightly so. And I mean, two formidable sides, having just played Sons of Spartacus in the semi-finals, just lost out by a narrow margin. And of course, knowing Hearts and Balls from my time still at uni in Scotland. So, but like you said, I mean, if you don't take your chances, you get punished. And rightly so, Hearts and Balls just got a little bit lackluster than Sons of Spartacus took that.
Alex Gribben with the score. Great run from the scrum-hatted number 15. Good claim from Harpenden's Mighty Beavers off the kickoff as they go right to the edge here. Their women's side are already the Open champions. Can the men do the same? It's Philip Carvalho. It's been so impressive throughout the day. Carvalho, oh, it's off the toe to keep the attack alive. Fantastic skill set. Carvalho out the back. Little hitch kick. Off he goes. Carvalho's been brilliant today. Can he go the length? Covering tackle comes flying in. Sons of Spartacus are over the ball. Penalty to the men from Blackheath. That is absolutely stunning stuff from Matt Walsh. What defence from the Sons of Spartacus, named of course after the famous drinking game I Am Spartacus that was played at Blackheath Rugby Club in the 90s, where Mike Friday and his friends gathered, and most of this squad is made up of the children of that sort of old Blackheath group. It's an amazing story. Good day for Mike Friday with his son Lucas beating Ireland in the Under-20s World Championships. I managed to catch the last 10 minutes of that game with the mercurial coach, so full of wisdom. Les Falatau on the lift, tapped down by Walsh, but Falafatu's missed out. And it's back again with the Mighty Beavers. It's Cruikshank with the carry, but the penalty goes his way too. Off goes the captain, Scott Clark. Clark with the Curry Chieftains. Good sell, straight down the middle from this charity side. It's a bumping run of real intent from Cruikshank. There's a man free on the edge, but he still manages to take his belt back inside. Is he held up? Try given. Didn't make it easy for himself there. But in the end, it's scored. I think it's the captain, Scott Clark, who eventually went over. Or it may well have been Scott Henry or Adam Fraser, one of the two number 14s, which is just great to see, obviously.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Hearts and Balls are showing out. They are really showing their talent. I mean, this is the first time they've come to the Lit tournament with, you know, both girls and men's teams haven't won in the East Circuit in Scotland, and they're really bringing that Scottish flair into England and showing them just if you can do it in England, we can do it in Scotland as well. So they are really taking Stunts of Spartacus to it. It's a great cracking game, and, you know, great two sides, and it's been one hell of a watch.
Clark can't quite nail the kick, whose partner Freya is already a victor with the Harpenden Mighty Bovs today already. So you've got to back it up, haven't you? Can't go home without the trophy.
No, you really do. I mean, his partner's just won, and, you know, I'm sure he'll be wanting to replicate the same thing, and for Hearts and Balls to have a double win in their first Lit as well as debutants, that will be a great show, and I'm sure they'd want to do more.
Clark hangs it up. Good chase. It went loose. Flags up. I think it might have just come forward off Fraser Sayers, the Scottish Sevens international. Good chase, though. So here comes the lift. In the line out here for Hearts and Ball Mighty Bovs. It does come back their way. Carvalho, how brilliant has he been today? Oh, what a break! Hands on him from behind. Oh, the ball's gone down. It's off the toe, and falling upon it is the Hearts and Mighty Bovs number 7, who remains a mystery to us, but he's had a really good final here. What a score. I mean, it wasn't textbook. It was a little bit loose, it was a little bit fortunate, but they all count the same.
Yeah, they really do, and I got to give a quick shout out to my mate Finn Brown, who plays for the same team as I do up in Scotland, Gordonians. Absolute speed, and I'll tell you, this guy has absolute gas. And as you see him right there, tore the two defenders apart, tried to get the offload, got a bit lucky, but I'm sure Hearts and Bovs will take this and be wanting to push on from there. But great score.
So they take the lead, even if they can't smack the kick over. Scott Henry, who was previously wearing 14, is now wearing 7 and has put them in the lead. Kick off, inbound from Scott Clark, the captain. It's a really teasing kick. I certainly wouldn't want to be underneath it. Look at the strength of big Les Falafatu. He manages to put down Gribben very calmly. Huge carry through the centre. Penalty for the Sons of Spartacus. Off goes Woody Aldridge. Les Falafatu crunches through the tackle. Mac Walsh. Lovely step off the right boot. Adam Munn back to the open side, offload from the Sons of Spartacus for Falafatu. Munn picks and goes, and Alex Munn, is he going to leg drive his way through? He finds the offload. It's a second try in the final for Alex Gribben. Good support play. That is textbook of a man who is experienced in the game of sevens, always on that outside shoulder.
Yeah, I got Adam. Oh, absolute great leg drive. I mean, the power and the carry to just keep going. And of course, as we always say in sevens, it's all about that support line. Nobody was watching him coming from deep, and came in from deep and absolutely burst onto the ball. And Adam saw that there was a man there, and he's giving him that little flick of the ball just to be like, here you go, here's a try for yourself. And yeah, they've scored. And Sons of Spartacus will go into the half pretty happy with themselves.
Well, it's as close as it could get. At the break, Sons of Spartacus score to restore some parity here. 7 minutes left to play of the Harpenden Sevens, all to play for in this men's open final.
too.
Can they do the open double?
Oh, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? But they'll have to work really hard for it. There's been some really nice tries in that first half. Again, I just come back to quality. I come back to what the likes of David, what Sam tell us all the time when we do this as well. Have the faith in the supporting man. Use them, use the deep runs, use the strength, use the power and the pace of the ball. Whoever can do that and take that little bit of risk with it will be the ones that go ahead. At Sons of Spartacus, history's on the line. You want to be taking it tonight.
Adam Fraser underneath it, but Gribben directly points to the sideline and says out. So 12 apiece here in this men's open final. Free kick to the Sons of Spartacus. They have already won the men's open title by making it to the final, with the Sappers and LU Sevens falling short. The side who are a couple of points in the lead coming into today are going to retain their place. So Munn with the tap. Can they break into the lead here, the Sons of Spartacus? Walsh, risky pass, he's hit in the air, but he did jump into the take, so a little bit harsh maybe on Charlie Ewan. And he's been yellow carded too, goodness me. That is a really tough call.
It's clear that the referees today, they're taking a no-nonsense policy when it comes to contacts like that. He'd already committed in the area, number 4 for the Hearts and Ball. Fraser surged. I think he probably part of him knew that he was in danger, but he has to commit to stop them as well. So it's a risky move and it hasn't paid off there.
Falifatu with an upright carry, dragged down by Fraser. Penalty goes against the Scottish side. But he's gone down a little bit uncomfortably there, so we're not going to play quickly. The call for the touchline is to use the width. Still locked up at 12 points apiece here. As we await our first score of this second half. On comes the substitute, Fraser Sayers, the Scottish Sevens international. So the 14 in the middle of the park has literally flown in from Miami, where he's previously watching Scotland at the World Cup, to take part in this. Adam Fraser, the vice-captain, has got some defending to do though, as Walsh steps on the outside of Carvalho. Matt Walsh is going to power his way through. Sons of Spartacus take the lead again. 17-12, they are now in front. Great score. Really good power from Matt Walsh. Not much more you can ask for in that situation.
No, even when he had a player holding onto his coattails like there was no tomorrow, he just pumped through the legs. That's all you can do in those scenarios. At the end of the day, you never know, it might come off, and it certainly has done there for Spartacus. Again, that's what I said just before the second half starts, but trusting in that power, that pace, your deep runners as well. That's what Sons of Spartacus have done there. That's giving them the edge right now.
Would have been a tough kick, didn't make it, so it's a 5-point game. 17-12. Yellow card soon to be up here for Hearts and Balls Mighty Bobs, but they've used the advantage well. The Sons of Spartacus. It's such a deep kick. Here's Sayers. To the short side he goes. He's got the run of Falifatu, but Gribben and Falifatu both get back. Upright from Fraser, draws the penalty out of Munn.
It feels quite harsh, that one. They both went in quite upright and then landed on each other's faces. That feels a bit harsh on Sons of Spartacus, but the law's the law.
Fraser takes into contact, good pickup. Carvalho gets away from Les Falifatu. And perhaps my nod for the player of the Men's Open, Philip Carvalho, brings us level at 17 apiece.
Well, what a run. Well, it's so much confidence in that run as well. He knew he wanted to go from deep, aiming towards the corner, just angling his run as he got towards the wing and got that on the board. And it's a big opportunity, this one, for Hearts and Balls to get themselves in that lead.
Chance for Hearts and Balls to take the lead.
Oh, they'll do it as well.
What a nudge. A beautiful kick from Scott Clark, the captain. And Hearts and Balls go in front. 19-17. Hearts and Bulls in front. So just a 2-point lead.
You never change.
We've got to run with what we have in-house here, which is that Hearts and Bulls are now 2 points in front. Gribben with the kick through. Who cares about the 2 points? If he can pick up 5, will it bounce for Gribben? He's got the second kick on, but he's just sliced it. And that half an inch allows Carvalho to get back and take it. And now look at this for a 7-point swing. The tap tackle is missed. Flying his way down the left-hand side. Walsh makes the covering shot. The ball is released, and it's popped up into the path of Woody Aldridge. Matt Walsh draws a penalty. They've only just returned to having 7 men on the field. What a break down the left-hand side from Finley Brown. And he takes his leave. Scott Henry enters the fray. Another change as well. The vice-captain Adam Fraser is also back amongst us. But it's in the hands of the Sons of Spartacus. Everett, down he goes. Here's Harrison Friday. There's no one in behind for Hearts and Bulls. I wonder if that's in the mind of the playmaker Woody Aldridge. Penalty! Not releasing. Off goes Fraser, the vice-captain. Scott Henry. The skipper Clark. Can the Scots do it? Good delivery. Carvalho stumbles. Back to his feet, but well hit. Good line speed from Aldridge, but they stay stable now. Fraser dancing about. Lovely line. Forward. Oh my. Forward pass. And a lifeline for the Sons of Spartacus.
I'll tell you what. That was millimetres. Well, if that was a forward pass, that was probably 1 millimetre forward. It looks on for Fraser Sayers to be running through the middle, but not to be. Like, how close can you get? I mean, it's such a tight game. You feel there's one more twist in this.
Couple of changes in the meantime. Chris Anus has come on. He's a real game changer for the Sons of Spartacus. Adam Munn leads the chat. Substitute inbound as well for the Scottish side. Stuart Kirk onto the field. And Hearts and Bulls' mighty Bovs are looking to hang on. Scrum for the Sons of Spartacus. This is huge. Woody Aldridge at scrum half. Ellis Hartop straight behind the scrum. He's got options left and right. But what a scrum it is. Wheeling is the call. He's just resetting it. Oh my word. Well, that's a let-off.
Certainly is. I mean, that had gone in and Sons of Spartacus may well have been running through the middle. They're setting up 1-to-1 on the right and left, and they've got to run it down the middle as well. So it's very difficult for Hearts and Bulls to read this.
Ellis Hartop steps off the right foot. Hartop grappled by Clark. Important clear out. Aldridge, ball on the inside for Gribben. Gribben slips the net! Oh, the Sons of Spartacus will win the Men's Open!
Wow. Wow, wow. Alex Gubbins, the run from deep. Again, it's all about that. It's just driving, trusting in yourself. And that's what they've done. They kept it difficult to read from the scrum. They had it down the middle and just decided to go straight down it. And 15 coming out. That's stunning. What a way to win the game.
The Sons of Spartacus, the champions-elect, will claim the Harpenden Sevens title to go along with their series win. There will be no double for the Hearts and Ball mighty Bovs, whose men's side have fallen where their women's side did not. But it is Blackheath's finest that takes the title. We are all Spartacus today. What a game. Finally, a final to write home about.
Oh, we had to wait till the last one, didn't we, of course? But just goes to show what you've been saying, how tight and high standard the men's open has been as well. Sons of Spartacus, yes, Hearts and Ball have brought some brilliant things to the National Pub Sevens this time round across the men and women. But Sons of Spartacus been pure prime examples of the quality on show in the men's open competition and how tight it is right across the board. What a campaign it's been, and probably deserved winners really, Sons of Spartacus.
And I think with that score, Alex Gribben has just stolen the player of the tournament.
Oh, he could well have done, yes. You've got to step up in the big moments, that's exactly what he did.
The Sons of Spartacus, led by Mike Friday, as well as Sam and Lucy Howard also in support, have won the men's open here in the 60th edition of the Harpenden National Pub Sevens. And with that, we are finally at an end. What a day it's been. 9 a.m. to almost 8 o'clock. We've powered through sunshine and cloud to bring you all 4 legs of the Lit Super 7 series here on Next Gen Live. From myself, Wilf Kemsley, from Warren Muggleton as well, thank you so much for joining us. Warren, though, we will be back for the Lit International Sevens on the 18th of July.
I cannot wait. Something like we've seen here and across the series, we're in for a real treat. And my first time doing this, a full series as well, and it's been a real joy to see the variety, the talent on show, and I think there's more to see in mid-July as well. Just to mention as well, what a great day, what a great season for Blackheath, by the way. Sons of Spartacus win the men's open, Blackheath into the championship, unbelievable.
Yeah, they'll be far easier to recruit for this Mike Friday-led 7 side going forward. Congratulations to the Sons of Spartacus. Congratulations to all our winners here today, the UK Armed Forces, Hammerheads, who also took the Women's Elite Series, and also the Preseli Barbars, who are the Men's Elite Series champions. And despite a win for Heart and Ball Mighty Bobs, it was still a Women's Open to write home about too. A brilliant day here at the Lit Super 7 series. But thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back very soon.